Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter got Forbidden Ring instead of Hurcruxx? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Albus Dumbledore stared in horror at the small Leaden box that had been put on his desk. He glanced up at the Ministry wizards. "Are you sure about this?" he asked quietly. Soberly, the wizards nodded. "Quite sure, Professor Dumbledore. The 4 hobbits, are they called?" The 4 hobbits appeared quite suddenly, in Nocturne Alley, unconscious. Several wizards apparated in to grab them, but we had undercover Aurors there on duty, and they managed to drive off the others and bring the hobbits to safety. Only to find that they're hopelessly catatonic, and unlikely to recover in any reasonable time, murmured Dumbledore. He had visited St. Mungo's hospital before, and although the mental wards there were quite comfortable, he still had unpleasant memories of the place. The sadness seemed to have sunk into the very stones of the walls, very much like Azkaban. The thought of 4 such harmless, friendly people immured there, locked in the prisons of their own minds, was horrible. "Have you penetrated the barrier to find where it came from yet, sir?" asked one of the younger Aurors, a coldly beautiful woman with a Welsh lilt to her voice. "We know it's highly magical, and literally emanates dark energies of a sort not seen here before. The mom is all agog over the chance to study it." "I know where it came from," Dumbledore murmured. Opening the box, he chucked the contents into the blazing fire in the hearth, heedless of the cries of the wizards. Several of them took out their wands, but Dumbledore stopped them with a gesture. "Wait a few minutes and you'll see what this is all about." Muttering rebelliously, the wizards subsided, staring into the flames intently. After about 5 minutes, Dumbledore pointed his wand into the fire, murmuring, "Accio Annulus," and something small and golden leapt toward him. Stepping nimbly forward, surprisingly adroit for someone of his years, he caught the glittering thing in the Leaden box. He looked into the box, nodded to himself, and held it out for the Aurors to see inside. Inside, resting on cushions marked with arcane symbols, lay a golden ring. Glistening against its background, it did not seem to give off any heat, despite having been in the hottest part of a fire for 5 minutes. Tiny glowing letters could be seen on the side. "As you can see, it took no harm at all from my fire, although it's easily hot enough to melt most jewelry. The letters you see are not in any script used in our world, but I know what they say. They're proof that what we have here is easily the most dangerous magical artifact ever made, one that could make Voldemort powerful enough to seize power entirely on his own, even with all his Death Eaters, the Dementors, the Hags, the Giants and his other allies ranged on our side against him." The Aurors gasped, both at hearing the Dark Lord's name said aloud and at what Dumbledore had said. Since regaining his body, several months previously, the Dark Lord had been on a rampage, as though he had a quota of atrocities to fill and was over a decade behind. Attacks on wizards had become almost routine, and the Aurors were stretched to their limits trying just to keep up with the Death Eaters, succoring their victims and performing hasty memory charms to ensure that the existence of wizards did not become generally known. Even with the best the Ministry of Magic could do, the Muggle newspapers were in hysterics, and questions in Parliament were being asked about what could be done about this apparent upsurge of terrorism. Where did it come from? Several of the Aurors asked it, looking at the golden ring in its ensorcelled box as though it were a gun pointed at them. How did it get here and why is it so powerful? "It comes from one of the other worlds, continua, timelines, call them what you will, that go to make up our universe. You know, although the general wizarding community does not, that we here are in only one of many possible timelines. In some continua, Tom Riddle died young, or never turned evil. In others, he may already be ruling the world openly, oppressing wizard and muggle alike." Dumbledore paused for a moment, taking a sip of his tea. "The other world from which this came is called Arda, and is more magical, in general, than ours is, although magic works differently there in some ways. Broomsticks don't fly there, just for starters, so Quidditch is right straight out." "How do we know this?" asked the Welsh Auror. She brushed a lock of hair back out of her eyes as she stared at the ring. Dumbledore shrugged. Nicholas Flamel's researches in search of the Philosopher's Stone took him many places, and into many worlds. So far, although Voldemort can reach into other worlds and pull things to him, as, for example, this object, he cannot travel there himself. Dumbledore shook his head. Which, I must say, is very fortunate. Some of these worlds contain, or are ruled by, people who would be delighted to help Voldemort take over this world, in return for his help on their own projects. Others would happily send him such help as he needed, only to turn on him and betray him for the chance to rule here as well as in their own home worlds. So, he who must not be named can reach into other worlds and bring things from them here. What has that to do with this? Is this ring somehow useful? Mad-Eye Moody shuddered at this question, and turned both his magical and normal eyes on the questioner, one of the younger Aurors who had come to the department after the Voldemort years. This ring, Auror Cornelius, is one of the most powerful magical artifacts in any world, and easily the most powerful single object in its native continuum. It contains a great deal of the innate power and magical energy of a being who, for sheer evil, makes he who must not be named, Grindelwald and all the other dark wizards you've ever heard of look like squibs. Constant vigilance, barked Moody, making young Cornelius jump. This has to be the work of the Death Eaters, or their leader. Moody scowled deeply. His months of imprisonment in his own magical trunk had not improved his temper or his tolerance of anything to do with dark wizards. While Auror Moody's words are not those I would have chosen, his facts are entirely correct, put in Dumbledore. However, the ring also has properties that make sure that no sane wizard would dare use it. As its user wields its powers, so does the ring itself use its user, changing him until, no matter what, he is the slave of his power. This object is too much for any human, any wizard, even Voldemort or myself, to control, and it would inevitably control its user. Even if the user started out with the best and purest intentions, it would corrupt him. Dumbledore shook his head. I've been in communication with the highest-ranking wizard of Arda, a chap named Gandalf. He succeeded to the post after his superior, Saruman, was corrupted and fell into evil, and what he tells me only confirms what my own researches have said. This object is evil and must, at all costs, be destroyed. That's nothing but the truth, and you're too weak to see it, snarled Moody. The Dark Lord's been lashing out even at his closest Death Eaters ever since this thing came into our world. I had to apparate to Malfoy Manor, of all places, to stop a Death Eater attack a few days ago. Apparently the Dark Lord blamed Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy for the fact that we Aurors intercepted this ring. He either doesn't know how dangerous it is, or doesn't really care. How can we destroy it? Melt it? Break it? Asked the Welsh Auror. Dumbledore shook his head. Not that easy, Auror. Even dragon fire wouldn't be hot enough to melt this ring, and breaking it is literally impossible. There's only one way to do that, and that is to take it to the place where it was created, throwing it into the fires in which it was first smelted, in Arda. So what's the problem with that? Asked an Auror. Dumbledore closed the little leaden box. For a second, he looked every bit of his century and a half. Well, we have to have someone who can survive the process of travel between worlds without harm. Non-magical people, who could probably carry the thing and even use it in some ways, can't survive the process as far as we know, at least with their minds intact. The people who were carrying it had their minds torn apart by the experience of being pulled into our own world. We need a wizard, but almost any normal wizard's too powerful to be trusted with this thing. In other words, whispered the Welsh Auror, staring in horror at the ring, a student. Not just a student, Auror Tyler, but 4 students. 4 hobbits were drawn into our world by Voldemort's spell, so to keep the balance, 4 people from our world must go to Arda and destroy the ring. I have been in touch with Gandalf, and he knows what to expect, although nobody else in Arda does at this time. We have to move fast, or the rightful owner of this ring might find ways to travel between universes, and ours would be the first one he went for. And you mentioned that he made he who must not be named look like a squib, muttered Mad-Eye Moody. Didn't that crazy seer you keep around here for comic relief say that the students you need are here, and would volunteer if asked? Professor Trelawney, bless her, is not crazy, said Dumbledore severely, although she is a trifle eccentric, I fear. Yes, she went into a mantic trance when she first sighted this ring. It was delivered to me when I was discussing her latest divination classes with her, and prophesied that the dragon, the clayworker, the farmer and the mustaline would be the ones to do this deed. I must confess, though, that when questioned as to what this meant, dear Professor Trelawney fainted and is currently under heavy sedation in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was quite short with me when I wanted to revive her to ask her a few more questions. Dumbledore shook his head. In fact, she threatened me with a beard-begone curse if I didn't take myself and my endless patient-tormenting questions out of her infirmary. Well, it falls to us to interpret what she said, doesn't it? Said Moody. The clayworker is easy enough to figure out, but the others, that's a little more difficult. I've already figured it out, whispered Dumbledore. The people she refers to are all students here at Hogwarts, in their 5th year. The reference to a clayworker is obviously Harry Potter, which was what put me on to the idea of students in the first place. The farmer is a reference to his classmate and close friend, Hermione Granger, and the mustaline is his other close friend. Ronald Weasley, a weasel, don't forget, is a mustaline, after all. So who is the dragon? Asked Auror Cornelius. Ah, that was the big surprise. Once I figured it out, it was blindingly obvious, but it took me quite a while to come to this conclusion. The dragon in question is none other than Draco Malfoy, the son and heir of the Malfoy family. This announcement provoked general shock and dismay among the Aurors. Moody was the first to break the silence. You're mad. You can't be serious. Everybody knows that the Malfoys are up to their necks with he who must not be named, and you want to send a Malfoy on this sort of trip? Why not hand the ring over to the Dark Lord at once, and save a lot of trouble? Dumbledore suddenly stood up to his full height, fixing Moody with a terrible glare. I am not mad, Alistair Moody. However, I am rapidly becoming angry. If you provoke me further, you may find out what that means, in a way you won't care for. White-faced and shaking, Moody shook his head, unable to articulate a sentence. I have spoken with Mr. Malfoy, and he is eager to take this on. Apparently he loved his parents, even if nobody else did, and having Voldemort turn on them for no reason has embittered him against the Dark Lord. I trust you are not questioning my judgment and my decision to allow him to avenge his parents? No, Professor Dumbledore. You know your students best. I was just surprised that the son of a Death Eater would behave that way. Dumbledore shook his head slowly and sadly. Many people don't know it, but I knew Voldemort's mother. She was in the first classes I ever taught at Hogwarts, many years ago. If anybody had told me that her son would become a greater menace to wizard society than Grindelwald, whom I had just defeated, I'd have thought them mad. Miss Marvolo was a wonderful student, biddable, quick to learn, a real joy to teach. Suddenly Dumbledore looked every one of his 150 years. When I think of the waste of her life and talents, the waste of the incredible magical potential that her son had, I sometimes wonder why I go on. Very well, Professor Dumbledore. You say that these 4 students can and will be the ones to destroy this ring. Have you talked with them about it yet? Moody's voice was uncharacteristically gentle. Dumbledore nodded. I've spoken to all 4 of them, and all of them volunteered. He turned a guilt-racked gaze toward the door of his office. In fact, they're getting ready for the trip now. Make sure you've got good stout boots, Harry, said Hermione, looking up from the list she had been working on. From what Professor Dumbledore told us, we're going to have to do a lot of walking in Arda, and bad boots will be murder on your feet. Harry Potter paused from packing spare clothes into a leather backpack, looking shrewdly at his friends. Hermione had been frightened by Professor Trelawney's prediction, just as they all had, but had volunteered nonetheless. When she heard that he had to go, she had, in fact, been quite insistent upon going along. At the moment, she was wearing her usual look of fierce concentration as she worked on the list of things they were going to be bringing along on this trip. Ron was working with her, chewing absently on the tip of his tongue as he went over a list they had compiled of things they would need. Like Hermione, he had insisted on coming along, and had been rather nonplussed to find that this had been predicted as necessary by Professor Trelawney. My gods, Harry, he had murmured once out of earshot of Professor Dumbledore, if that silly old fraud's actually making real predictions, what else can happen next? Here are the swords, said Draco Malfoy, coming into the room and dumping 4 sheathed Japanese short swords onto a bed. It's a pity that brooms don't work in Arda, or I'd suggest bringing ours along, but at least the Hogwarts armories are well stocked. He brushed a lock of blonde hair out of his eyes and sneezed. Gods, they're dusty, though. What is Filch thinking of, letting them be neglected so? He still showed the shock of having lost his parents. He was even skinnier than he had been before, and when he wasn't busy, he could be found sometimes staring into space, tears running down his face. The others had learned not to disturb him when he was like that, since he had turned on them in fury when they had tried to comfort him the first time. Harry knew that people felt sorry for him for having lost his parents, but he had never really known them. It was his considered opinion that losing people you had known all your life was much worse. From what Professor Dumbledore says, I don't think Filch is allowed into the armories. At least they've got the place Peeves-proofed. Ron Weasley gave a shudder at the thought of the castle's resident poltergeist. Peeves and the weapons stores, worse than giving a chimpanzee a wand. How are we keeping Peeves' office here? Asked Hermione, suddenly looking worried. Peeves was quite capable of sabotaging the whole thing just out of motiveless malice. Every student at Hogwarts could testify to his bottomless appetite for mischief and his endless creativity at finding new ways to harass people. Malfoy buffed his fingernails on his robe, looking intolerably smug. Harry felt an urge to slap him, before he condescended to explain. Getting a Slytherin in on this project was inspired, if I do say so myself. Peevesy doesn't bother us much. At the raised eyebrows and looks of skepticism he received, he raised a hand. Oh, Baron, would you come in here a minute? The Bloody Baron, a terrifying-looking specter covered in silvery bloodstains, drifted through the closed door and into the room, startling Harry, Ron and Hermione. Draco grinned mischievously, for all the world like Fred and George Weasley upon the success of a particularly spectacular prank. You know the Baron's the only ghost that can keep Peeves in line, don't you? At their nods, he went on. Well, my Lord Baron here is the Slytherin house ghost, which is why Peeves leaves us Slytherins alone, usually. When I explained just what we were up to here, and why it's important, he was perfectly willing to keep Peeves and Filch alike from getting in the way. The Baron nodded, smiling at Hermione, who returned the smile rather nervously, and disappeared through the door to resume his guard. Ron shook his head in wonder. All those years of putting up with Peeves, and you Slytherins just got left alone? He finished loading his backpack up and slung it across his back experimentally. You lucky, lucky Slytherin bastards. You lucky, jammy bastards. You never told us about this. Draco chuckled maliciously. You never asked. Besides, I'm a Slytherin. Keeping my cards close to my chest is the Slytherin way. He pulled his trunk, which he had had some house elves bring from the Slytherin dormitories, over and began rooting through it. Let me see, I've got those good wool socks in here. Hermione leaned over the trunk, and something caught her eye. Quick as a striking snake, she reached out and grabbed, producing a magazine. Before Draco could stop her, she got across the room and sat down, looking at the magazine as color rose in her cheeks. Oh, my gods and goddesses, Draco, you mean to tell me you read this stuff? Ron and Harry looked up, to see her paging through a magazine titled Coven Cuties, with a cover featuring a very attractive witch who had apparently mislaid her robes, winking and blowing kisses at whoever was looking at the cover. Hermione began paging through, giggling. Oh, this is ridiculous. 20 hexes to help you get lucky? I was a test subject for the potion of inexhaustible potency, and it worked? Coven Cutie of the month, dear me. Did the poor thing lose all her robes somewhere? By this time, Harry and Ron were fighting to look over her shoulder. Draco's face was flushed with embarrassment, and he whipped out his wand. Expelliarmus, and the magazine soared out of Hermione's hands, to come to its owner at his command of Accio magazine. Catching the magazine, he rolled it up in his hands as Ron, Harry and Hermione looked up at him, startled. If we're quite finished discussing my private life, can we get on with this project? Draco asked icily, his old manner returning for a moment. Or, perhaps, if the agenda's changed to discussing things that may embarrass us, May I remind you that this is a game all can play? He pointed at Hermione. Just for starters, we could discuss Gilderoy Lockhart. You're right. Let's get packing, said Hermione quickly, in a changing the subject voice. She picked up a paper bag from the floor, and spilled its contents out onto the table. Harry, Ron and Draco stared. Harry finally broke the silence. Hermione, why did you buy 10 rolls of duct tape? Is that really duct tape? Asked Ron, his eyes lighting up. My dad talks about it, how muggles use it for all sorts of things, and it's made out of ducks. Hermione looked smug. It's just in case. If we bring it along, chances are that we may not need the stuff. Leave it behind, and sure as anything we'll be wanting it. The boys looked at each other, shrugged, and divided the duct tape between themselves, stowing it in their packs. A rap on the door, and Dumbledore came in. Ah, I see you're getting ready. We're getting ready to send you to Arda, and everything will be in place in a couple of hours. Hogwarts to Rivendell. Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power Chapter 2, Hogwarts to Rivendell. Hogwarts Castle, Great Britain. When Harry, Ron, Hermione and Draco had decided what they wanted to take, they let the Bloody Baron know, and he summoned Professor McGonagall. As she looked at them, her stern demeanor changed slightly, and Harry would have almost sworn he saw her eyes glisten. Are you sure you have everything you'll need? She asked. Hermione pulled out the list she had compiled with an air of triumph. We've got sturdy hiking boots and outdoor clothes, our Hogwarts robes, hooded cloaks to keep off the rain, 1 Ernie's Everlight torch apiece, compasses, Swiss Army knives, those swords that Professor Dumbledore wants us to pack along, our wands, wizard water bottles that hold 1 gallon apiece, cooking gear, first aid gear, both magical and muggle style, and bedrolls. Professor McGonagall nodded approval. Excellent, Miss Granger. If I were like Professor Snape, I'd give 25 points to Gryffindor, but since I'm not, let me just say that I'm very proud of you. Students like you are what makes a teacher's career worthwhile. Hermione blushed slightly. Harry looked studiously innocent. There were a few things they hadn't mentioned, such as his invisibility cloak, but he had always kept the knowledge of its existence a closely held secret, and even letting Draco Malfoy in on it had been a wrench. Not that it hadn't been fun. You mean to tell me, Potter, that you've had this thing since your first year at Hogwarts? Well, this does explain a few things, doesn't it? Malfoy drawled. Like the time I ran into your red-headed sidekick, the Weasel, up by the Shrieking Shack, and saw your head floating in the air. Malfoy looked reluctantly respectful. Devious, you are, and no mistaking it. 'Tis a pity the Sorting Hat didn't put you into Slytherin House. I think your talents have been wasted in Gryffindor. Harry scowled. Even though they were going to have to work with Malfoy, nobody had ordered him to like the arrogant brat. I'm glad I ended up where I did, Malfoy. Besides, with me around, would people in Slytherin House have even paid attention to you? After all, I am the boy who lived. Malfoy raised an eyebrow. You do have a point there, Potter. However, our motto in Slytherin is, Me duce tutus aris, if you know what that means. His smug smile slipped when Hermione piped up. It means, with me for your leader, you will be safe, but if you think you're going to lead, Malfoy, just remember a few things. First, we don't necessarily trust you as far as we could throw you, whether you've reformed or not. Second, we've been working together as a well-oiled team for 5 years now, and we've foiled you again and again. Third, Malfoy held up a hand, grinning ruefully. Very well, I see that I'll have to demonstrate my genius, not just have it unthinkingly accepted. Okay, I accept the challenge. Ron glared at him. Malfoy grinned, making Ron glare even harder. It'll be a change from Crabbe and Goyle. Of course, those two are so thick that I've known farm animals that are geniuses next to them. Malfoy grinned even more widely. Asphalt sandwich level, if you know what I mean. Just demonstrating that you're trustworthy will do for now, Malfoy. Draco's eyes narrowed, and he moved toward Ron, but Harry and Hermione got between them and kept them apart. After a few minutes, the tension eased, and they went back to packing. I think we're expected at Professor Dumbledore's office, so let's get going. Snapped Hermione, picking up her pack and settling it on her back. The others followed. As Harry walked through the familiar corridors of Hogwarts, he looked around carefully, to fix everything in his mind's eye. He was under no illusions, none of them were, about the upcoming task being easy, or non-dangerous. Professor Dumbledore had explained that Arda was a primitive environment, and that it had a lot of very dangerous inhabitants. On top of that, the maker and original owner of the ring was evil and powerful enough to make Voldemort at his worst look like Father Christmas. Dumbledore was sitting in his office, the portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts all watching attentively, as they trooped in behind Professor McGonagall. He stood up to welcome them, his face a mask of concern. On his desk, Harry could see a small leaden box, with arcane symbols molded into its sides and top. "I'm glad to see you're all here. I have no words to express how proud I am of all four of you, for volunteering to do this." Harry felt himself blushing. Despite all the adulation he had had heaped on him in the wizarding world, praise from Professor Dumbledore was still balm to his Dursley-scorched soul. Dumbledore reached for the box. "The ring is in here, to keep it from attracting Lord Voldemort. However, the box will not go through the dimensional barrier, so one of you must be the ring bearer." He opened the box, displaying a beautiful golden ring, sitting on a cushion made of stuffed parchment with magical symbols written all over it. Harry recognized a few of them as very powerful anti-dark magic symbols. He had seen them in his texts. The others apparently also recognized them. Hermione shuddered, Ron looked slightly sick, and Draco turned even paler than usual, his hands twisting in an apotropaic gesture to ward off evil. "Well, there's only one way to do this, and that's to draw cards," Harry managed to say, fear nearly choking his voice. "Is there a deck?" "Here." Her hands trembling, Hermione reached into her pack and withdrew a deck of tarot cards. "Here, they're a present from my aunt. She doesn't quite understand about Hogwarts, but when she found out that I was studying magic, she sent me these for Christmas one year." Professor Dumbledore took the cards. His eyebrows went up as he riffled them with expert hands. "Ah, Rider-Waite, the standard divination deck," he murmured. "Your aunt has good taste. I see, some of the decks I see muggles buying are far better for decoration than divination." Hermione blushed slightly, and Harry wondered if she was feeling guilty about having dropped divination after her exasperation with Professor Trelawney had driven her to the breaking point. When he had last looked over the divination syllabus, he had seen that they were going to cover cartomancy, divination by cards, whether tarot or the regular 52-card deck, soon. Expertly ruffling through the cards, Professor Dumbledore separated out the major arcana from the deck. When he was through, he shuffled the deck with all the panache of a riverboat gambler, and held it out to the four students. "Pick a card, any card. Highest card gets the ring." His hand trembling, Ron picked a card, the Three of Wands. His relief was visible as Draco Malfoy came forward and picked a card. Malfoy's face lit up at what he saw. "Ha! The Two of Cups." Hermione selected a card, and held it up wordlessly. It was the Eight of Pentagrams. She watched, sweat rolling down her forehead, as Harry finally came forward and made his selection. Harry looked at the card, and felt sick. He looked again, and it was still the same card, the Ten of Swords. Professor Dumbledore shook his head sympathetically. "I'm afraid that this is your burden, at least for now, Harry," he said, holding out the little leaden box. "Things do seem to happen to you, don't they?" Harry reached in with hands that felt like they were twice their normal size, and took out the ring. It rested quiescently on his palm, feeling much heavier than its size would indicate. Under it, there was a thin gold chain, which Harry opened with a clasp and threaded through the great ring, hanging it around his neck under his shirt. Although it rested quietly against his chest, he could feel its power, coiled and waiting for the hand that could wield it. Hermione touched him gently on the shoulder, and he turned to face her, startled at the sight of her eyes glistening. Hermione almost never cried. "Harry, if the ring gets to be too much for you, let me know, and I'll take it for a while." Touched beyond measure, Harry patted her shoulder, nodding wordlessly. "It might be a good idea to pass the ring back and forth among yourselves," put in Professor Dumbledore. "That way, it has less of a chance to get control of any one of you. Perhaps you should take regular turns with it." Ron and Draco looked worried at this thought, they were easily able to sense the ring's power and evil will. Nonetheless, under Professor Dumbledore's gaze, they both nodded, gulping. "So, how are we supposed to get to Arda?" asked Draco, his light tone not masking the fear he felt. Harry looked at the others, and then looked away. Draco was nearly chalk white, and sweat was running off him despite the cool temperature. Beside him, Ron looked as though he was bracing himself to face a firing squad, and Hermione's face was set and still. Professor Dumbledore took out a staff from the closet behind his desk. "This staff is a very specialized sort of portkey, Mr. Malfoy. It's big enough for each of you to grasp it, and when all four of you have hold of it, the command word, Portere, will take you to Rivendell, in Arda. My good colleague in Arda, Gandalf the Grey, is awaiting you eagerly." His eyes twinkled for a second, and he looked much more like the old Professor Dumbledore. "He's said that I've praised you so highly that he can't wait to see you for himself." "You mean that you're in contact with wizards in other worlds?" asked Hermione, her characteristic eagerness to learn breaking through her fear. "How fascinating that must be. What other worlds do you know of?" Professor McGonagall shook her head fondly, her eyes filled with pleasure at Hermione's thirst for knowledge. "Well, in Arda, there's Gandalf, and before him, Saruman the White. In Midkemia, the main wizard's name is Pug, and he's also chief wizard for a neighboring world called Sarunanu. On the Discworld, the closest equivalent is probably Granny Weatherwax, a terrible old harridan. She could probably eat Grindelwald for breakfast. In Kryn, there's Raistlin. In Ravenloft it's almost certainly Aslan, a truly dreadful creature. Be glad you're not going anywhere near him. Greyhawk has Mordenkainen, Elminster's in the Realms, and Constant Drakenfels, in Warhammer. There are many, many others, but these are the ones I remember most clearly." "Oh, they sound so interesting. The things I could learn from them." Hermione's eyes shone. Dumbledore shook his head. "Many of them are evil enough to make Voldemort look quite harmless. Constant Drakenfels, for instance, is in many ways what Voldemort merely aspires to be. Believe me, Miss Granger, you do not want to meet some of these wizards until you are far, far more powerful than you now are. Even I don't want to meet some of them." Dumbledore held out the staff. "Are you ready to leave?" "No," said Harry, "but I know I've got to go. Come on, everybody, let's get this over with." They put their hands on the staff. Portere. They chorused the command word, and everything changed around them, swirling and dissolving, as they felt themselves falling endlessly. Rivendell, Middle-earth, year 3019 of the Third Age, October 4th. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Draco found themselves standing in a beautiful glade. The air was chilly, but smelled incredibly sweet. Harry was reminded of the gardens at Privet Drive, when it was deep summer and they were a mass of flowers. Everything seemed almost impossibly clean and tidy. His companions were similarly lost in awe. Hermione drew in her breath, savoring the wonderful air. Draco seemed quite drawn to the trees, which were of no variety Harry had ever seen, either in Muggle life or in his herbology texts and lessons. Cautiously, as though offering food to a wild deer, Draco reached out and ran his hand over the bark of the nearest tree, caressing it without seeming to realize what he did. Ron was similarly rapt at their surroundings. "Where are we?" asked Hermione. She came out of her trance by a visible act of will and looked around. "I mean, this must be Arda, but I don't see anybody here to meet us, or anything." "No doubt you don't," came a strange, musical voice from nearby, startling all four Hogwarts students. As one, they moved back to back, their wands out and at the ready. Musical laughter from all around greeted this maneuver. "Very good. Gandalf's colleague trained you well, we see. However, you need not fear us, if you are the people that Dumbledore sent. We were sent here to await your arrival." "Show yourselves," snapped Draco. "Let's see just who you are, and we'll go on from there." His words were greeted with more laughter, as several dozen lithe men appeared as though out of the woods themselves, carrying bows with arrows nocked. Harry's eyes widened. He'd heard of high elves, and seen a few pictures in old books, but this was the first time he'd ever actually seen any. Their features were nearly as delicate as beautiful women, but still managed to remain masculine. Their ears were pointed and poked up through their shoulder-length straight hair, and their upswept eyebrows were all that remained to make Harry sure of his identification. The foremost elf approached, stowing his bow and holding up his hand in the sign of peace. "My name is Nenendil, which means water lover," broke in Draco. He stopped suddenly and looked very surprised at himself. "How did I know that?" At this, all the elves laughed out loud and put away their bows. When one bears the blood of the elves, their language often comes with it, kinsman. But since you know my name and its meaning, may I know yours? Harry was thunderstruck. Looking from Draco Malfoy to the surrounding elves, he suddenly noticed strong resemblances. Like the elves, Draco was slender and graceful, and yet filled with lean strength. Even their features were not dissimilar. Unable to contain himself, he gasped. "But how do you happen to be related to him? We've never been in this world before." Nenendil looked long and thoughtfully at Harry. There are, or were, elves in many different worlds and places. Some of them crossed between worlds voluntarily, while others were forced to through no fault of their own. And I notice that although you know my name, I still have not received yours, and you are in Rivendell, which it is our charge to guard. Harry blushed at the reminder of his bad manners. "Of course. I'm sorry. My name is Harry Potter, and these are my companions." Ron and Hermione looked slightly puzzled, then comprehending, as he went on. "The blonde, the one you claim as kin, is called Draco Malfoy. This," indicating Hermione, who blushed, "is Hermione Granger, and the redhead is Ron Weasley. Professor Albus Dumbledore sent us to this world, from our own where we are students of sorcery at a school called Hogwarts." Nenendil looked impressed. "I see. In any case, the Great Hall of Rivendell is just over this rise here, and we have orders to conduct you to the lord of this place, Elrond Halfelven. Come." The four trailed after Nenendil, surrounded by his elven archers, up a small rise, until at the top they could see Rivendell itself, stretched out below them. Rivendell was set in a beautiful valley, which looked green and inviting even though it was obviously autumn. There was a large main building, built in a style Harry had never seen before, surrounded by outbuildings in the same style. In and around the buildings were many trees, leafy and green. In the distance, Harry could hear snatches of beautiful, sad, haunting song. Nenendil looked at him askance. "You have never heard elf song?" "Harry Potter?" Harry shook his head, as though awakening from a dream. "No, I've heard merpeople singing, and Vila, but this is different. And my given name is Harry, and my family name is Potter. Our names have two parts to them. Do yours?" The elf looked slightly puzzled. "In some ways we do. Dwarves, for instance, call themselves by their own name and their father's name with son of, but this is not the custom of elves. How may we address you without giving offense?" Hermione, ever quick with facts, jumped in. "Formally, you would call us Mr., or in my case, Miss, followed by our family name. For everyday, the family name is used, or the given name if you're a friend." Nenendil nodded, storing this information away, as Hermione plowed on. "So, I'd be Miss Granger, formally, Granger, for everyday, and Hermione, to my friends." Nenendil bowed. "Thank you, Miss Granger. I hope that one day I may be among those privileged to call you by your given name." Hermione blushed pink. She was slightly taken aback by his courtly manners. "In any case, we are awaited. May I escort you into Rivendell, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy?" As they followed Nenendil down the path to Rivendell, the singing grew louder and clearer, and even more achingly beautiful. The main hall of Rivendell was built of wood, each piece fitting to the others as cleverly as a jigsaw puzzle. Harry was willing to believe that the craftsman who had built the hall had needed no nails. When they reached the front door, it opened and they were confronted by a very familiar-looking figure, a tall old man with a white beard going down past his waist, dressed in long, flowing robes, with a high, conical hat. The four stepped back involuntarily. "Dumbledore?" gasped Draco Malfoy. "Professor Dumbledore? What are you doing here?" The others raggedly chorused variants on that basic question. The old man laughed, a long, loud rolling laugh. It was very like Dumbledore's laugh, but as Harry looked more closely, he began to see differences. This old man was not dressed in the same sort of robes Professor Dumbledore wore. His beard was a purer white and rather thicker than Dumbledore's, and his face was different. The similarities had been so strong at first glance, though, that it was a natural mistake to make. Albus will be amused when I tell him this. Apparently we do look more alike than I had ever believed. I am not Albus Dumbledore. I have many names, but you may have heard of me as Gandalf. Harry's eyes opened wide. We're pleased to meet you. Do you have any title you use, or is just Gandalf all right? Asked Ron. The old man chuckled. Gandalf is just right. For full formal purposes, I'm Gandalf the Grey, since each high wizard here in Middle-earth is identified with a color. Hence, my robes. He made a sweeping gesture at the grey robes he wore. I do have many names, though. Still, Gandalf, I am in this language and in this place, and Gandalf is quite suitable. He gestured into the hall. Won't you come in? We've been awaiting you eagerly. Young Albus was quite sure that you would be suitable to take up the task our four friends started out with. I will confess that I'm as curious as one of the cats of Queen Beruthiel. As they filed into Rivendell, Harry looked at his companions. Draco Malfoy looked at ease, only his darting eyes betraying his awe at their surroundings. Ron was openly impressed, staring around as though he was a yokel that had never been anywhere in his life. Hermione had the look in her eye that Harry recognized. It was the look of "I'm going to find out what I want to know," and if he'd seen it at Hogwarts, he'd have predicted that Hermione was going to be in the library until physically forced out. Since they weren't at Hogwarts, Harry imagined that Gandalf was in for a long session of answering Hermione's questions. Harry grinned to himself. Some things never, ever change. Their surroundings were impressive enough to justify Ron's open gaping. The architectural style was not one Harry recognized, although he had been interested in such things since before he found out he was a wizard. It looked like a combination of Gothic, Saracenic and Art Deco, all as if made by incredibly meticulous craftsmen who would spend 10 years on a single detail, getting it just exactly right. The overall effect was as beautiful and restful to the eye as the singers they had heard outside had been to the ear, and just as obviously non-earthly. He heard Malfoy mutter, "This place makes Malfoy Manor look like a rubbish tip," and inwardly agreed Harry knew of no building on Earth that was anything like this. The four Hogwarts students and Gandalf entered a large hall, where there was a long table laden with food. Others were there, both elves, humans and others that Harry had never seen the like of. Shorter than Harry by at least a head, but broadly built and obviously very strong, with long beards elaborately braided and decorated, dressed in rich clothes. The babble of voices from the gathering was silenced as Gandalf preceded Harry and his companions into the hall. In the sudden silence, Gandalf's deep voice sounded portentous as he announced, "As promised, they have come. I present to you the 4 replacements from Earth that Albus Dumbledore sent to us to replace the hobbits who were originally expected to arrive. We can now begin the meeting." A tall elf that had been seated on a throne-like chair at one side of the room stood, nodding to the Hogwarts students as they bowed awkwardly. "Welcome to Rivendell, the last homely house east of the sea. My name is Elrond, and this is my home. Please, do come in and introduce yourselves. We have much to discuss in the coming days." Meetings at Rivendell. Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. In the next few days, the 4 Hogwarts students found themselves meeting a great many people. Among others, they were introduced to Aragorn, son of Arathorn, a tall, dark, saturnine man who had escorted the 4 hobbits from near their home in a place called the Shire to the very borders of Rivendell. The hobbits had disappeared right in front of his eyes, and he still couldn't quite believe what he had seen. "It was the most extraordinary thing I had ever seen," he told Harry. "We had just won through the fords, with the Black Riders of Mordor on our heels, when all of a sudden, Frodo and the other hobbits vanished with a bright flash of light. At first, we suspected some trick of Mordor, but it was soon plain to see that the riders were as puzzled as we were. Then a glittering green skull appeared in the sky, with a snake sticking out of the mouth as though it were a horrible tongue. That's the Dark Mark, the Dark Lord's way of showing that he's been at work," murmured Hermione. He and his followers, the Death Eaters, sent it into the sky over places where they had been killing people or doing other horrible things. Draco Malfoy's face twisted. I should know, he whispered. I can still see it, in the air over Malfoy Manor, when the Aurors found me there in the ruins. Aragorn was obviously very curious about what all this byplay meant, but he ignored it. In any case, when we saw that, and saw that the 9 riders were just as surprised and confused as we were, we knew that Gandalf would need to know. When we were sure the riders were gone, we spurred for Rivendell to tell Gandalf, Glorfindel and Elrond. Hermione looked questioningly at Aragorn. Excuse me, Aragorn, but you've referred to the 9 riders. Who or what are they, and why would they be after the ring? Aragorn was obviously startled that anybody wouldn't know, and equally startled to be questioned by a woman. He gave Hermione a searching look, as though seeing her for the first time. The 9 riders, Miss Granger, are great kings of men, from the old times. They were given rings by Sauron, rings controlled by the great ring that he lost, and have been warped into his most terrible servants. They cannot die, unless Sauron himself is destroyed. Their great weapon is fear, and only the mightiest can stand against them. They give off cold and despair. Think Dementors, times about 1,000, Hermione, put in Ron. Hermione looked at him in utter surprise. He held up a book. Hey, you aren't the only one who studies. Since we got here, I've been reading up on everything I can find about this whole situation. These 9 riders are to Dementors what Dementors are to boggarts. You've got the right idea, Mr. Weasley, interjected Gandalf. Harry jumped, startled, as the 4 from Hogwarts turned to see Gandalf standing behind them. According to Albus, Dementors are the undying spirits of dark wizards, trapped in the world of the living, feeding off the souls of their victims. The 9 do not feed, their rings give them their sustenance, but other than that, and the fact that they are peerless warriors, they are much like your worlds. Dementors. Oh, joy, muttered Ron. Dementors. That's all we bloody need, isn't it? Dementors. Are you afraid? Gandalf leaned close, looking deep into Ron's eyes. You can turn back at any time, Mr. Weasley, and nobody will think the worse of you. The path you now tread will lead you into places far deeper and more perilous than you can easily imagine, and even I, Gandalf the Grey, would hesitate before going where you and your friends intend to go. Ron turned white. From somewhere within him, he visibly summoned courage. Harry watched with admiration. No, whispered Ron, and then, more loudly. No, I won't turn back. Harry's been my friend for years, and if I turned back, well, he drew a deep breath. Well, if I turned back now, if I abandoned Harry, somebody would survive. Somebody wearing my body, answering to my name. I don't know if it would be me. I don't know if I would even like that person. Gandalf's eyes widened. He turned to the others. Hermione straightened, looking Gandalf straight in the eye, with a touch of the manner Harry remembered from potions classes, when she had stood up to Professor Snape. I'm coming along. I'm going with Harry the whole way. Everything Ron said about what would happen if he turned back, well, you can just apply it to me, too. I'm not saying I'm not scared, I'd have to be a right idiot to not be scared. Her voice nearly broke, and then she went on, but I couldn't live with myself if I let them face danger alone. Tears were flowing down her cheeks, but her voice was steady, as she continued. They've been the best friends I've ever had, and I'd rather die with them than live without them. Harry and Ron looked at Hermione as though she'd just grown another head, or kissed Professor Snape. Harry was deeply touched. For 10 of the first 11 years of his life, he had never had any friends, and on some level, he had accepted that he deserved this. All the kindness he'd received in the wizarding world, all the adulation for being the famous Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had not quite convinced him down deep that he was loved, that he was a worthwhile person, that he amounted to anything. Seeing his friends standing up to a danger that they admitted terrified them, for his sake, meant more to him than he could have ever expressed in words. And what of you, Mr. Malfoy? Asked Gandalf, turning that searching gaze on Draco Malfoy. Harry watched curiously. Seeing Draco Malfoy as anything but an enemy and future Death Eater had been a shock, and he was very interested to see what Malfoy would say to the chance to call the whole thing off. If Draco was impressed by Gandalf, he hid it well. He leaned against one of the curiously carved pillars of Rivendell, as relaxed-looking as a cat lying in a warm sunbeam, and smiled lazily. You heard the others. They're all Gryffindors, that is to say, gallant fools who'll rush off to throw themselves into the first dragon's mouth they come to. They need me along, to keep them alive. Aragorn looked at him in puzzlement. I'm a Slytherin. We take a different view of things than Gryffindors do. Less idealistic, more pragmatic. To a Slytherin, winning isn't everything, it's the only thing. With me along, they have a better chance to get through to the cracks of doom. You haven't said that you're doing this because they're your friends, observed Gandalf. Draco shrugged. They aren't my friends. Potter, Granger and the Weasel have been at odds with me since we started school. We've done our best to make each other's lives miserable, and I'm quite sure that if I get killed here, they'll not regret it a bit. Still, although I won't say I like them, his voice suddenly hardened, and he straightened, staring at Gandalf as though the aged wizard was an enemy. I hate the people who murdered my whole family 1,000 times worse, and if helping them destroy the ring hurts my family's murderers, I'll help them. Harry, Ron and Hermione stared at Draco in utter shock. They'd always been on opposite sides from him, whether in classes, at Quidditch, or in extracurricular activities. This was a side of him they'd never seen. Secretly, Harry had to admit that Draco's help would be very useful. Nobody had ever said that he was not a very skillful wizard for somebody his age, and his greater familiarity with dark magic through lifelong exposure from his father would probably come in handy. Gandalf and Aragorn seemed to be willing to accept Draco's reasons for staying. Indeed, one of the Dark Lord's worst weaknesses is that he raises up enemies against himself, merely by being himself, murmured Gandalf. Straightening, Gandalf went on. In any case, we've got much to discuss here, and there are many people you should meet. They were introduced to Bilbo Baggins, the uncle of the Hobbit who had borne the ring and been sucked into their world by Voldemort. Never having met a Hobbit before, they looked at this short, elderly person with his bare, furry feet curiously. He studied them as intently as they did him, his shrewd eyes twinkling behind his wire-rimmed spectacles. My poor nephew, sighed Bilbo. I should have taken this journey on myself, rather than putting him into peril. Thanks to me, he's now in a madhouse, and not even in his own world. Gandalf says that this Saint Mungo's is very good at dealing with magical maladies. I just hope they can restore my nephew and his friends to sanity. He shook his head, and Harry could see a tear trickling down his cheek. If I had known what trouble that ring was, I'd have let Gollum keep it. What is Gollum? Asked Hermione. Or who is Gollum? Did you get the ring from him? Gollum's a twisted, evil creature that lived near a lake in an underground cavern. I found myself near his home, and happened to find the ring where he had hidden it. Not knowing what it was, I put it in my pocket, and found out later that it could make me invisible. That came in handy many times before that trip was through, I can tell you. Harry grinned, and reached into his nearby pack. Pulling out his father's precious invisibility cloak, he showed it to the aged hobbit. Then, with a flourish, he threw it over Draco Malfoy, who happened to be standing closest by. I don't need a ring to make myself invisible, do I? Bilbo gasped in awe. Draco's voice came from where he'd been standing. If you're quite finished using me as a visual or invisual aid, would you take your cloak back, Potter? Hermione and Ron snickered. At last, the invisible Malfoy. Too bad the cloak doesn't make him inaudible as well, but I suppose we can't have everything, commented Ron, as Hermione sighed stagily. Draco pulled the cloak off and tossed it back to Harry, grinning rather nastily. You're just jealous that I'm better looking than you are, Ron. Not that that's too difficult to be. But, Harry cut him off just as it looked like they were warming up for a really good quarrel among themselves. Enough. If it makes you feel better, Malfoy, I'm sorry I did that without asking you first. Draco gawped at Harry in utter fuddlement. Then his expression changed to one none of the other three had ever seen before. You know, Potter, I think that's the first time I ever heard you apologize to me. For what it's worth, I regret a lot of the quarreling we did back at Hogwarts. All I can say in my own defense was that I was younger then, and still thought that my father hung the sun and the moon. I'd also always heard that Muggle Borns, he amended hastily as Hermione sent him a glare, were a threat to the wizard community because they had loyalties outside of it. Apparently I was wrong. Or I was taught wrong. In any case, we're long ways from Hogwarts, and keeping up childish inter-house rivalries, or squabbles about who's more pure-blooded than whom, strikes me as stupid. Neither Harry, Ron or Hermione could think of anything to say to this extraordinary statement. For a few seconds, Harry allowed himself to think of how much it must have cost Draco to make it. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the strange feeling he was having. How could he sympathize with Draco Malfoy? At last, everybody who was needed had gathered, and they went in to dinner. The food on offer was at least as abundant and delicious as it was at Hogwarts, and Harry found himself quite enjoying his meal. The spices used were ones he could not identify, but the overall effect was incredibly satisfying. As he carved a slice of roast for Hermione, who was sitting between him and Ron and quite enjoying the attention, he smiled at the thought of how Dudley Dursley would have reacted to this feast. He'd probably have hogged everything in sight, and eaten until his belly was about to burst. Savoring the delicate flavors, Harry sipped at a glass of excellent mead and listened to the elven singers. Their beautiful, otherworldly song discouraged conversation during the meal itself, leaving everybody free to concentrate on the food. After the songs ended, Harry found himself talking to some of the other people seated near him. Bilbo introduced Harry and his companions to a couple of the odd-looking people, like short, very wide, big-boned men with deep voices and long, luxuriant beards, that he had noticed before. "This is my old friend and companion, Gloin, from the Lonely Mountain. He was one of the 13 dwarves that I accompanied to the mountain, long ago." The old dwarf bowed politely. "Gloin, at your services. This," pointing at the younger dwarf standing by, "is my son, Gimli. We're here representing our king, Dane Ironfoot, and seeking counsel of Elrond and Gandalf." Slightly intimidated by the dwarf's stern demeanor and deep, rumbling voice, Harry bowed, his companions following his lead a half-second later. "Harry Potter, son of James Potter, at your service, Gloin and Gimli." The others murmured their names and slight variants on the polite formula. Gloin and Bilbo nodded in satisfaction. "What is this Lonely Mountain, and where is it? Are all the people there dwarves?" asked Hermione. Gloin looked at her in approval. He clearly had no problem with women seeking knowledge. "The Lonely Mountain is north and east of here, near Dale on the Long Lake, the other side of Mirkwood." Hermione nodded, fixing these facts in her capacious memory. "It is the great kingdom of Durin's folk, the eldest of all the kinships of the dwarves. We were long ago driven from our old home, in Khazad Dum, which the elves call Moria, and settled in the Lonely Mountain. From the Lonely Mountain we were driven by the dragon Smaug, until by the efforts of some of our folk, aided by the good bowman bard of Esgaroth and our friend Bilbo, Smaug was killed and our home was freed." Gloin stared at her shrewdly. "I see you love learning and knowledge, in the same way that my people love gold and gems and made things. Perhaps you're wiser than we are. You need not worry about transporting or hiding your knowledge, and you can give of it endlessly and still have it all." Hermione blushed pink with pleasure. "Perhaps one day you can come to the mountain, and we can go through the old records of my people's doings." Hermione's eyes lit up. There were quite a few people there to meet. A young elf named Legolas, a son of the Elf King of Mirkwood, stuck in Harry's mind, if only because of Bilbo's asides to him about how tough it had been for him, creeping invisibly around the Elf King's halls while his dwarven companions had been imprisoned by the elves. "That was a lonely time, Harry," the old hobbit said, shaking his head. "Wearing that ring for as long as I did got to be very uncomfortable, but I didn't dare take it off. I was the only hope my friends had of getting out of those dungeons." "How did you do that?" asked Draco, admiringly. He had been fascinated by this story ever since Bilbo had begun it. "I know you were invisible, but that didn't help you open locked doors." Bilbo preened slightly, his eyes twinkling. "I got hold of some keys, got my friends out, and put them in barrels. We all floated down to Lake Town, that's not far from Dale, and the lake folk helped us." He looked up. "Hush, Legolas has something to say." The elf was explaining to the company that the former bearer of the ring, Gollum, had escaped from custody in Mirkwood. We did not fail through lack of watchfulness, Aragorn, but rather over kindness. We allowed Gollum out under guard occasionally. On the last such occasion, the creature climbed a tree and refused to come down. When darkness fell, dark creatures came from the forest and slew or drove off the guards that were set around the tree he had climbed, and when reinforcements had arrived, he was gone. Bilbo shook his head. I'm not happy about that, he muttered. Gollum's one of the nastiest pieces of work you can find in a month of Sundays, and with his new friends he can get up to all sorts of mischief. Maybe he's dead, offered Ron. Bilbo shook his head. Much as I'd like to believe that, I don't think it's likely. He's apparently lived for centuries, and he's elusive and hard to kill. Aragorn had a dreadful time tracking him down, and only succeeded through luck. At last, Gandalf called for quiet. When he had everybody's attention, he turned to Harry. The time is here, Mr. Potter. Show us the ring. Slowly, Harry pulled on the fine chain that held the ring around his neck, and brought it out of his shirt. It glittered in the light, and Harry felt as though it was regarding him malevolently. Murmurs and gasps ran up and down the table. Isildur's bane. This comment came from a man that Harry hadn't met yet. He looked a little like he could have been a cousin of Aragorn's. He was staring at the ring wide-eyed. Gandalf nodded. Indeed it is, Boromir. The same one Isildur cut from Sauron's hand, the same one that slipped from his hand and betrayed him to the orcs. Long lost, now found again. Boromir shook his head in wonder. Bilbo Baggins, whom you've all met, held it for quite some time, and then passed to his nephew, Frodo. On his way here, Frodo was pulled into another world, by an evil wizard of that world who wanted the ring for his own uses. The ring was intercepted, and our friends here, indicating Harry, Ron, Hermione and Draco, have volunteered to bear it, at least for now. Boromir's eyes lit up. This ring, it contains much of Sauron's own power. Would it be possible to use it to overthrow the Lord of Mordor, and free my country of Gondor from his threat forever? Gandalf shook his head, as Harry piped up. If you could sense what I sense about this ring, Boromir, you wouldn't ever say anything like that. I'm a wizard myself, if not as powerful as Gandalf. My friends and I can sense this thing's evil will. If we, or anybody, tried to claim it and use it as our own, we'd end up twisted and evil. Exactly, said Gandalf. It's not widely known, but Gollum, of whom you've heard, was a hobbit once. He got the ring by murder, and claimed it as his own for centuries. Even Bilbo here was beginning to feel the effects of the ring by the time he gave it up. He didn't give it up easily, but he'd begun to feel very uneasy about it. He also wore and used it very little for most of his life, but even so, he began to feel like butter spread over too much bread, supplied Bilbo. The thing began to weigh on my mind. It seemed to be like an eye staring at me. He shook his head. Gandalf tells me that one reason the ring didn't affect me as badly as Gollum was because, in acquiring it, I pitied Gollum and spared his life. The other times the ring had changed hands, it had done so with violence. Isildur cut it from Sauron's hand, it slipped from Isildur's finger and betrayed him to his killers, and Gollum killed his friend who had found it in the mud of the river. If you, or any of the great and the wise, tried using this ring, in the end you'd be another Dark Lord. The only thing to do is to destroy it. We can't ship it over sea. Those who live there would not receive it. And as long as it exists, Sauron's power cannot be completely broken. It must be destroyed, and the only way to do that is to cast it into the fire where it was made, at Mount Doom, Oraduin, in Sauron's own country of Mordor. That would be a perilous journey. Boromir looked doubtful. And who will go there, go into the heart of the Dark Lord's own country, to destroy this ring? I'd be willing to take the chance, for the sake of Gondor. Boromir looked around the table. But who can bear the ring? These four. He snorted. Why, they're but children, and one of them, a mere girl. Harry gave Boromir a furious glare. More impulsive than Harry, Ron snapped. Children, are we? Can children of Gondor, whatever that may be, do this? Pointing his wand at the Gondorian, he snapped, Expelliarmus. Boromir stared in shock as his sword flew from the sheath and into the air, to be caught by Ron. He looked at the weapon. Not a bad toe jabber. This. Want it back? He handed it back to its owner, smiling nastily. Swords are all right, for people who can't really protect themselves, but give me a wand and I'll make sure that anybody bothering me or my friends wishes he had never been born. In a shocked silence, Ron sat back down, his friends smiling at him. Draco Malfoy leaned across to slap Ron's back gently. Way to go, Weasley. Don't let the muggles push us around. Ron grinned at Draco, as Harry reflected on the vagaries of human nature. Ron and Draco had, as Draco had said, been at each other's throats since their first meeting. However, being lumped in as children, unworthy of consideration, had given those old enemies a common enemy. Ron was less proud of his pure wizard ancestry than Draco had been, but being sneered at by muggles irritated him, too. Hermione gave Boromir a poisonously sweet smile. Had she smiled that way at Harry, Harry would have been backing away and making nice. The last time he had seen her looking at anybody that way, she had ended up turning a Slytherin girl's hair green for calling her a mudblood. Before you start in on the fact that I'm a girl, let's get something straight, Lord Boromir. I'm a girl. I've been one all my life. I wouldn't change that for anything. Where I come from, we have a saying. Girls rule, boys drool. Magic doesn't care whether I have to squat when I pee, and courage doesn't only come to men. If anything, I'm probably better at spellcasting than Ron is. Would you like a demonstration? She raised her wand, smiling ominously, and Gandalf intervened hastily. That won't be necessary, Miss Granger. I'm sure that Lord Boromir didn't mean any harm or any disrespect to you. You and your 3 friends have volunteered already to carry the ring to Mount Doom. Nobody here can doubt your courage. Gandalf looked around, to meet averted gazes everywhere. I'll be going along, as well. Who else wishes to accompany us? After a little more discussion, the composition of the group was settled. Besides Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco and Gandalf, it included representatives from the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, and the elves of Mirkwood. Gimli son of Gloin and Legolas Greenleaf would be accompanying the company, as would Aragorn son of Arathorn and, to Harry's surprise, Boromir. I'm the son of the ruling steward of Gondor, Mr. Potter, explained Boromir. We've been the main shield of the West against Mordor for centuries, and I'm willing to do anything to see that thread taken away from my city forever. A feeling of foreboding came over Harry, and he sighed. Well, he said into a sudden silence, we've decided who's going along. The sooner we get this started, the sooner we'll be done. I'm for bed, myself. I want to make an early start, the days aren't getting longer, and I want to be on the road by daybreak. Harry Potter is wise, said Elrond, as the company arose. Albus Dumbledore chose well, when he chose his ring-bearer. 'Tis evil in the wild to fare Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. As a grey dawn was breaking, early the next morning, the company set out from Rivendell. Each of them was carrying a pack. Elrond and Bilbo were at the door to see them off. Goodbye, said Bilbo. I doubt that you'll be able to keep diaries, out there in the wild, but do try to remember everything so that when you get back I can put it all down in my book. Harry, Ron, Draco and Hermione all shook his hand. Harry had developed a great liking for the old hobbit in the days of their acquaintance. In an odd way, Bilbo reminded Harry of Professor Dumbledore. You always knew where you were with him, and that counted for a great deal. Bilbo gave them a worried look. I wish the season were different, as the old rhyme goes. When winter first begins to bite, and stones crack in the frosty night, when pools are black and trees are bare, 'tis evil in the wild to fare. Farewell, my friends, said Elrond. I have one last thing to say. This is the ring-bearer's quest. The others of you can turn back at any time. To the ring-bearer, I must say this. Don't throw the ring away, or give it to the servants of the enemy, or even let anybody else see or handle it unless it's one of the company, and even then, only do it if absolutely necessary. After a few more farewells, the party set forth, heading up the ridges east of Rivendell. At the top of the ridge, Harry, Ron and Hermione turned for a last look at the last homely house. Below them, they could see its lights twinkling through the trees in the dim uncertain light of an early winter dawn. Hermione shivered. Well, that's probably the last of civilization we're going to see for quite a while. If we ever get back to Britain, I'm going to strangle that idiot Frodo for waiting so long to set out, instead of leaving as soon as Gandalf was overdue." Harry shook his head in foreboding, as they turned to follow the rest of the company. They had all looked at maps while they were at Rivendell, and what lay ahead did not look like it would be easy to cross, even without servants of the enemy scouring the countryside for any trace of them. Speed and secrecy and sheer audacity were their best defenses. They followed the road to the fords of Bruinen, wading across in the shallows. Harry was glad of his earthly boots, with their gripping soles, as he picked his way through the swift-moving water. One or two of the locals weren't as lucky, and fell or sat down with a splash. After crossing the river, they turned south to follow the little-known paths through the moors. This country was little traveled by anybody, and few servants of Sauron had ever been seen there. For days they tramped along through the moors and gorse in single file. Gandalf and Aragorn went first, picking the trail they were to follow, with Gimli behind them, and then the four from Hogwarts. Behind them came Boromir, with Legolas taking the rear to search the landscape with his keen eyes. The weather was bleak and cloudy, with a sad wind sighing among the heather. It sometimes made Harry quite homesick for Britain in a way that sunny, cheerful weather wouldn't have. At first, the Hogwarts contingent slowed the party slightly, as they got used to tramping all day and broke in their new boots. Every evening, Gandalf would rub liniment on aching muscles and check their feet for signs of blisters or other injuries. After a few days, though, Harry found that he was getting used to marching all day, and he noticed that the others seemed to be complaining less and needing fewer breathers. Harry was surprised at how well Draco Malfoy took to the whole situation. Limber and lean, he easily kept up with the company, and only direct commands from Gandalf or Aragorn would get him to admit that he was tired or that he hurt. Rubbing his aching calves one evening, Harry gave his old rival a very appraising look. He had never seen Draco so cheery in all his life, even though his feet were soaking in a pannikin of water while they waited for Gimli to finish cooking the evening's meal over one of Hermione's magical fires. "Draco," began Harry. Draco looked over at him, cocking an eyebrow in surprise. The Hogwarts students hadn't spoken much to anybody the first few days of the trip. The bare countryside rather spooked Hermione. She was a daughter of the same sort of London outer suburbs as Harry was, and the wilderness made her vaguely uneasy. Ron was just homesick. "Malfoy, you seem to be really taking to this whole place. Why?" Draco smiled, a more relaxed, easier smile than Harry had ever seen on his face. It was like the sun shining through a dark cloud, and all of a sudden, Harry understood why so many girls at Hogwarts seemed to like him. "Oh, I like it here. Malfoy Manor's in the Northumbrian moors, miles from any town, and when I was little, my mother and I would go up onto the moors and hike for miles. We'd have a picnic, fly a wizard kite or two, she'd sing to me and play her lute, and we'd go back to the manor in the evening. This place is like a bit of home." Harry considered this bit of news. He had never really thought to wonder what life had been like for Draco Malfoy prior to Hogwarts, but Draco had been as much a product of his family and environment as Harry, or Ron, or Hermione. "Did your father ever go along? I'll tell you the truth, that sounds like heaven, compared with what I had to put up with." Draco's expression darkened. No, to him, it was time-wasting muggle-imitating rubbish, just like a lot of other things were. Anything that wasn't about magic, or gaining power, was time-wasting muggle rubbish as far as Dad was concerned. Besides, out on the moors, Mum and I could get away from him for a while. It was like heaven, out there with the wind and each other, and no Malfoy family expectations to live up to. Draco gave Harry a considering look in his turn. "Still and all, even with my father leaning over you and breathing down your neck, I'd bet you'd have swapped with me any day and twice on Sunday." Harry nodded. "No matter how badly your father thought of muggles, I can tell you, the Dursleys were even worse." Draco's eyes widened as Harry went on. "They made me sleep in a closet under the stairs. They treated me like dirt while they spoiled my horrible cousin Dudley rotten. He'd throw literal tantrums if he didn't get more presents at his birthday than he had the previous birthday, and he kept count, believe you me." Draco went white in sheer shock. His mum fed him up like a Christmas goose, but no matter how fat he got, his mother insisted that he was just a growing boy who needed his nourishment, even when he was almost as heavy as Hagrid. Suddenly, Draco giggled. He shook his head at Harry's glare. "No, Potter, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just remembering something I heard down in Hogsmeade at the Three Broomsticks. I was down there with Crabbe and Goyle, looking for something for my mum for Christmas, and I heard Hagrid telling Madame Rosmerta about all the trouble he had getting your Hogwarts letter to you. I didn't understand about, gave that great whining lump a curly tail, tried to make him into a pig, but he was so much like one already that the tail was the best I could do." Draco looked at Harry, eyes dancing. "Did he really do that?" Harry nodded, smiling broadly at the memory. "Sure did. The thing you've got to remember about the Dursleys, Draco, is that they're absolutely down on wizards and magic and anything to do with it, sort of like Voldemort, or your father, in reverse. That was why they treated me the way they did. When my Hogwarts letters started coming, Uncle Vernon, Dudley's father, took us from place to try to get away from them, and finally out to a hut on a rock in the sea. Hagrid had to come out there and personally hand me my letter, and when Uncle Vernon said something about not paying to let some old fool teach me magic tricks, Hagrid blew up, grabbed his umbrella, he keeps the pieces of his old wand in there, you know, and tried to turn Dudley into a pig." Draco collapsed, giggling helplessly at the thought. "Oh, if my father had only been there." Sitting up, he wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. "My father was kind of like your Uncle Vernon, but in reverse. To him, Muggle and white trash were one and the same thing. If he'd been there, even though he doesn't think much of Hagrid, frankly, he's got a point, you must admit. Hagrid's a little short in the common sense department, your uncle and cousin would have been turned into newts." Draco winked at Harry. "And, no, they would not have got better, either. I saw that movie, too, you know." Hermione shook her head. "It'd never happen. No girl wants to have to dress up as a potion recipe, after all." Ron snickered, and Hermione went on. "I'd have once said, and not all that long ago, either, that seeing those two getting along so well was about as likely as you telling Professor Snape that you liked him so much, you wanted him to give you more homework, permanent detention in the potions lab, and take 100 points off Gryffindor. Common that you don't share." His smile twisted. "At least, I know. You don't share it, Ron, and I sincerely hope you don't, Hermione." "What's that?" asked Ron, settling down Indian fashion. "Other than Quidditch, I can't think of two wizard-born students who have less in common." "A thoroughly horrid home life, Ron," said Harry quietly. Ron opened his mouth, visibly reconsidered what he was about to say, and shut it tightly. 2 weeks from Rivendell, the weather took a turn for the better, and the sun came out, pale and weak as the British sun in winter, but welcome nonetheless. Peering off into the distance, Harry could see mountains raising themselves above the horizon. "What mountains are those?" he asked. "Ready with facts as always," Hermione answered, peering at a map and at the mountains alternately. "Those have to be the Misty Mountains. I'm not sure how far south we've come, though, so I can't really say more." With the familiar lust for knowledge lighting her large brown eyes, she turned to Gandalf. "Can you show me where we are on this map, Professor, Gandalf?" Gandalf leaned down and peered at the map, then stabbed a long, bony finger at one point. "We're on the edge of Eregion, or Hollin as men call it. Right here. We've come 45 leagues as the crow flies, but the actual distance we've walked has been much greater." "I need no map to know those mountains," said Gimli. He stared off at the 3 tallest peaks, miles away, with an unfathomable expression on his face. "I've only seen them once before in the flesh, but every dwarf knows them. They're called Baraz, Zarak, and Shother in our language, and below them is Khazad Dum, which was once the great city of the dwarves. The elves call it Moria, which means Black Pit, with a sour look at Legolas and the Misty Mountains divide near there." Legolas returned his glare, but under Gandalf's eye, did nothing more. "We can get through past Caradhras, near the 3 peaks, to the valley of Azanilbizar, the one no dwarf can forget, the one the men call Dimril Dale. The Silverlode River rises there, in Mirrormere Lake, and we can follow it down out of the mountains, and through the secret woods, to the end of the journey," Gandalf supplied. Satisfied for the moment, Hermione put away her map. Gandalf went on. We can rest here for a day or so. This land still bears the traces of the elves that lived here, and that's a good thing. I can feel it, too, said Legolas, but these elves are a folk that we wood elves know little about. I can hear the stones lamenting them. Deep they delved us, well they wrought us, high they built us, but they are gone. These elves left Middle-earth long ago. That morning, they built a larger fire than usual, not needing Hermione's services, and had a better time than they had had for some time. Harry noticed that although everybody else was more relaxed than they had been, Aragorn looked as though something was bothering him. Leaving the others, he went to stand beside the ranger, as he stood silently looking out over the moors. "Something the matter?" asked Harry. Aragorn gave him a shrewd look. "You don't miss much, do you, Mr. Potter?" "Yes. It's not that I miss the east wind, but when I've been through here before, I could hear the birds and beasts. Especially the birds, they're thick here. Today, though, I don't hear anything at all but our own group. I don't know what it means, but I don't like it at all." "Maybe we should be quieter," muttered Harry. "I mean, we've been pushing hard ever since Rivendell. I hate to be a wet blanket, but I'd rather be a wet blanket than a dead ringbearer." That morning, Ron took the first watch, but Aragorn chose to join him. After the others fell asleep, the silence grew and grew around them. The deep, regular breathing of the others, the slight noises as Ron changed position, and even the rustle of his clothes as he moved seemed uncannily loud in the stillness. In the southern sky, Ron spotted what looked like a black cloud, growing larger and larger. Soon he could see that it was no cloud, but a huge flock of birds. "What is it, Aragorn?" he whispered, pointing. Aragorn's eyes grew wide. He shoved Ron down into the shadow of a nearby holly bush. "Lie still and be quiet," commanded the ranger, as a detachment of birds broke off from the main body and sped over the very ridge they were sitting on. They looked very like crows to Ron, and he sensed something wrong about them. They flew overhead, thick enough to darken the very sunlight, and Ron heard a harsh croak as they went past. Aragorn held Ron down until the last of the birds were well out of sight over the ridge, and then he let Ron up and roused Gandalf. "We've been overflown by huge flocks of crows, including one group that went right over us here," reported Aragorn, "and they aren't local birds. Those were Crebain from Fangorn and Dunland, and although they may have been trying to get away from something, I think they were spying. I've also seen too many hawks flying high overhead. This area's dangerous, it's being watched. As soon as it's dark, we'd better be moving on." "Well, if this area's being watched, then so is the Redhorn Gate, which I had hoped to use," said Gandalf. "Getting past there without being spotted will be difficult, but we'll face that when the time comes. You're right, we'll have to move on as soon as it gets dark." If the fire had been smokier, it might have drawn the birds' attention. "From now on, we'll have to have a cold camp," said Aragorn. "We'll have to put this one out and not light another." "Well, that's rich," snarled Hermione. Like the others, she had heard the news when they awoke in the late afternoon. "And all because of a bunch of bloody birds. Ahriman take them. Can't we use magical fires? The kind we've been using?" Harry knew that she was quite proud of her ability at lighting and sustaining magical fire, and it had come in handy repeatedly on their journey. Gandalf shook his head. "No, Miss Granger. This is not an insult to your skills or your efforts. Your fires have been a great comfort to us, and I don't want to cold camp any more than the rest of you do. At least we're heading south, and the weather will be warmer." "Too warm for comfort, or I miss my guess," drawled Draco. "Oh, did you mean weather?" He gave the others an overly innocent look. Harry glowered at him. For the rest of that day, they lay low, keeping a sharp eye out as the flights of birds passed by overhead. When it got dark, they struck out again, heading for Caradhras while they could still see it by the light of the setting sun reflected from its sides. The stars came out as they trudged along, until Aragorn found them what seemed to be an old road. Under the light of the full moon, the stones they passed among seemed to be like old ruins, long abandoned by their builders. Late at night, not long before daylight, Harry looked up at the night sky. He saw something moving overhead, occulting the stars as it passed by. "What was that just flew past?" he asked Gandalf in a low tone. "It may be only a bit of cloud," answered Gandalf in the same low tones. Harry thought he sounded doubtful. Aragorn snorted softly. For a cloud, it was moving very fast and it was not going in the same direction as the wind is. Harry shivered, pulling his cloak closer about him. 3 days later, with the weather turning for the worse again, they were headed up the slopes of Caradhras. Harry was very glad of his thick woolen cloak, since it was now very cold and bitter, with a lowering sky and an icy wind blowing. Draco looked very worried about the weather. He looked up at the sky, frowning in thought, as they trudged along. "There's a blizzard coming, or I miss my guess," he explained when Harry asked him what was wrong. "I'm from Northumbria, remember? In the North Country, we do get more snow than you do down in the home counties, or the West Country," as he gave Ron a glance. "Believe me, though, when I tell you I hope I'm wrong this time. Blizzards are nothing to take chances with. I wish we were under shelter." In the lead, Gandalf and Aragorn were having a low-voiced argument about which path they should take. "The Redhorn Gate is almost certainly being watched," said Gandalf. "We'll have to take the High Pass, unless we go by the Dark Road." Harry's ears pricked up. He had heard enough of their argument to know that Aragorn did not like the idea of this Dark Road one bit. For that matter, he, Harry Potter, didn't much care for it. It didn't sound at all like fun. He developed a solid respect for the Saturnine Ranger, and valued his opinions. Boromir spoke up. "I've got experience with snow and high places, and before we leave the wooded areas, I'm going to suggest that we take along a supply of firewood. Each of us can carry a few sticks. I know that fire may be dangerous, but if it's a choice between fire and freezing to death, I'll take the fire and whatever danger comes with it." Harry and Hermione went off together to pull down some dead branches. Harry noticed that Hermione was beginning to show the strain of their journey. She had lost some weight. Why had he never noticed how beautiful the bone structure of her face was, anyway? And her skin was chapped and raw from being in the open all the time. She noticed him looking at her, and grinned, the old flashing grin that flickered across her face so quickly that if you weren't looking at the exact time, you'd miss it. "This is tougher than a NEWT exam on potions, with Professor Snape himself grading it," grunted Hermione, as they joined forces to pull a large dead branch from a tree. "To think that we could have done this in the summer. When I get back to Britain, Frodo Baggins is going to get the kicking of his life from me for delaying his start for so long." Harry shook his head. "Professor Dumbledore may have told me more than he told you about his condition, if he's in any shape to know you're kicking him, or why. It'll be a major medical miracle, and you wouldn't do it, anyway." Hermione shook her head as she picked up her half of the branch. I know. Still, it makes this easier, thinking about it." She scowled at the sky. "I wonder if this blizzard's natural, or is the Dark Lord causing it somehow? Gandalf told me that Sauron's incredibly powerful, even without—" She stopped speaking suddenly. They took their wood back to the rest of the party. As they climbed up into the mountains, snow started falling, and Harry noticed that Draco looked worried. He wasn't the only one, either. Hermione and Ron were not happy about the situation, and Aragorn was definitely uneasy. "I knew snow was a possibility," said Aragorn, when Harry asked him about it, "but it isn't as dangerous as other things. Also, we're far enough south that it shouldn't have come on this hard, not this far down in the mountains." He brushed snow off his broad-brimmed hat. "They say that the Dark Lord can control weather in the mountains that border his country, but I've never heard that his arm was long enough to do it here." "There are other things in the world than Sauron, Aragorn," said Gandalf. "Many of them don't love humans, or anything on two legs. And still are not in league with Sauron." Harry listened to the wind. Was it his imagination, or did it sound like malicious voices, crying out or laughing diabolically? The party slogged on upwards for a while, but the weather only grew worse and worse, until it was a full-scale blizzard. Huddling deep in his thick woolen cloak, Harry wished bitterly it had a fur lining. Beside him, he could hear Ron's teeth chattering as he stumbled through the snow. Hermione gave a squeak as she fell down, only to be helped back to her feet by Draco. "There you go, Hermione. Can't lose our fire starter, can we?" Harry peered through the gloom and swirling snow toward Draco. Standing there with his hood thrown back, Draco looked completely at home in the snowstorm. His fair hair whipped around his fine-featured face as the wind tore at him. "You weren't lying when you told me that you were used to this, were you, Draco?" asked Harry. Draco shook his head as Hermione let go of his arm with a nod of thanks. "We'd better stop soon and find someplace sheltered to lie up, Harry. I've seen worse blizzards, but not many, and I wasn't far from Malfoy Manor." When Harry passed this idea along to the rest of the company, he received unanimous agreement. Even the tough Gimli had had enough of trying to travel through the storm. When they found a spot where the cliff face gave them shelter from the prevailing wind, they huddled there and piled their wood up. Hermione performed her charm, and soon they had a crackling fire. Gandalf nodded approvingly. "We need this to stay alive," he told them, clapping a blushing Hermione on the shoulder, "but if I had used my magic to light it, it would have betrayed our position to anybody with the right sort of eyes to see for hundreds of miles around." They huddled around the fire, and each of them got a mouthful of the elves' mirivore. Harry thought of it as a much improved pepper-up potion. One mouthful, and he felt a whole lot better. He could see that it was a lifesaver for the others as well. Ron had been shivering uncontrollably for some time, and Draco had been coughing a nasty racking cough. Hermione huddled close to him, and they threw their cloaks over each other, sharing their body heat to survive. They stared into the fire as the snow continued to fall. Finally, toward morning, the snow stopped falling, but the weather still looked distinctly threatening. Looking down, Harry could see that the path they had taken up the mountain was shrouded in thick snow. The tops of the mountains were still hidden in ugly clouds. The party decided quickly that going down was the best alternative, but this would not be easy. The snow on the downward path had drifted higher than a tall man, and breaking through would be a real problem. Legolas, who had not been much affected by the storm, volunteered to go over the snow, not sinking in, and scout around to see how far the high drifts went. When Legolas had left, the others looked at each other. Boromir and Aragorn volunteered to break a path through the snow with their bodies, since they were the biggest and strongest people there. Ron shook his head. "Not a bad idea, but we don't want to waste our strength, anybody's strength, unnecessarily," he explained, pulling out his wand. "Malfoy, you're from an area where it snows regularly. Shouldn't there be a charm, or something, that'll move this stuff out of our way?" Draco gave Ron a strange look. "Surprising, the things you think of, Weasley. I was just remembering how we used to clear out snow at Malfoy Manor." At Ron's questioning look, Draco grinned. "Sent the house elves to do it, of course, you prat." He looked at the snow carefully. "Although, it occurs to me that a good banishing charm might be just the ticket here. You all know it, I know." "That we do," said Hermione. She pointed her wand at the drifts, and snapped. "Expelliarmus." The snow leapt up in front of her, then settled back, leaving about 4 feet of the pathway free. She walked forward, pointed her wand, and repeated her charm. Again, the snow cleared out of her path, and she turned to the others. Smiling, she said, "Well, come along, boys. My classmates and I can take turns, getting this stuff out of the way. Those storm clouds won't wait all day for us, you know." Progress was slow as they made their way down the mountain. When Hermione tired, Ron took over, blasting the snow off the path with the snow-banishing charm. As they plodded forward, Legolas came back, his eyes widening as he saw how they were getting out of the snow. "I'd never have believed it," he said to himself. Standing lightly on the snow, he looked offensively unaffected by the plight of the rest of the party, and Harry, who had just started taking his turn at banishing the snow, felt an urge to kick him. "At least, I have good news to report." Not too far ahead, on the other side of a big drift, the snow tapers off quickly, until it's just barely covering the ground. "So, it was Caradhras," muttered Gimli. He had been keeping a safe distance from the Hogwarts students' display of magic, and now, at the rear of the party, he turned and peered upward at the ominous-looking mountains. That was no natural storm. It was the mountain. It hates elves and dwarves. When they had finally won through out of the snow, Harry looked downward, wiping frost from his glasses. In the tumbled hills below them, he could see birds flying around, below where they were standing. He pointed, and Gandalf came to see what he had spotted. "I see them, Mr. Potter," But we can't do anything about them. We can't go up through the mountains, so we'll have to go down. Defeated and deflated, the party stumbled along toward the safer lowlands. Into the doors of Durin, Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. As soon as they were out of the worst of the mountains, the Fellowship considered what to do next. The question of returning to Rivendell was brought up by Gandalf before anybody else could, only to be decisively shot down. If we returned to Rivendell, having set out, we could not leave again, and soon Rivendell would be under siege. He stared into everybody's eyes in turn. The ringwraiths are terrible foes now, but they're shadows of what they'd be if their master got the ring back. Very well, drawled Draco, but we can't go over the mountains, at least not this late in the year. Granger, you're right. When we get back to Britain, remind me to accompany you when you throttle Frodo for setting out so late. He smiled rather nastily. You're a Gryffindor, after all, we Slytherins know how to throttle. Hermione looked at him carefully, then nodded solemnly. Harry had the impression that Hermione had re-evaluated Draco, and come to a different conclusion about him than she had before. If we can't go over the mountains, can we go around them? Asked Ron. According to this map I was looking at, we can get into the lands of the Lords of Rohan that way, and I was told they're friendly. Boromir perked up at this idea. The men of Rohan are friendly, and we would be passing close by Gondor that way. I like this idea. Gandalf shook his head. It takes us too close to Saruman, and since he's turned evil, I don't want the ring getting near him. Also, we're pressed for time pretty badly. There is a short way through these mountains, the old dwarven road through Moria. Moria, gasped Boromir. Moria's not much better than the Dark Lord's own dungeons. There are orcs there, thousands of them, or so I've been told. You don't know what you're talking about, Boromir, said Gandalf. I'm the only one here who's been in the Dark Lord's dungeons, and that was only in Dol Guldur in southern Mirkwood. Even I wouldn't try going into Barad-dûr itself. Also, after the great battles of Azanilbizar and the Lonely Mountain, there shouldn't be nearly as many orcs there as formerly. We might even meet Balin, Bilbo, Baggins' old comrade. There, he was going to try to set up the old dwarven kingdom in Moria, and he may still be there, in his ancestors' halls. Well, I'd like to go there, said Gimli, looking more enthusiastic than Harry had ever seen him. I'd like to see the halls of Durin, if you can find the doors. Excellent, said Gandalf. A dwarf will be less confused in dwarven ruins than men or elves would be, and I have been in Moria before, looking for Thrain, years ago. Aragorn looked very bleak. I've been there, too, but I don't like thinking about it, and I'd rather not go back. Legolas voted against going to Moria, and finally it came down to the Hogwarts students. The ringbearer and his companions should decide. What do you think, Mr. Potter? Asked Gandalf. The others awaited their decision respectfully, which was a little strange to Harry. Even Dumbledore usually did not treat him as an adult, much less an equal. Harry stood a little straighter, and gathered his friends with a gesture. First, I want to hear from Hermione. She's the one who's got the best head for facts. Hermione, what do you think? Do you think Moria's a good way to get through the mountains? Hermione looked very thoughtful as she got out one of her books and began leafing through the notes she had scribbled in hours of research at Rivendell. It looks to me like unless we run into serious trouble in Moria, we should be able to get through in a few days. There was a dwarven road through the lands under the mountains in the old days, and in those days it was a major trade artery. Gimli smiled at her praise of his people's work. If we can get into the place, we can at least see if we can get through. If nothing else, we'll be out of the weather there, and light will be no problem with 4 of us carrying wands. We've also got magical torches that we brought from home. Draco and Ron had nothing to say, deferring to Hermione, and Harry turned to Gandalf, saying, Moria it is, then. How far is the nearest gate? 15 or 20 miles, depending on whether you mean in a straight line or going over land, said Gandalf. In the distance, they heard the howls of wolves. At this, the whole party came to full alert. The hunt is up, snapped Gandalf. The wargs, the evil wolves of Sauron, are west of the mountains, and on our trail. The nearest door into Moria is 15 miles away as the crow flies, 20 or so by land. We'll have to start as soon as it's light, said Boromir. We don't know if there are orcs out, but we now know that the wolves are. Where there's wargs, there are orcs, said Aragorn. At Gandalf's command, the company set up a defensive position on a small hilltop. Since the wolves could track them easily by smell, Hermione was permitted to build a fire, and the ones not on guard dozed off around it. Harry was on guard when eyes started shining out of the night, reflecting the fire. Wolves, he cried, and the others turned to as the wolves' leader, a huge he-wolf, howled long and dismally. Gandalf stepped forward. Gandalf is here. Fly, hound of Sauron, or I will fry you. He shouted. The wolf snarled, and leapt, and fell, with Legolas' arrow through his chest. The rest of the pack fled, but the Fellowship kept careful watch nonetheless. The night wore on, with the waning moon setting, shining through the scudding clouds. Harry drew his cloak closer and shivered. He was sleepy and homesick. He thought he'd cheerfully ask Professor Snape for a permanent detention in the potions lab, if he could just let this burden go and be back at Hogwarts. Beside him, Draco, Ron and Hermione watched the night, their faces set and grim, wands ready in their hands. Toward morning, the wargs gathered and attacked. Suddenly Harry was startled to full wakefulness by a chorus of dreadful howls, as the company was attacked by long grey shapes leaping out of the night. Legolas' bow twanged again, and Gimli's axe struck home on warg after warg, while the two men struck at their tormentors with their long swords. The four from Hogwarts had their hands full, even with the help of the others. Hermione struck one wolf with a conjunctivis curse, causing it to break off its attack and paw at its eyes in pain as it howled, until one of its pack mates attacked it. Ron used binding charms to tie several wolves up as they leapt for him, while Draco stood firm as a rock, watching a huge she-wolf coming for him. When he judged the moment was right, he raised his wand, screamed, Avada Kedavra, and the wolf died in a green flash of light. Harry levitated a wolf far into the air before ending the spell, sending the beast crashing to the ground and breaking its legs. Gandalf strode forth to meet the wolves, a burning brand from the fire in his hand. Throwing it into the air, he spoke words of power, and the tree above him burst into flame, the fire lighting the night as the fire spread to the other trees around them. Legolas' last arrow burst into flame as it sped to its target in the throat of a wolf. The other wolves, having had their fill of combat, fled. In the morning, they couldn't find any sign of the bodies of the ones they'd killed, and all of Legolas' arrows were scattered around in pristine shape, save only one that had lost its head. Gandalf shook his head at Harry's questioning glance. These weren't just hungry beasts that thought we were easy prey, he said. Let's go on. Harry shuddered. As they traveled, the weather cleared. Harry looked up at the light blue sky, wondering if the weather was clearing so that someone, or something, could track them more easily. How far is it to Moria? Asked Ron. Not far, but the road may be winding. Aragorn's never been here, and it's been many years since I've walked these lands, said Gandalf. He pointed into the distance, to a line of cliffs. In the middle of them, Harry could see a great grey wall. I'm not sure if I hope that the doors to Moria are lost for good, or that we can get into them, muttered Boromir. The Gondorian had been unhappy about the road the company was taking, and Harry could tell that he wasn't happy about going into the dwarven ruins. Legolas and Aragorn also looked uneasy. Gimli, on the other hand, was so eager to get there that he was out in front of the rest of the company, right alongside Gandalf. Finally, several hours later, they found themselves standing by the shores of a dark, still lake. Well, now we know what happened to the Saranen, said Ron. I wonder how the stream was blocked, in the first place. Harry looked out at the lake. For some reason, he just didn't like the look of it. We'll have to go around, unless we want to swim, said Draco. He wrapped his arms around himself, shivering slightly. I don't know about you, but I don't fancy that idea above half. Out in the middle of the lake, a bubbling noise and ripples disturbed the still waters. Some time later, after going around the north end of the lake, they were standing in front of the cliffs, among several dead holly trees. The path they had to take was tricky, narrow and often choked with rock. Gandalf, at least, was pleased. We've found what we were looking for. This is the end of the Elvish Road. Holly trees were one of their symbols. So where's the door? Ron looked at the cliffside curiously. Harry examined it closely, and couldn't see any sign of a door, or anything like one. To his eye, it was utterly untouched by the hand of man, or elf, or dwarf. Curiously, he took out his wand and muttered, "Apparicium." The party gasped as silvery lines appeared on the side of the cliff, outlining a door. Above the door, words were written in an alphabet Harry couldn't read. "The doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter." Read Draco. Harry, Ron and Hermione were no less startled than the others. Gandalf looked closely at the lines of writing. "You're precisely right, Mr. Malfoy. Apparently they weren't lying when I was told that you knew the Elvish tongues." Gandalf turned back to the doors. "Now, the question is, how do we open them? There's probably a password, if we just knew it." "Let me try," said Ron. Pulling out his wand, he shouted, "Alohomora." To no avail. Harry, Hermione and Draco stepped up, and they all tried at once. Nothing happened. "Let's think about this," said Hermione. While Gandalf tried several spells of his own, she gathered the other Hogwarts students together off a little to one side. Now, this password would have to be something that could be figured out. They wouldn't want to leave their people trapped outside, if the gates were shut and they needed to get in right now. So, I'd bet almost anything that the password is out there, if we can just figure out what it is. She looked closely at Draco, who returned her gaze with a slight smile. "Can you tell me exactly what it says on those doors?" "I already said, the doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter." Draco jumped up onto a rock by the side of the lake, balancing easily on the top despite the fact that it was slippery and very narrow. Harry wondered if Draco did have a streak of elvish ancestry in him somewhere. Of course, the elves of Arda and the house elves he had known in his own world were as different as night and day. "Is that all it says?" asked Hermione. Harry could hear Gandalf, still trying various opening spells and words, while the doors stayed stubbornly shut. Most of the others were still beside him, watching expectantly, except for Boromir, who got up and came over to see what Harry and the others were doing. Draco looked thoughtful. "Well, below the part about the doors of Durin, there's a line about the person who made the doors and the one who drew the signs. Narvi made the doors themselves, according to what's up there, and somebody or other named Celebrimbor, Silvertree, in Elvish, drew the signs. I don't know what Narvi means, so I expect he was a dwarf. At Rivendell, I found out that the dwarves' language is not taught to non-dwarves." "How do you know Elvish, anyway?" asked Ron. "I've been meaning to ask." "As have I," said Boromir, coming up and sitting down as though he was assured of a welcome. Harry gave him a measuring look. He did not quite like or trust the big Gondorian, for reasons he couldn't quite figure out. After questioning his and his companions' right to their roles, Boromir had generally been very quiet, but Harry had felt the Gondorian's gaze on him, more than once. There was also something or other between him and Aragorn, and that made Harry slightly uneasy as well. Draco hopped easily down from the rock, keeping his balance effortlessly. "I couldn't answer that if my life depended on it, Weasel," he replied to Ron. He smiled broadly. "For all I know, it's the same way Potter speaks Parseltongue." At Boromir's questioning look, Draco explained, "Parseltongue's the language of snakes. Somehow or other, it's a long story and I don't know all the details. Potter, here, can speak it if he's looking at a snake." Draco smirked. "However, I prefer to think that it's just another manifestation of my natural genius." "Really? How interesting," said Boromir, looking closely at Harry. Harry was uncomfortable with the way the Gondorian was looking at him, and turned away to look out over the lake. Boromir looked out, too, and his lips twisted. "How I detest this foul pool." Stooping down, he picked up a stone and threw it out into the water. The stone splashed into the murky depths, and Harry heard a bubbling noise. Far out, beyond where the stone had hit, a disturbance began roiling the water. Ripples formed on the oily-looking surface, moving slowly toward the shore. "What did you do that for?" snapped Harry. "Leave the water alone. I don't like the look of it." Suddenly, Gandalf stood up and laughed. "Of course. I have it, It was on the door all the time. Pointing to the doors, he shouted, "Melon." The doors began to creak slowly open. Turning to the others, he said, "They were more trusting then, all you had to do was to say the Elvish word for friend, and the doors would open. Of course, you could expect that no goblin or orc would know that word, or would say anything in an elven tongue, so they weren't completely trusting." Draco turned to Hermione. "You were right all the time, Granger. My hat's off to you," as he mimed doffing a hat. "That word was written up above the door, in Elvish. If I'd read the actual Elvish inscription, it might have been all that was needed to open the doors." Hermione smiled in triumph as the 4 Hogwarts students lined up to enter the doors of Durin. Behind them, the ripples reached the shore, and suddenly a fingered tentacle, glowing faintly green, had Harry by the ankle and was dragging him back toward the water. The water seemed to be boiling as more and more tentacles came out of it, wriggling toward the company. Ron pointed his wand toward Harry, howling, "Expelliarmus," as Harry yanked out the Japanese short sword he had brought from Earth and hewed at the tentacle. Whether it was the spell or the bite of the steel, the tentacle released Harry, but others were reaching for him and his companions. Hermione and Draco flung impediment curses at the nearest tentacles, while Harry scrambled to his feet and away from the edge of the water. A horrible stench filled the air. "All together now, Wingardium Leviosa!" screamed Draco. He waved his wand at the point where the tentacles seemed to be coming together, and a spherical body began to heave itself above the surface of the water. As Hermione, Ron and Harry joined their spells to his, the owner of the tentacles was forced into the air. Harry cried out in horror and loathing at the sight. It was a perfectly spherical body, with no eyes that he could see, but hundreds of long, thin tentacles sprouting from the top, and covered in a translucent skin, through which one could see alien-looking organs pulsing with horrible life. "The Watcher in the water," shouted Gimli. He had been hacking at the nearest tentacles with his razor-sharp axe, but the sight of the Watcher rising from the waters had distracted him. "The creature that built that dam and damned the Saranen." "Truly did Gandalf say that there are other evil powers in this world than Sauron," said Legolas, sending arrow after arrow into the pulsating side of the Watcher. Revulsion was written all over his delicate-featured face as he pulled his bowstring back to the ear, sending yet another arrow on its way to bury itself into the Watcher's hideous soft flesh. "Gandalf! We can hold it up, but we can't do anything else to it," shrieked Hermione. Horror and wonder were in her eyes as she poured every bit of her power into the levitation spell. Harry thought that the contact with the air was itself damaging the Watcher. It had ceased to try to grab members of the company, and it was twitching convulsively throughout its body and tentacles alike. He closed his eyes to concentrate on his spell. Stepping forward, Gandalf raised his gnarled staff. He shouted words in a language Harry didn't know, and a bolt of incredibly intense light leapt from his staff to impact the Watcher with a roar like a thunderbolt. The Watcher convulsed, and its body burst open, spilling its entrails into the dark lake. As the Watcher's body fell apart, Harry could feel the weight he was holding up lessening. The levitation spell had fastened onto the Watcher's outer skin, which had to have been tougher than it looked to hold up under the strain. He let the spell die, and as the others followed suit, the remains of the Watcher in the water fell into the water with a splash and sank. There were still a few tentacles reaching onto the land, but the greenish glow they had was dying, and they did not even twitch. "Well, get in while the getting's good." That spell told everybody with the right sort of eyes to see for 500 miles around where we are. Gandalf's sharp voice startled Harry out of his paralysis, and he bounded up the stairs into Moria, the others right behind him. When all 9 companions were inside at last, Gandalf pushed at the doors, and they shut as smoothly as though they had last been used yesterday. In the sudden darkness, Harry remembered his Everlight trademark torch, and he pulled it out and lit it. The company was standing in a large, long-disused room, with a large flight of stairs at the opposite end from the doors, going up into a dark hall. "I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. Let's get outside some food," commented Ron. Harry suddenly realized just how hungry he was. He thought longingly of Hogwarts, with its huge banquets of carefully prepared food appealing to all tastes. sitting cross-legged on a dirty stone floor sipping stale water and gnawing on jerked beef and dried fruit. Wasn't the same, but he was so hungry that he didn't much care. It filled his stomach and soothed him after the horror outside. After their meal, Gandalf gave everybody another sip of Mirivor, which Harry found wonderfully reviving. "I wonder if Professor Snape could make this stuff," mused Draco, after his sip of Mirivor. "When we get back to Rivendell, I should ask Elrond how this is made. I'd bet that Professor Snape would be very interested." At Harry's incredulous look, Draco went on. "Look, Potter, I know you don't like Professor Snape. I've seen how he rides you in potions class. He hated your father. My father told me how those two got along like cats and dogs. On top of that, he really does think you have a swelled head from being the boy who lived, and he thinks that he's the only one who tries to keep you humble." He shrugged his shoulders. "It so happens, Professor Snape and I get along fairly well. None of those factors apply with me, and I'm also in his house, and he's quite partisan, you may have noticed." "So that's it," said Harry. "Believe me, after 10 years with the Dursleys, I have no problem with being humble. I didn't even know I was the boy who lived until Hagrid found me and got me my letter. I didn't know anything at all about the wizarding world. I'd never heard of Quidditch or Hogwarts or Voldemort or any of that." He smiled slightly. "Do you remember the first time we ever met? I didn't understand half of what you were on about, the various houses, Quidditch, and all the rest of it." Draco nodded. "I didn't quite know what to make of you, Potter. On the one hand, you said you were pure blood, not that that matters to me anymore, and on the other hand, you didn't act at all like you were familiar with the magical world." He smiled ruefully. Sighing, he went on. "I really regret a lot of what I did back then. Back then, I believed everything my father told me. I wonder what he would have said if he'd known that Lord Voldemort would kill him and my mum on nothing but suspicion that they were planning to take his place." Harry's eyes widened. "You were there for that, weren't you?" he asked, his voice low. Draco nodded. "We were at dinner in Malfoy Manor. The manor's unplottable, of course, can't have just anybody able to drop in, but Voldemort knew how to get there. We were just beginning to eat when Voldemort appeared with a gang of Death Eaters. He was raving, livid. I've never seen the like in all my days. He screamed that his greatest chance of power had been lost, and that he had proof that Dad had been responsible." "Oh, gods," muttered Hermione, her eyes wide. "He killed them?" "Yes, and I think he'd have killed me, but one of his spells set off a booby trap that Dad had set up, long ago, to ensure that in the event of a successful attack on Malfoy Manor, the manor would be destroyed. I remember, the floor heaving under my feet." Draco paused, sweat starting on his brow, his eyes staring at nothing. I can sort of remember getting through the French window, as my mother was screaming under the Cruciatus curse, and then the next thing I remember was waking up in St. Mungo's, with Professor Dumbledore by my bed. He broke the news that my family was dead. The Aurors had been close on Voldemort's trail, but hadn't been able to get to Malfoy Manor in time to stop him. When they arrived, the last of the surviving Death Eaters were disapparating, and the dark mark was in the sky over the ruins." Harry had listened to Draco's tale with horror. It sounded as bad as what had happened to his parents, with the additional fillip that Draco, unlike himself, had been easily old enough to remember every bit of what had happened. They were opposites in temperament and in approach to life, but they truly had a great deal in common, as well. Harry remembered all too well what experiencing his parents' death had been like, under the influence of the Dementors, and he wouldn't have wished it on anybody. He peered at his two best friends in the gloom. Hermione's face was pale and set, and Ron looked horrified. Draco sighed. "In any case, that's what happened. The irony is, Dad was a devoted Death Eater himself. Yes, I can say that now, and would no more have betrayed the Dark Lord than he would have broken his wand and gone to live as a Muggle. Thanks to the man he swore loyalty to, I now have no home but Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore's going to see about finding me somewhere in Hogsmeade to stay over the summer holidays." He shook his head. "Right now, I wouldn't mind being back at Hogwarts." Hermione sighed. "Gods and goddesses, I wish I was back at Hogwarts. This trip's been fascinating and educational, the gods know, but right now, I'd give almost anything to see my old room in Gryffindor Tower, and the library, and even Professors Snape and Binns. Ron grinned, reaching out to feel Hermione's forehead. You want to see Professors Snape and Binns? Are you sure you're all right? Hermione smacked lightly at his hand, and Harry thought she was blushing, but in the dim light it was hard to tell for sure. After they finished eating, they went on. Nobody, even Gimli, wanted to stay in Moria longer than they had to. With the Hogwarts students' Everlight torches, light was no big problem, but the mines were incredibly intricate, and Harry knew that without Gandalf and Gimli, none of them had any chance of seeing the outside world again. It put him in mind of things he had learned from ancient mythology, about the great labyrinth in Crete. As Gandalf walked at the head of the group, he held a long straight sword in his hand, and occasionally would look at the blade. Glamdring, Gandalf's sword, glows if there are orcs close by, murmured Aragorn, when Hermione asked him what the wizard was doing. It was forged by elves long ago, and their weapons have that power, to ensure that they won't be taken by surprise. Harry thought that a sword that glowed when enemies were nearby was much more useful than a scar that hurt when enemies were thinking of one. They marched for a long time, deep into the bowels of the mountains. Around them, all was dark and quiet, save for water dripping here and there, except that Harry thought he sometimes heard soft bare feet pattering along behind them. It was difficult to tell, but when the group would stop for a minute, Harry would hear the footfalls behind them going on for a few seconds before stopping. Somehow, he didn't think it was an echo. As the company went deeper into Moria, conversation slowed and ceased. The going was often quite difficult, with the path narrowing as they passed wells and chasms. Worse was when the path itself was divided by deep holes. The widest of these was nearly 7 feet wide, and as Harry leapt across, he could hear a noise far below, as of a water wheel turning. Several hours after they had entered, even Gandalf had to confess that he was stumped. I'm not at all sure which direction to go from here, he said, as they paused for a moment at an intersection of several tunnels, and I think we all need a rest. Outside, night is wearing on. When we get to the city proper, we'll be able to guide ourselves more easily. The dwarves of Moria built their city more regularly than they did these mines. Also, there'll be inscriptions saying where we are, and between me and Gimli, we should be able to find our way out. Near the intersection, there was a large room with a well, where the company took refuge for the night. Spreading out his bedroll, Harry looked uneasily at the well. He and Ron had shone their Everlight torches down into it, and still couldn't see the bottom. He wondered just how big Moria was, and whether it was still inhabited. He had seen droppings here and there had been scratchings on the walls that did not look like accidental damage. Gimli, murmured Harry, weren't there orcs or something like that in here after your people were forced out? Harry knew that whispering, with its hissing, carried a good way farther than murmurs would, and he also knew that sound carried a long way underground. There were, Mr. Potter, murmured Gimli. In the light of the one torch they kept to see by, his face looked grim. Durin's bane drove us out of our city, and welcomed in orcs and all manner of evil creatures, trolls, and worse. We slaughtered them in the Battle of Azanilbizar, some decades ago, but Durin's bane still may lurk here. I hope we can pass through without meeting it. Best would be if we find Balin has met with success, and has set up the old kingdom in our ancestors' halls. A little later, Harry heard noises from the well, as of a hammer knocking. It tapped out a regular rhythm several times, then stopped. Sitting up, he peered suspiciously toward the well. Gandalf and the others had heard as well, and Gandalf looked worried. That may have nothing to do with us, but on the other hand, it may be a signal. Sound travels very well in this place, and we could have been being tracked from the minute we entered, if the people tracking us knew the place well. He turned to the others. Get some sleep, everybody. I'm going to take watch by myself, and think about where we should go next. As Harry rolled himself up in his bedroll, the last thing he saw before dropping off was Gandalf's face lit from below, as the old wizard lit his pipe. When Gandalf awakened everybody, he said they'd slept about 6 hours. I've decided which way we're going to go next. The left-hand way smells like there's bad air down there, and I don't like the feel of the middle way. We'll take the right way. It's time we started climbing up again. Harry was glad to hear it. He had had enough of Moria to last him a long time. His friends felt very much the same way. "No offense, Gimli," said Ron, as he rolled up his bedroll, "but this place is giving me the creeps. Endless miles of dark, dark tunnels. Dwarves may like them, but I'm not a dwarf." "That you most certainly are not, Mr. Weasley," said Gimli, a smile barely visible behind his beard. "Also, keep in mind that we're in what were the mines?" The city itself was very well lit, and was the capital of Durin's folk for thousands of years. It's been abandoned for over 1,000 years, unless Balin's managed to refound a colony here, so you have to expect that it would be dark. He began to chant a song, in a deep, rolling voice, detailing the glories and treasures of the great city of the dwarves. "Tell me more about the history of this place," begged Hermione, as they left their resting place. Nothing loath, Gimli began filling her in, telling her of Durin the Deathless, who had founded Khazad-dûm many centuries ago in the first age of Middle-earth. He was one of the first 7 dwarves ever created, and the eldest. He lived for centuries and centuries, which is why he is called the Deathless. Nonetheless, he did die at last. Only elves do not die, and he's buried somewhere in Khazad-dûm. Were it possible, I would pay respects at his tomb." Hermione drank in every word, her eyes shining with her love of knowledge, and Gimli went on as they walked, telling her more about the history of the great dwarven city. "For centuries, we worked on this place, Miss Granger. Until Durin's bane came and drove us forth, our city was impregnable. We had gold, silver, iron, and mithril. And the last was by far the greatest source of wealth." "What's mithril?" asked Ron and Hermione together. Harry was listening with half an ear. The other half of his attention was on the sounds that he thought he heard behind the party. Once or twice, he had turned suddenly and shone his torch down the dark tunnels they had just traversed, but he hadn't seen anything moving or shining back at him yet. Still, every time they paused, he was certain that he heard faint footsteps behind them, footsteps that were not an echo. Up ahead, Gimli was explaining that mithril was a wondrous metal, as shiny and beautiful as silver but stronger than steel when properly worked. "Unfortunately," he said, "the dwarves had disturbed Durin's bane by mining too deeply for mithril ore, and as a result, they had lost their great city and been forced out as wanderers." Around them, the walls of the tunnels had changed. Instead of the rough surface of the mines, they were now walking in areas where obvious care had been taken with even small details. Although the place showed the signs of long abandonment, under the dirt and neglect Harry could easily see how fine the work was. The dwarves' reputation as master craftsmen was apparently well-deserved. They passed endless lines of dwarven living quarters, standing there sadly with their doors long since torn off and carried away, and at one point they passed a long hall lined with the doors of dwarven crypts. The doors of most of these were also gone, and Harry shone his torch into one, illuminating several rock sarcophagi and rock-built cairns. Those had long since been broken into. Their lids were on the floor and the stones were scattered. Harry carefully did not inquire into who could have done such a thing. He thought he had a pretty good idea. Behind them, he still thought he could hear soft padding feet, every time they stopped for a moment. Finally, they came into a large, empty open space. The Everlight torches couldn't pierce the darkness as far as the outer walls, so Gandalf took a hand. He raised his staff, and for a second, in the huge flash of light that came from it, they saw that they were in an enormous hall, with walls that looked like they were made of onyx. There were 3 huge arched entrances, one on either side and one straight ahead to the east. "We're nearly through," said Gandalf. "There were once huge windows on the side of the mountain, with shutters over them. It's night outside now, but when day comes, if I'm right about where we are, we'll see the sun peeping in. This is a good place to stop for." Now, though, it was Harry's turn to be on watch, so he propped himself up against one of the walls while the others stretched out in their bedrolls. Sitting awake in the enormous, uncanny darkness, Harry peered back the way they had come. It was quiet enough that he could hear his own heartbeat, and he thought he could just about hear the others' heartbeats as well. For some reason, the place they were in gave him the creeps. He didn't like Moria much at any time, but this place, that had once been full of light and life, seemed worse somehow than the depths of the mines. Toward the end of his turn on watch, Harry was watching the western archway when he saw 2 points of light twinkling, almost like luminous eyes. Jumping to his feet, He grabbed for his wand, and the lights disappeared. Until Legolas relieved him of his duty, he remained standing, peering around, his wand at the ready. When Harry lay down to sleep, he dreamed of a whispering voice and the two pale points of light approaching. Awakening, he found the others talking softly, and to his surprise, he saw that the chamber was dimly lit, with light filtering in through long shafts. Gandalf led them down a hall as soon as they'd breakfasted. Harry found himself walking beside Gimli. "So, what do you think of this place?" Harry asked curiously. The dwarf looked at him sadly. "Khazad-dûm is greater by far than I had imagined, but it is dark and terrible. I don't think that Balin ever even made it here." The dwarf looked around. "Still, it does my heart good to see how great our mighty ancestors were." After some time, the company found themselves in a chamber lit from the outside by one of the light shafts. Harry squinted against the light, which he found dazzling after so long underground, although by normal standards it was rather dim. There was a thick coating of dust on the floor, covering things Harry couldn't identify. In the center of the room, the light from the shaft fell squarely onto an oblong block 2 feet high, covered with a squared-off white stone. "Is that a tomb?" asked Hermione. She crossed over to take a closer look. "Yes, it is. It says, Balin Fundinal Uzbad Khazad-dûmu, and below that, Balin son of Fundin Lord of Moria." At this, Gimli pulled his hood over his face. Harry guessed it was so that none of his companions could see him cry. In the Halls of the Mountain King, Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 6. In the Halls of the Mountain King. After Hermione had read the inscription on the tomb, the company got very quiet. Harry could see that Gimli was grieving, and longed to comfort him, but he didn't dare. He didn't know if the dwarf would welcome or want his condolences on the death of his friends. In Britain, he'd have known what to do, but here he felt at sea among strange peoples with strange, unaccountable customs. Ron and Hermione looked around themselves uneasily. Draco went over to the dust-covered objects they had noticed when they entered the chamber, and began investigating them. "Hello. What's this?" The company turned to see what Draco had found. In among broken weapons, Harry noticed curved scimitars of crude make, as well as what looked to have been finely crafted swords and daggers, and bones of a sort Harry wasn't familiar with. Draco was kneeling and holding up a battered book. Hermione, predictably, hurried to his side to see what he had found. Trust Hermione, she'd crawl naked over broken glass to get to a book. Ron murmured into Harry's ear. Harry grinned and waved his hand to hush his friend as Hermione brought the book back, setting it on Balin's grave slab to get some light. As she opened the book, the pages crackled. They were apparently made of some stiffer material than plain paper. Hermione began paging through, with Gandalf looking over her shoulder. "This looks like it's supposed to have been a record of the refounding of the Dwarven Kingdom here," said Hermione after a minute. "It's written in several different scripts, at least it's not in the Dwarven language." Gimli came over to take a look, and Harry noticed that his cheeks were damp with tears. "This part dates from the 5th year of the colony. It looks like it was written by Ori. He could write well, and used these characters often. Here, it says that Balin was shot by an orc while looking into Mirrormere. They killed the orc, but many others came up the Silverlode. Balin was buried in the chamber of Mazerble, or Records, which is where we now are." Gimli looked grim. "From this, it looks as though they were trapped in Moria. After a while, the Watcher in the water took Oin, since the water was clear up to the western gate. We cannot get out. We cannot get out. The end comes. Drums. Drums in the deep. They're coming," and Gimli put the book down, his face gray and set. "Take the book, Gimli. Give it to King Dane, when you get back to the Lonely Mountain. At least their kin will know what happened to them," murmured Hermione, gently patting the dwarf's shoulder. Gandalf nodded his approval of her actions as Gimli stowed the book in his pack. "We're going back to the hall," said Gandalf. "I know now just where we are, thanks to that book. We go through the eastern door of the hall, go right and south, and downwards." Just as those words were spoken, there was a huge booming noise. It seemed to shake the mountain itself, and they jumped for the door as it came again and again. Horn blasts and many feet tramping could be heard from the hall. "They're coming. cried Legolas, his face white with fear. "Here we are, trapped. We cannot get out, either," snarled Gimli. Unslinging his axe, he tested the razor-keen edge with his horny thumb, nodding to himself. "I wasn't here, then. Let me see what I can do," snapped Gandalf. The Hogwarts students drew their wands, and Harry began thinking of all the offensive curses he knew. Why hadn't this task waited until he was at least in his 7th year? Apparently Draco knew the unforgivable curses, but most of the ones he knew himself were not that lethal. He looked at his classmates. Ron's face was pale under his shock of red hair, but his expression was determined. Hermione looked like anything that got in her way would live to regret it. Draco had an anticipatory smile twisting his face as he fingered his wand. "Shut the doors, and wedge them," shouted Aragorn. "Keep your packs on. We may be able to cut our way out yet." "No, leave the east door ajar. We may be able to slip out that way," said Gandalf, raising his staff. Another horn call echoed through the hallways. "Who comes here to disturb the rest of Balin, Lord of Moria?" cried Gandalf in a huge voice. The only answer was a shout of harsh, evil laughter. A deep voice called out commands Harry couldn't understand, and the great drums in the deep, indeed, sounded yet again. Harry noticed in passing how dry his mouth was. He hadn't been this frightened since the Triwizard Tournament, facing Lord Voldemort in the cemetery at Little Hangleton. There was a narrow gap in the door, and Gandalf thrust out his staff through it. A huge flash lit up the passageway outside, and left Harry blinking against the afterimage, as though he had been staring at a flash gun just as it went off. Gandalf drew back, looking worried. Arrows whined in through the gap, bouncing off the stone walls. Hermione cast a quick hex to make sure they missed everybody. "Those are orcs, some of them are the Uruk-hai of Mordor, bigger and smarter than most orcs. I think there's also at least one troll. There's no way we're going to get out that way. If they come the other way, as well, we'll be surrounded," supplied Boromir. Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. This was hardly the most profound statement he had ever heard on the subject of strategy. Aragorn shook his head. He was poised at the other door, listening intently. "So far, there's no sound from this direction," reported Aragorn. "The passage goes down a stairway, away from the hall we were in. We can't block this door anyway. If we hurt the other side really badly, it may delay them for long enough for us to get away. Get ready to fight." As heavy footsteps sounded outside the door, Boromir, Harry and Draco threw themselves at it, wedging it completely shut with pieces of broken swords and other debris they found around the chamber. The whole company retreated to the other side of the chamber, but they didn't get a chance to run. A huge blow to the door made it shake, and then it began grinding slowly open, as a gigantic green, scaly arm and foot were thrust into the room. Boromir hacked at the foot, but his sword just bounced off. Ron and Draco ran forward. Pointing their wands through the gap, they screamed, "Stupefy!" in unison. The arm sagged, and Draco yanked his Japanese shortsword out, chopping at the foot. Where Boromir's sword had failed, the Japanese steel held up, hewing into the hideous creature's flesh. As the arm and leg were withdrawn, Ron threw himself at the door and shut it again, as Boromir and Aragorn wedged it. "Good job, Draco!" yelled Ron. They high-fived each other. Harry thought for a split second that back at Hogwarts, seeing those two acting like friends and comrades would have seemed about as likely as Professor Snape falling in love with Ginny Weasley. Then the door was smashed open, and orcs, ugly, bandy-legged creatures with apish features and gray-black skin like nothing Harry had ever seen, swarmed into the chamber. The fight that followed was fierce and fast. Later, Harry couldn't figure out how long it went on. Hermione cast impediment charms on the first few orcs, stopping them in their tracks so that Boromir and Aragorn could slaughter them. Draco, Ron and Harry threw petrifying charms at the next few orcs. In these close quarters, none of them dared cast anything really lethal, for fear of hitting one of their comrades by mistake. The other members of the company were also making their presence felt. Legolas shot 2 orcs through the throat that had missed being ensorcelled, while Gimli hewed the legs out from under one that had dared to leap up onto Balin's tomb. Even when the Hogwarts students' spells hadn't hit the enemy, Boromir and Aragorn's swords wreaked a terrifying slaughter. After the company had felled about 15 orcs with spells and blades, the rest fled, howling their fear as they disappeared down the hall. Harry looked at his classmates. When things had gone to close combat, they had had to resort to their swords, and all of their blades dripped orcish blood. Harry, himself, had taken the head off a particularly ugly orc that reminded him of a slightly smarter, slightly handsomer Dudley Dursley. "Now, let's get out of here before that troll returns," shouted Gandalf. Before they could follow his orders, a particularly large orc in ornate armor leapt into the chamber, while his followers crowded the door behind him. He knocked Boromir back off his feet, dodged Aragorn, and leapt at the Hogwarts students, his hideous red eyes lighting up at the sight of Hermione. Before she could lift her wand, he was on her, bowling her over onto the floor as he tore at her clothes. Her wand flew from her grasp as her head hit the wall with a horrible clunking noise. Her eyes rolled back in her head. The front of her robes and tunic came away in his claw. "No!" screamed Harry. Without conscious thought on his part, he leveled his wand as he cried, "Stupefy!" Ron was simultaneously casting a Reductor Curse, and Draco threw a Cruciatus Curse. The combination of those 3 spells threw the Orc chieftain across the room with a flash of light. He lay still, smoke coming from his ears as black blood oozed from his mouth and nose, his head at an impossible angle. Again the immense drum sounded, booming loud through the corridors. Kneeling over the unconscious Hermione, Ron leveled his wand, saying, "Innervate." Hermione stirred, putting her hand to her head, groaning with pain. When she noticed that her clothes were in shreds, she squeaked, trying to cover herself with the remains of her robes and tunic. Harry handed her her wand. She slipped it into the sleeve sheath she used to carry it. "Can you run?" asked Gandalf. At her shaky nod, he snapped, "Right, then run. We've got to get out of here." The company ran down the open stairs, Gimli at the rear. He had been very reluctant to leave Balin's tomb. They found a door that could be closed, and Boromir hauled the valves to, the hinges groaning. There was a latch, and they turned it, locking the door. "Go on. Wait a little for me at the next landing, but if I don't come, keep choosing paths that lead right and down." "I've got to try to hold off whatever's coming," shouted Gandalf. Reluctantly, Harry turned and left the old wizard, helping Ron hold up the semi-conscious Hermione. Their Everlight torches lit the way well enough, and Harry turned to see what Gandalf was doing. By the light of his staff, the old wizard was visible, standing by the closed door. Again and again the drum beat, like the huge heart of some demented earth god, but in between the beats, Harry could hear Gandalf saying something. It sounded like a spell. Then came an incredibly bright flash of light, and a rumble and thud. The drum beat wildly for a few minutes, and then stopped, as Gandalf hurried down the stairs. "Well, that's all I can do. I've met my equal up there, and I'm all out for now. Keep on going down." After an hour or so of steady travel downward, Harry began to hope that they'd be able to get away. There had been no signs of pursuit behind them. Finally, Gandalf called a halt. "I'm all in. I've got to rest, even if every orc in Moria's after us." Hermione had managed to get some C-pins from somewhere. Harry suspected Boromir. The style was like the ones the Gondorian wore on his own clothing, and was putting her clothing to rights. She seemed to have somewhat recovered from the worst effects of her ordeal in the Chamber of Records, since the first thing she did after her clothes covered her decently was to go over to where Gandalf was sitting on a step. "What was it you met up there?" Her big dark eyes shone with the familiar light of curiosity, and Harry hid a smile. "Did you see what was beating that damned drum?" Gandalf smiled wearily. "I don't know. I just know that I put a shutting spell on that door, and at first, I heard orcs talking. I caught their word for fire. Then they went quiet, and something took hold of the door. It sensed my spell, and cast a counterspell that nearly broke me. The spell I cast in my turn broke the door, and for a second, I saw something dark and terrible, and then the combined spells broke the ceiling and nearly blew me down the stairs." He reached out tentatively, ruffling Hermione's hair. "Your lust for knowledge is greater than any dwarf's for wealth, Miss Granger. I predict that in your world, You will one day be one of the mightiest sorcerers ever seen." Hermione blushed, and Harry could see a tear trickling down her cheek. They now went on again, until a red glow appeared ahead of them. "What's that?" asked Draco. "Those orcs were talking about fire, or the lower levels on fire, somehow." Gimli shook his head. As they went on, the light became unmistakably fiery, and the air became very hot. Finally they came to a doorway and Gandalf peered out. "I know where we are, the second hall. We're almost out, across Durin's bridge, up a stair, take the main path, through the first gate, and we're out. But have a look at this." Harry gasped in wonder at the sight. It was a huge hall, with pillars holding up the ceiling, carved to look like trees. Across the floor, a huge crevasse had opened, and the fire was flickering out of it. "If we'd come the way we had planned, that would have trapped us. With any luck, it'll stop our pursuers," murmured Gandalf. Harry wondered if the flame-freezing charm he had learned at Hogwarts would work. The heat was incredibly intense, although not yet life-threatening. "Let's go!" shouted Gandalf, as the drum sounded again. The hideous orc horde could be heard, crying out and sounding horns, but the sound came from across the fiery crevasse. "Looks like they outsmarted themselves, doesn't it?" drawled Draco. He wiped sweat from his forehead. The heat and effort of their journey had defeated any attempts on his part to remain elegant and unruffled. Still, the light of battle shone in his eyes. Harry was suddenly very glad that Draco Malfoy was along. "Here's hoping the sun's shining outside," called Hermione, as they sped across the floor to the opposite side of the hall from the crevasse. Another gulf yawned ahead of them, spanned by a narrow, gracile bridge no more than 3 feet across, King Durin's Bridge. It had been intended as a defensive measure by the dwarven architects of Moria, ages ago, Harry remembered Gimli mentioning. As they crossed, Hermione leading, arrows began landing among them, until Ron turned and cast an impediment curse to stop them. Across the fire, Harry could see what looked like hundreds of orcs. They waved spears and scimitars and shouted war cries. The huge drum boomed again and again, until Harry wished he could smash it over its owner's head. Legolas drew his bow and nocked an arrow, but his courage failed him, and Harry turned again to see what it was that had frightened the elf so badly. 2 huge trolls could be seen, carrying huge slabs of basalt that they threw down to provide a bridge over the fiery pit, but that wasn't what had scared the elf. The orcs' ranks had parted, as though they themselves were afraid of what was coming, a huge form of shadow, surrounding something dark that gave off more fear than any Dementor. "Look!" screamed Harry, and the others turned to see what he was seeing. As, whatever it was, leapt across the chasm, the fire leapt up to swirl around it, igniting its streaming mane of hair. In one hand it held a flaming sword, and in the other a terrible whip. "A Balrog! A Balrog has come!" cried Legolas, terror in his voice. Harry couldn't blame him. The Balrog made Voldemort, and all the Dementors that ever were, seem like Winnie the Pooh. "A Balrog! Now I understand," muttered Gandalf. "I am already so weary." Harry stepped up to stand with the old wizard, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Ron, Hermione and Draco were right with him. He looked up at them from under his bushy eyebrows. "Fly, you fools! This is beyond your strength." "Like bloody hell we'll run," snarled Draco. As Gandalf turned to face the foe, Harry and his friends spread out on either side of the bridge, their wands in their hands. Although he knew they were all terrified, nobody watching would have known. Their body language radiated defiance and contempt for their enemy. Harry felt a moment's pride and joy, exultation warring with fear for possession of his soul, as Boromir's horn sounded. Behind him, he could sense the rest of the company, none of them willing to let their leader face this horror alone. The Balrog paced toward them silently. The orcs had started forward behind the Balrog, but the sound of Boromir's horn had halted them. They watched, their eyes glowing red in the firelight. Gandalf stood alone in the middle of King Durin's bridge, leaning on his staff with one hand, his sword Glamdring unsheathed in the other. The Balrog stopped, and raised its whip. Flame came from its nostrils. "You cannot pass," said Gandalf, into a sudden stillness. "I am a wielder of the flame of Anor, a servant of the secret fire. Go back to the shadow. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udin. You cannot pass. The Balrog did not answer. Instead, it seemed to grow, until its wings touched the far walls of the chamber. It stepped forward onto the bridge, towering over Gandalf, and suddenly swung its fiery sword. Hermione and Ron, in unison, cried, Expelliarmus, and the flaming sword leapt from the creature's hand, falling into the endless depths below. The creature turned its terrible regard onto the rash fools who had challenged it, and raised its whip. Harry pointed his wand, concentrated on the happiest thought he could call up, and shouted, Expecto Patronum. A giant silvery stag leapt from the end of his wand, charging the Balrog and forcing it back off the bridge. Staggering slightly, the Balrog fell back, swinging its fiery whip at the Patronus until it dissolved. When the Patronus was gone, the Balrog stepped forward again, glowing a fiery red with anger. Draco cried, Avada Kedavra, and green light leapt from his wand to splash off the Balrog, throwing it back yet again. Even the killing curse didn't hurt the demon enough to drive it back permanently. Although it was knocked backward and off its feet, it got back up, coming forward yet again. Crucio, yelled Draco, and the Balrog staggered as it stepped onto the bridge. Despite Draco's repeated killing and Cruciatus curses, the Balrog shook its head and came on nonetheless, bending forward as though it were walking into the teeth of a storm of spells, as Ron, Harry and Hermione threw everything they had ever learned at their enemy. Magical energies flashed and played around the hideous creature, but still it came on. Gandalf raised his staff, shouted, and struck the stone of the bridge, breaking it before him and beneath the feet of the Balrog. With a cry that Harry knew he would hear in his nightmares for years, the Balrog fell, taking its unnatural shadow with it, but as it fell, it swung its whip. Standing in the middle of the bridge, Gandalf couldn't dodge in time, and Ron's hastily cast impediment curse had no effect on the fiery whip. The tails wrapped around Gandalf's legs and he was dragged forward and off the bridge. Fly, you fools! He cried, and then he fell. The fires from the chasm died down, as Harry stared with horror into the abyss where Gandalf had disappeared. He wished frantically for his broom, to fly down and try to rescue the old wizard, and then he felt Aragorn's hand on his shoulder, dragging him away. Come. We've got to get out of here, that was his last order, run. They ran frantically up a wide stair and down a wide corridor. Harry was weeping as he ran, and he could hear his companions weeping as well. The drum beat behind them, slowly and mournfully. As they ran, the light grew stronger, until they were crossing a huge hall with great windows pierced into the side of the mountain, letting in the sunlight. Past it, Harry suddenly saw the great gates of Moria standing there, open wide with the sun blazing in. Although there was an orcish force on guard at the gates, it stood no chance against the company. Aragorn slashed down the orc captain, and the others waded in with spells and blades until they fled, shrieking. Down a flight of stairs, and they were outside. The light was bright enough to hurt Harry's eyes, but he didn't care. He was crying too hard to notice the difference. They kept on running for some time, until they could run no more and cast themselves down on the earth. The drum could still be heard, beating a slow tolling rhythm. Behind them, out of bowshot, the gates of Moria yawned, dark against the mountainside. A trickle of smoke oozed out of the gate. Harry wept, unashamedly. He had not felt such grief and misery and guilt since Cedric Diggory's death. Around him, the rest of the company sobbed, all of them as heartbroken as he was, as the drum rolled on in the depths of the earth, slowly and mournfully. The Lady in the Wood, Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 7 by Technomad. After an unguessable time, Harry finally stopped weeping. He sat up and then stood, noting in passing that he was weak and shaky with reaction. The others looked as bad as he felt. Aragorn and Boromir both looked as though they had lost their fathers. Legolas was shaking and looked nauseous, and even the tough dwarf Gimli had an expression on his face appropriate to someone seeing a train bearing down on him. All of them were chalky pale, and blinking uncomfortably in the sunlight as their eyes readjusted to normal light after so long underground. Of the Hogwarts students, Hermione looked the worst by far. The innervation she had received in Moria was wearing off, and she looked very bad. Now that they had light, with the noonday sun shining through a few bright, wispy clouds, he could see that there was an ugly lump on one side of her head, and the hair on that side was clotted and thick with dark blood. Peering into her eyes, he was relieved to see that her pupils were at least of the same size. He hadn't liked the thought of having to deal with a concussion. The others didn't look any better. Ron had a 1,000-yard stare, and Draco was sitting with his knees tucked up under his chin, trembling violently. "How are you feeling, Hermione?" Harry murmured. Even though her pupils were the same size, she seemed to have trouble focusing. At his words, she seemed to snap out of it. She stared at him wildly for a second, then bent over, retching helplessly. When her stomach was finally empty, she collapsed on the ground, sobbing. The sound of her sorrow cut Harry's soul to the quick. It was a racking, horrible sound like nothing Harry had ever heard from her before. Harry tentatively reached out and stroked her. She felt cold and sweaty to the touch. "Do any of you know first aid?" he asked. At this, Draco seemed to come out of his trance, getting shakily to his feet and staggering over to see what was wrong. Hermione submitted quietly to his gentle probing, rather to Harry's surprise. He was no less surprised by Draco's air of competence and cool expertise as he checked Hermione over, taking her wrist to time her pulse, peering into her eyes and looking closely at the injury to her head. "I didn't know you knew anything about that, Draco," said Harry. In a way, he felt a little jealous of Draco for being able to at least look as though he knew what he was doing when Hermione, his friend, not Draco's, needed help. Draco looked up, his eyebrow quirking up in a sardonic smile for a second. He looked more like the old Draco Malfoy than he had in some time. "We aren't in all our classes together, Potter, and you didn't take healing magic. My father told me to take it. He probably figured that the Death Eaters could use a trained Medawizard. Before they teach us any spells at all, they check us out thoroughly on Muggle-style first aid, if only so that we know what we're dealing with. It also comes in handy in situations where spells don't work or are a bad idea." Dropping Hermione's wrist, Draco gave Harry a worried look. "I don't like the look of her. She isn't concussed, as far as I can tell, but she looks awfully shocky. I'd like to get a real Medawizard or a Muggle EMT or MD in on this." Ron bit his lip. Harry knew that for Draco Malfoy to wish for Muggle help was a sign that things were very bad, indeed. Miles by night, if they've got a fallen leader to avenge. Night falls quickly at this time of year. As the grief-stricken company moved down the valley, they passed a deep, clear lake. Gimli said, "That's the Mirror. Gandalf hoped I'd be glad to see it. I now see it, but I'm not glad." Some ways farther along, as the company followed a long neglected stone road, they came to an inscribed pillar standing beside the road. Gimli stopped and pointed. "That's Durin's stone. It marks the point where Durin saw his crown of stars, in the depths of Mirror. I've got to look." "All right, but hurry. We've got to take the most advantage of daylight we can. The moon's not going to be much help, and orcs operate well at night," snapped Aragorn. Gimli turned and went toward the pillar. "Come on, Mr. Potter. This is something you need to see." Curious, Harry followed the dwarf, his classmates behind him. Uncharacteristically, Hermione was lagging behind. Normally, such a chance to see something educational would have had her leading the rest of them. Gimli pointed to the pillar. Harry looked at the carvings on it, but couldn't make them out. Even though he had found he could read the local language, the pillar was very weathered and the writings were too faint to see. When Harry and his friends stooped over the dark water, at first they couldn't see anything, but gradually, Harry's eyes adjusted and he saw the mountains reflected in the water, and deep in the reflected daylight sky, a formation of 7 stars. However, neither he nor his companions cast reflections that he could see. Gimli sighed. "Oh, Keld Zarum, fair and wonderful. There lies Durin's crown, until he wakes." He bowed to the water, and Harry imitated him, before they turned away. As they moved along the road, they passed a stream. Although Aragorn warned them that it was icy cold, Harry and the other Hogwarts students took the chance of filling their water bottles. Draco cast a quick spell to make sure that the water itself was pure, and reported, "It's glacial runoff, and quite pure. These bottles hold a lot more than you'd think, looking at them from the outside, but we ran through a lot of water in Moria. He tipped the bottle back, drinking deeply. Gods, that hits the spot. The drink seemed to do him good, and Harry did the same thing. The icy water hit his system and seemed to put new life into him. Aragorn watched in puzzlement. I had always thought that drinking cold water was bad for the system, he remarked, as Ron, Harry and Draco came back to the rest of the party, handing Hermione her bottle. Harry shook his head absently, watching Hermione carefully. She stowed the bottle back in its place, but she was moving slowly, and still seemed very vague. Not where we come from, Aragorn. We sweated off a lot of water in Moria, and that fight also took a great deal out of our systems. If you don't get enough water into yourself, you'll damage yourself, answered Ron. Aragorn looked slightly miffed at being corrected by someone so much younger, with so much less experience in wilderness travel, but kept his thoughts to himself. Before them, they could see a huge forest stretching out. Legolas looked at it longingly. Lothlorien, fairest of all the elven realms. He murmured. I'd give anything to be there in springtime, with the malorn trees blooming. I'd be glad to be there, even in winter, but it's miles away. We've got to pick up our speed, answered Aragorn. He led them on as fast as they could go, until Hermione was stumbling and staggering with the effort of keeping up, and the others were gray with fatigue. Finally, several miles down the road, Aragorn called a halt. They had found a sheltered dell with a stream through it. Forgive me, Miss Granger, he said, taking Hermione and setting her down gently on a rock, but haste seemed urgent to me. I should have remembered your injury. Can you kindle a fire? He asked the other Hogwarts students. Legolas and Gimli gathered fuel as Harry got ready to cast the fire spell Hermione normally used. Aragorn examined her injury, his touch gentle and knowing. When the fire was going, Aragorn pulled out his pouch, and extracted a bindle with some dried leaves in it. This is athelas, or kingsfoil in the common tongue, he explained to Harry, Ron and Draco, who were watching him like hawks. It's dried, so it won't be as effective, but it should do your friend's injury some good. When they had hot water, he soaked the leaves in it, and gently bathed Hermione's hurts with the resultant herbal infusion. Just smelling it made Harry feel better. Hermione gasped and squeaked, but as Aragorn went on, she improved visibly, color coming back to her cheeks. All of them also got a chance to drink a mouthful of the athelas tea, and Harry felt a great deal better after it, good enough to realize that he was ravenously hungry. He pulled some of their dwindling supply of food out, and began to cook up a meal, noticing as he did so that everybody, except Hermione, started to perk up and take an interest in eating. After they had eaten, they destroyed all trace that they had been there, and went along their way. Hermione was still not up to her usual self, Harry thought, but at least she wasn't slowing them down. Gimli and Harry were walking at the rear of the company, as night fell around them. When Harry asked if Gimli heard anything unusual, Gimli smiled at Harry in the dusk. I don't hear a thing but the wind. He stroked his beard. I hope that means the orcs aren't coming after us. They'll sometimes chase people for miles if they've got a leader to avenge. I'm hoping that they weren't interested in anything more than driving us from Khazad-dûm. His expression darkened. Although that was enough of an affront right there, how those filth dare to desecrate my ancestors' halls, I'll never understand. Durin's bane, remembering what had happened to Gandalf, Gimli broke off. Although Harry respected the dwarf, he wasn't quite so sure they weren't being followed. Again and again, he thought he heard the fall of soft bare feet, pattering along behind them, stopping a few seconds after they stopped to listen. When he whirled and shone his everlight torch along the path they had come, he thought he saw two glowing points of light for a second. What was that? Are we being followed? Asked Gimli. He bent and put his ear to the ground. I hear nothing but the night speech of rock and stone, Harry. We'd better hurry along. Harry followed, still feeling uneasy, as though eyes he couldn't see were on him. Some time later, they found themselves facing a huge shadowy wood, as the cold wind blew up the valley. Harry thought that it was what he had heard called a lazy wind. Instead of going around him, it tried to blow right through him. He huddled deeper in his cloak, envying anybody who wasn't as skinny as he was. The wind sucked the heat out of his body quickly. Lothlorien. said Aragorn, as proudly as if he had invented it. Alas that it is winter. This is the safest place for us to stop, the virtue of the elves is on this place. They dwell deep in this forest, though, far from the northern border, where we are. Gimli looked skeptical, but the one that spoke up was Boromir. I'd rather we went another way. In Gondor, they say that few enter these woods, and of those few that come out again, none are unscathed. Aragorn scowled. Try unchanged, Lord Boromir, and you'll be closer to the truth. However, if they're speaking evil of the Lady of the Woods, things have changed for the worse in Gondor. In any case, there's no other road unless you want to try going back to Moria, or swim the great river. Lead on, then, sighed Boromir. I advised against Moria, if you'll recall. If we must enter the Golden Wood, I'll come, but it's dangerous. Only to those who are evil, or who bring evil, answered Aragorn. Some ways into the forest, the company halted. They had passed over a stream called Nimrodel, and Legolas had told the tale of an elven maid who had had the same name as the stream. Harry hadn't really understood all the story, but hearing it in Legolas' musical voice had cheered him somewhat. Legolas also explained the custom of the elves of Lorien of sleeping in the trees. That's why they are called Galadrim, which means, care to tell them, Mr. Malfoy? Tree people, said Draco. He looked at the trees. These don't look like they're really big enough to sleep in. No, these aren't the ones that are used for sleeping in, Mr. Malfoy, said Legolas. Those trees are much bigger, and are deeper in Lorien than we are now. The people of Lorien didn't build fortifications, or need them, before the shadow came. He led the company in a different direction, deeper into the woods, away from the path they had followed. Finally, he came to a stand of huge trees. Harry thought that the smallest of them were 10 feet in diameter through the trunk. How high they went he couldn't begin to guess. I'll climb up, said Legolas. As he touched the trunk, a voice rang out, commandingly. Darrow. Legolas stepped back, keeping his hands in plain sight. Easy does it. Don't move, or speak, hissed Legolas. A burst of silvery laughter came from overhead, and Harry heard words in an unknown, musical tongue. Draco cocked his head, listening, as Legolas replied slowly. Those are elves, Potter, explained Draco at Harry's questioning glance, and they say that we breathe so loudly they could shoot us in the dark. They've been tracking us ever since we entered this forest. I sort of knew they were around, but didn't want to say anything as long as they didn't show themselves. He listened again. They heard Legolas' voice, and knew he was one of their kinfolk, so they didn't stop us. They want you to climb up, Potter, you and Legolas. Another burst of unintelligible, musical speech, and Draco nodded. They've figured out that I can understand them. They want to see me, too. He turned to the others. The rest of you best stay right here. You're covered, there's archers all around us. A ladder made of some sort of silvery rope, glowing faintly in the dark, came dangling down, and Harry went up, following Legolas, and with Draco right behind him. As he climbed, he looked back at his friends, giving Ron and Hermione what he hoped was a confident smile in return for their worried expressions. The branches of the Malorn tree stretched out nearly horizontally, and finally Harry found himself standing on a platform among them. Legolas was sitting amid 3 other elves wearing gray clothes that looked to be tinted to blend into the color of the bark. One of them held up a light, examining Harry and Draco. Welcome, he said, speaking slowly. Please pardon us, but we seldom use any language but our own. We seldom deal with outsiders. Even our brethren of the north in Mirkwood seldom come. Here. I am Halder, and these are my brothers, Rumel and Orofin. Harry bowed, wishing bitterly that he spoke the elven tongues instead of Parseltongue. Draco followed suit, and spoke for a few minutes in the same musical language Harry had heard earlier. The elves' eyes widened at this. Legolas was right, your friend does speak our language fluently. If anything, his accent is a bit more elegant than ours. My only criticism is that his word choice is somewhat archaic. Draco grinned triumphantly. Halder went on. Since Legolas is with you, we are willing to admit you into Lorien. How many of you are there? Well, there's me, and Draco Malfoy here, and our friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, we're all mages. Then, Legolas, of course, and Aragorn, and Boromir, they're both men. Aragorn's a ranger, and Boromir's some sort of lord or other from Gondor, or so he says. Legolas lifted an eyebrow at Harry's qualifying statement, but held his peace. That's 7 of you. We counted 8, and we're expecting 9. Haldir looked grave. Who is the one you haven't mentioned? He's Gimli, a dwarf from the Lonely Mountain. At Draco's announcement, the elves looked shocked and somber. They muttered to themselves in their own language, and Draco turned to Harry, his face grave. This doesn't look good, Potter, from what I can hear. They do not like dwarves here, not one little bit. Draco moved his arm slightly, and his wand fell into his hand. Get ready for a scrap. Harry unobtrusively reached for his wand as well. He didn't want to fight the elves, who, after all, were on the same side, but he didn't want to abandon the stout-hearted Gimli, either. After a low-voiced colloquy between the elves, Haldir spoke again. We will allow the dwarf to pass, but he's got to be blindfolded. Aragorn and Legolas will be responsible for his behavior. Right now, we've got to get your people off the ground. We've seen orcs marching north toward Moria, and danger's not far behind you. You, Harry Potter. Harry did not bother to correct the elf, and your friends may use this platform for the night. The others may use a platform in the next tree over. Harry relaxed slightly. He had not been looking forward to a fight with the elves, in their own country, at night, with Hermione injured. Beside him, he heard the tiniest sigh of relief from Draco, as he discreetly made his wand disappear. When Ron came up, helping Hermione, he told Harry, "We've brought our packs up. Aragorn wanted to hide them in drifts of leaves, but we felt it would be safer for them up here." After eating food offered them by the elves, the 4 Hogwarts students stretched out on fur rugs provided by Haldir, and were soon deeply asleep. Later that night, Harry awoke, wondering what sort of sanitary facilities the elves used. All thought of such matters was driven out of his mind when he heard a harsh laugh from below, and the tramp of heavy-booted feet. He rolled over, to see that Ron and Draco were awake as well. An elf appeared at the entrance to the platform. "What is it?" asked Harry sleepily. The elf pulled up the rope ladder, whispering, "Yurch." Silent as the wind, he disappeared. Harry looked at Draco, and was not reassured. Draco looked rather worried. "Orcs," muttered Draco, careful not to wake Hermione, who was tossing and muttering in her sleep. "That's all we bloody well need, isn't it?" He pulled out his wand, and Harry and Ron did likewise. Harry began to get worried. He knew that orcs could track by scent as well as dogs could, but unlike dogs, they could climb trees easily if they wanted to do so. Even though he couldn't hear the orcs, Harry's feeling of being in danger grew and grew. When he went to the opening, he was sure he heard something at the foot of the tree, many feet below them, and that it was no elf. Whatever it was, it scrabbled at the tree bark, and then began to climb the trunk. Harry could see 2 pale eyes looking up toward him, and he wished that his Everlight torch had not been packed away. Something touched the trunk, and whatever had been climbing slipped away rapidly. Haldir came back up. It was orcs. A large company of them have crossed the Nimrodal. In the dim light of the moon, Harry could see that the elf was puzzled. "I also saw something I have never seen before, climbing this tree. It was too small to be one of your company, and it vanished the second it knew I was there. We've lured the orcs deeper into the forest, and none of them will ever return. Orofin's gone on ahead to alert our people. Sleep now, while you can." When dawn came, Harry and his schoolmates awoke, and were guided along their way by Haldir. They crossed a deep, fast stream by the use of ropes, walking along on one while holding another. Hermione was in worse and worse shape, and finally Aragorn took her on his back for the crossing. Draco took Harry and Ron aside when they were on the other side. "Look, you two, I really don't like the way Hermione's looking. She's still very shocky. As soon as we get where we're going, we've got to get help of some sort for her. I'd love to have her back at Hogwarts, Madame Pomfrey'd have her up and dancing the Kazatsky in no time flat, but we're not there." A ghost of a grin flitted across Draco's face, startling Harry. "That is, Madame Pomfrey'd have her up and dancing the Kazatsky, if she only knew how to dance the Kazatsky." Halder came up to them. It's now time, we're entering the most secret parts of Lorien. Very few strangers are allowed here at all. As was agreed, I'm going to blindfold the dwarf. The rest of you may walk free for a while, until we get farther in. You're going to what? Gasped Harry. Behind him, he heard Ron mutter something that would have displeased his mother a great deal, and Draco drew himself up to his full height, generations of aristocratic Malfoys looking out through his eyes. Hermione was still not tracking very well, but Harry didn't care for the look she was giving Halder at all. Unobtrusively, all 4 Hogwarts students drew their wands, holding them close by their sides and trusting to the wand's non-weaponish look to fool the elves. Gimli was no less displeased. I will not walk blindfold, like a prisoner or a beggar, and I'm no spy. My people have never dealt with the enemy, and I'm as loyal to the company as anybody here. Halder looked stern. It's our law, I've already stretched a lot of points just letting you come this far. Gimli snarled. Either no blindfold, or I turn back and seek my own land, even if I die alone in the wilderness. Harry didn't like the look of the situation at all, as Gimli argued back and forth with Halder. When he was told that he couldn't go back, that the paths were guarded and he couldn't cross the streams, Gimli finally drew his axe, and the elves bent their bows. Expelliarmus, shouted Harry, and the axe and bows flew from their owners' hands. They landed near the Hogwarts students, and Ron stood over them, his wand out and his expression warning of consequences to anybody stupid enough to meddle with him. Now, Halder, will you listen to us? Snapped Draco. We've been a fellowship for quite some time now, and all of us have pulled together for the common goal. You apparently thought that we were children, as Boromir, here, did back at Rivendell. That's an easy mistake to make, but you've now seen how mistaken it is. Either none of us will be blindfolded, or all will be. He crossed his arms on his chest and stuck out his chin, pride and confidence radiating from him. Would you all go blindfold, for the sake of this dwarf? Asked Halder in wonder. Aragorn suddenly shouted laughter. We would look foolish, wouldn't we? Still and all, I think Mr. Malfoy's suggestion of all of us being treated alike is a good one. Yes, even you. Legolas, it'll go easier on Gimli if we're all blindfolded. I'm an elf. Legolas broke off, paling, as Ron and Draco raised their wands and pointed them at him. He had apparently not forgotten the fights in Moria. Raising his hands in an appeasing gesture, he stepped backward. You're not serious, you are. Serious. Aragorn stepped forward, only to stop as Harry raised his wand. The ranger blenched slightly, he hadn't forgotten, either. Harry smiled rather grimly. I'll agree to be blindfolded, if anybody must be. He winked at Draco. As at least one of us will testify, sight's not my strongest suit. Draco smothered a snicker. Blindfolds were produced, and soon all the company was blindfolded. Putting his hand on Halder's shoulder, and feeling Ron's hand on his, Harry began to go forward. Pitching his voice low, he warned. Halder, if I trip, you'll end up on a lily pad. As it turned out, the paths were smooth and straight, and none of them had any trouble. Legolas complained bitterly about missing the sight of Lorien. Halder explained that the times were dangerous enough that the Galadriel had no choice but to be wary. Even with that, the feeling of peace that Harry had noticed, when he first crossed the river, grew deeper and deeper. He thought it was rather like what it must be like in a Zen garden somewhere in Japan. The air he breathed seemed sweeter than any he ever remembered, or was it just the contrast with the smoky, close air of Moria? That evening, Halder received a report from some elven warriors. The intruding orcs had been destroyed, and a strange creature had been seen, prowling around and snuffling. All of you, even the dwarf, are to walk free. The ladies, aware of who and what you are, apparently new messages came through from Rivendell. They unbound Gimli's eyes first, apologizing, which gratified Harry considerably. He knew how much it hurt to be singled out. When his own eyes were unbound, Harry fished his glasses out of his pocket and put them on. Gazing around himself, he gasped in wonder at the beauty of the scene. While the others sat down on the ground, grateful for a rest, Harry looked around for a while, groping for words to describe what he saw. The whole place looked as though it had newly come from the hands of a wise creator. The colors seemed brighter, The air seemed sweeter and purer, and everything was in perfect harmony. There was an air of deep peace and timelessness over everything. In a way, he thought that even when he was gone, Harry Potter from England would still be there. Ron and Draco felt it too. "This is like being inside a song, or something like that," murmured Ron. Draco was transfigured by their surroundings. He had lost his usual wariness, and looked open and happy as a little child, drinking in the air and enjoying the colors. Harry looked at him rather sadly. Could this be what Draco could have been, if his father had not been a Death Eater? The Lady and the Mirror, Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 8, The Lady and the Mirror by Technomad. After a while, the company went on, deeper into the woods. Night was falling and the elves began lighting silver lamps to illuminate the scene. They finally came to a clearing, and Harry could see the evening sky again. It was darkening rapidly and the stars were coming out. On the far side of the clearing, he could see malorn trees, growing higher than he had ever seen trees grow before. "Welcome to Kara's Galadon," said Halder. "We'll have to go around to the other side to get in, and it's not a short walk, the city is very large." As they went around, Harry watched Hermione. She was beginning to look very shocky again, and he wished that Draco's wish for a Medawizard, or a Muggle MD or EMT, had been granted. Her eyes were unfocused, and she stumbled along, hardly taking notice of their surroundings, but willing to go where she was told, leaning on Ron. For a second, Harry caught Ron's eye, and Ron shook his head, looking as worried as Harry felt. Finally, they came to a great gate, which opened when Halder knocked and spoke, but Harry couldn't see any sign of guards. Within the walls, they found more trees growing, and Harry could hear elven voices all around them, but he couldn't see anybody. After following an intricate, winding path, they came to a fountain. Behind it stood the biggest malorn of them all. Harry thought it was about as big as the sequoias of his own world, and wondered what the elves would think of those. They seemed to like trees. There were 3 elves in armor sitting by a ladder that led up into the tree. They came to their feet as Harry and his friends approached. Halder said, "We're here, this is where Celeborn and Galadriel live. I'll go up first, with you, Harry, and you, Draco. The rest can come as they please. It's a long climb." After climbing for a long time, and passing many platforms, Harry finally came to a huge platform that supported a great hall. It would have been a respectable-sized building even by the standards of people that built on the ground. Draco let out a soundless whistle, and Harry could tell that he was quite impressed. Inside, the tree's trunk formed a huge pillar in the middle of an oval-shaped chamber. Celeborn and Galadriel sat there, side by side with the pillar at their backs, and many other elves stood around. Harry was reminded strongly of Avila, looking at the Lady Galadriel. She was tall, with a carriage as straight as a guardsman's, and very beautiful. Her hair was deep yellow, and only something in her eyes betrayed that she had already lived for many centuries, unchanging and unnagging. Her husband, Celeborn, was handsome enough to make Gilderoy Lockhart fall down in fits of foaming envy. His hair was silver but his face was as youthful as his wife's. Both of them were dressed in white from head to foot, and they stood to welcome their guests, which made Harry feel slightly nervous and tongue-tied. An elf ran into the hall behind them, coming up to Halder and speaking rapidly in a low voice. Halder turned, and snapped something back. Draco turned to Harry. "That doesn't sound good, Potter. They're saying that Grangers had trouble getting up those ladders." "I'm not too surprised." Harry felt slightly sick inside. The elves began to mutter among themselves, until the Lady Galadriel stopped them with a crisp command. She fixed her eyes on Halder, who began to explain. His explanation obviously did not please the lady, since her expression darkened, and she snapped something that sent several elves running out of the hall as though their trousers were on fire. Draco grinned, obviously impressed. "Man, Potter, you miss a lot, not being able to speak the Elvish languages." He shook his head in respect. When the lady heard that Granger's been made to march that far into her realm wounded, and with her wound untended, she ripped a few strips off people, including our mate Halder here. "Those elves are going to raise her up into the tree on a stretcher, it sounds like." Draco's low-voiced commentary had attracted the lady's attention. She turned to Harry and Draco. "Welcome. Mr. Potter, I am informed that this is the correct form of address for you. Sit by my side as I greet your friends." The others were just then getting into the hall, with Hermione being carried on a stretcher. Hoping that the elves knew what to do about her wounds, Harry sat where he was bid, watching as his friends were greeted. She had kind words for everybody, praising Ron and Draco for their bravery in choosing to accompany Harry, welcoming Legolas and Aragorn as old friends, and expressing hopes that Gimli's presence meant better relations between dwarves and elves. At her praise of Gondor's long stand against the Shadow, Harry was slightly amused to see the stern warrior Boromir blushing like a schoolboy. Then she leaned over Hermione's stretcher. Concern edged her voice as she turned to Harry. This young woman, girl, really shouldn't have been traveling in this condition. How long has it been since she was hurt? Gentle as Hermione's own mother would have wished, she probed the place where Hermione had hit her head, and Hermione stirred and cried out, not fully conscious. Harry's eyes prickled with tears, and he saw that Ron was terribly worried. Even Draco was concerned, although nobody not familiar with him would have known it. The hardships and dangers they had shared had welded the four who had set out from Hogwarts into a team. 2 days, more or less, said Aragorn, looking rather abashed. Pardon, my lady, but we were being pursued by orcs, and possibly something even worse. At this, Galadriel gave Aragorn a very sharp look. That brings us to the next question I have, and no, it is not what fumble-fingered butchers were tending this wound, although that would be just. The reports from Rivendell said that there would be 9 of you, but I only see 8. What happened to Gandalf the Grey? He went down in Moria, my lady. In Khazad-dûm, he fought with the Shadow, and didn't escape. At these quiet words from Aragorn, a cry of grief and horror came from the watching elves. Galadriel's lovely blue eyes widened in shock, and Harry thought he saw tears start, before she mastered herself. Celeborn spoke for the first time. This is bad news. Why weren't we informed at once? He said something to Halder that had Halder wilting and Draco's eyes widening with admiration at his eloquence. Harry rather envied Draco his command of the elven languages, and would have traded Parseltongue for them in a second, at least until they got back to Hogwarts. We didn't tell Halder at first, said Legolas. At first we were too tired to talk, and later just being in Lorien was salve for our grief. Even so, our grief is very great, said Harry, rather surprising himself. Gandalf guided us, and saved us in Moria. At Celeborn's command, Aragorn told them the full tale of their journey, up to the fight with the Balrog. It was an evil of the ancient world, such as I had never seen before, a shadow and flame at once, strong and terrible. It was a Balrog of Morgoth, put in Legolas. Next to Sauron, it was one of the deadliest creatures in Middle-earth. To us dwarves, it was known as Durin's Bane. It drove us from Moria single-handed, murmured Gimli. We have long feared that something evil slept in Moria, said Celeborn. Had I known you had awakened it, I would have forbidden you entry to Lorien. Gandalf must have been mad, to go into Moria. He threw away his life. No, he did not, said Galadriel. He never did anything rash or needless. In any case, it's not the dwarf's fault, and if we had long been exiled from Lorien, can you say you would not have wanted to see it again, even if dragons were living here? Harry's heart warmed at her compassion for Gimli, who had looked for a second as though Celeborn had slapped him. Gloriously handsome as Celeborn was, with his silvery mane framing his ageless face, for a second he reminded Harry unpleasantly of Professor Snape at his least tolerable. Harry wondered if Professor Snape would have dared be so rude. It was, to say the least, an interesting question. We didn't have much choice, Lady Galadriel, said Ron. The storms forbade us to cross the mountains, and the passes were watched. We needed speed, and we thought we could get through without stirring up trouble. As it turned out, we were wrong. He gave Celeborn a very hard look. In any case, we were there and fought the Balrog, me, Harry, our friend Hermione, and Draco. Even though Hermione had already been hurt, we stood there with Gandalf, and threw every spell we knew at the creature. At Celeborn's wide-eyed expression, he went on, smiling grimly. Yes, Harry, Draco, Hermione and I stood up to a Balrog. As it turned out, we weren't able to stop it or kill it, but it knew we were there. Could you have done as well? Was the unspoken question Harry heard. Forgive my hasty words, Mr. Weasley and Gimli, said Celeborn. I hadn't realized how bad things were for you. In any case, thank you for reminding us of your friend's hurts. With your permission, we'll see about mending her injuries. He snapped commands, and several elves carried Hermione out. We will do all we can for you, particularly for he who bears a terrible burden. He gave Harry a meaningful look. Galadriel explained that she had called the White Council together, and had planned to have it led by Gandalf. She told them that things were balanced very finely, but that they still had hope while the company held true. She bent a piercing gaze on each of them in turn, and only Aragorn and Legolas were able to stand it for long. Draco paled, Ron blushed and shuffled his feet, and Harry felt as though she were looking into his mind. Tonight, you will stay here, and for as long as you need to rest from your travels. At that, elves led Harry and his friends from the presence of the lady. When they were alone, Harry turned to Ron and Draco. Did you feel what I felt when she looked at us, that last time? He looked around uneasily. I thought that she was looking into my mind. She's nicer than her husband, but I didn't like it. Ron and Draco looked at Harry, their expressions of unease eerily similar. You felt that way, too? Asked Ron. I thought that she was asking me how I'd like to be back at Hogwarts and on the Quidditch team, and a prefect. Draco nodded, but did not confide what the lady had tempted him with. Harry compared notes with the rest of the company. The report was the same from everybody. Every member had felt as though he was being offered a chance to turn aside from their quest, and in so doing, get something wonderful that they wanted. To boot, they told Harry that they had felt that their choices would remain secret and known only to themselves. All reported that they had refused. Harry didn't quite know what to make of it. He didn't think that the lady had anything like the power to come through with what he thought she had offered. The vision of himself, safe back in Britain, living with Sirius Black and Remus Lupin on his holidays from Hogwarts, had been inordinately tempting, but he wasn't willing to pay the price of risking Voldemort obtaining the ring to get it. That's if she could even do it, he told himself, firmly banishing temptation. They stayed for some days in Lorien, resting from the rigors of the road. It was an incredibly peaceful, pleasant place. The weather itself seemed to be cooperating, with only a little rain to keep things dampened down. Legolas spent a lot of time with the other elves, not sleeping with the rest of the company. He took Gimli with him on his mysterious errands, and Harry wondered why. As they rested up, the grief they felt for Gandalf became more pronounced. When they spoke, it was often to reminisce about the old wizard. They heard elves singing lamentations for his fall, and more than once, Harry caught Draco listening, tears running down his face as he lost himself in the beauty of the music. Draco wouldn't translate the songs, and neither would Legolas. They both said that for them, the loss was too recent. After a couple of days, Hermione reappeared, looking as good as new, or even better. Harry stared and stared at her. The clothes she had worn were gone, and she was clothed very like one of the elvish warriors they had seen, in close-fitting trousers and boots, a mid-thigh-length tunic, and a gray cloak. Her eyes sparkled with amusement at the reaction she had caused. Harry spared a glance for his schoolmates. He was gratified to see that Ron was gaping at Hermione like a guppy fish at feeding time, and even Draco had been startled out of his usual pose of aloof indifference. "How do you like the new me?" she asked, turning around so they could see her from all angles. She smiled broadly, well pleased with her new look. Harry could see that it was quite a practical outfit for long trips through wilderness. "I'm feeling wonderful, too. These elves could teach Madame Pomfrey a few things, and I'm just sorry that she and they'll never get to meet and compare notes." "Great to have you back, Granger," croaked Draco. She grinned at him, rather knowingly. "Good to be back, I must say. By the way, Malfoy, did you know that you've caused a bit of a stir here?" Draco's eyes widened as she went on. "The elves are quite impressed with your command of their language. They all think you're some kind of distant kin of theirs. And who am I to say you aren't?" Behind Hermione, several elven women appeared. Harry thought they were young, but you couldn't tell with elves. They giggled, though, which he associated with girls of about his own age. They spoke in the elven language, and Draco's eyes widened. He replied in the same language. "See you later, Potter. I've been invited to come and meet some of these ladies. Alone." Draco sauntered over to meet the elven women, who surrounded him and led him away. Hermione looked after him, worry in her eyes. "I do hope he'll be all right. They did say they wanted to meet him. I'm sure they won't hurt him." A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes, and she began to giggle, before she cut it off, knowing that Harry and Ron disliked giggling. He may be in for a few new experiences, though. Having long lifetimes means that elves sometimes get spectacularly bored, or so Aragorn says. When Hermione had gone off to show off her new look to the rest of the company, Harry sat down, and Ron sat down beside him. Ron finally broke the silence. "That lucky bastard. That lucky, jammy, Slytherin bastard. I could kick him." "No, Ron, you couldn't," said Harry quietly. At Ron's puzzled look, Harry condescended to explain. "Because you'd have to get in line behind me, and by the time I was done with him, kicking him would be redundant, believe me." Harry shook his head. "What is it about Malfoy, anyway? The leather pants?" "Search me, Potter. At least he isn't Gilderoy Lockhart." Ron thought for a minute. "I kind of think it's the attitude. The I don't care what you think air." He sighed. "Still and all, I'd give anything to be where he is now." Harry jumped as a slender hand landed on his shoulder, and he turned to find himself looking up into the face of yet another elven woman. She looked down at him, amusement in her large, slightly tip-tilted eyes, and signed that she wanted him to stand up. When he did, she turned and led him off by one hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that another elven woman had laid claim to Ron. "Fight to the last, Ron. Never surrender your virtue," murmured Harry. Startled, Ron jerked out a laugh as their fair captors led them away. When Harry awoke the next morning, he found himself back where the rest of the company slept. Everybody else was there. Ron and Draco were so deeply asleep that he thought he could have fired a pistol without wakening either of them. He was amused to see that both of them were obviously naked under their coverings. Beside them, Aragorn snored away softly, and Boromir turned in his sleep, moaning. Gimli slept deeply as well. Harry, on the other hand, felt rested and full of bounce. Getting up, he scrambled into his clothes, blushing slightly at the signs of last night's activity. A giggle from behind startled him, and he whirled, to find himself looking at Hermione. "You needn't be so modest with me, Harry Potter. I know how men are made." She grinned the old flashing grin that flickered across her face so quickly that if you blinked, you'd miss it. "After all, there are books on the subject," she said, in an uncanny imitation of Ron's intonation and voice. "Hermione, I thought they'd try something like that. Some of them do know how to speak languages other than the elven speech, and they were full of questions about you, and Ron, and, of course, Draco." She grinned at Harry's shocked expression. "You really don't understand about women, do you, Harry? When we're alone together, we talk about everything, and I do mean everything. When I told them that we'd never, well, you know, they were quite shocked. Both at you, and Ron, and Draco, for not taking more of an initiative, and at me, for not forcing the issue." She cocked her head to one side. "Don't be such a Victorian, Harry. They don't have the idea that sleeping with someone has to be because you're passionately in love. They put me in mind of Polynesians before the missionaries came." The others were waking up, and Hermione put her finger to her lips to silence Harry. "Good morning, sleepyheads," she caroled. The sight of their consternation obviously amused her, and she snickered madly at Ron's and Draco's discomfiture. "If I only had a camera," she laughed. "Ginny'd get such a kick out of this." "You even think of telling Ginny about any of this," blustered Ron, as he scrambled into his clothes under his blankets, "and I'll hex you so badly that Madame Pomfrey'll be working on you for 6 months. Come now, I'm sure Miss Granger means no harm." Aragorn managed to make peace break out, and they all went off for breakfast. Harry felt, though, that it was getting close to the time when they'd have to leave Lorien. He smiled to himself, at least he'd received the traditional hero's farewell. He thought about what the Dursleys would think of what he had been doing, and smiled even more broadly. Uncle Vernon would turn green with rage and envy. Aunt Petunia would act as though he and he alone, had ever done such dreadful, wicked, naughty things. And Dudley would gnash his teeth that Harry had yet again done something that he, Dudley, would never get to do, if Harry knew anything about girls. He remembered the responses he had gotten from his female Hogwarts classmates when he had shown them Dudley's picture. Repulsive had been the most positive comment he had heard, and that had been from Gregory Goyle's little sister, an expert comment if ever there was one. That evening, the whole company seemed to feel that it was time to leave. They were packing their gear, double-checking everything to make sure it was in apple pie order. Harry rather hoped that they would see the Lady Galadriel one last time, at least, if only so that he could thank her on behalf of his friends and himself. As though the wish were father to the fact, the lady herself came around to see how they were doing. She beckoned, and Harry and his classmates followed. Harry was curious about just what she wanted. Hermione's face was alight with eagerness to see something new, and maybe learn something new as well. Galadriel led them into an enclosed garden, where there were no trees growing and the sky could be seen. Looking up, Harry saw that the evening star, Rivendell, was above the horizon in the darkening sky. The lady led them down a long flight of stairs into a hollow near a stream, where a basin of silver stood on a low stand, and a silver ewer was nearby. She filled the basin to the brim, breathed on it, and spoke for the first time. "This is the mirror of Galadriel, and I have brought you here so that you may look into it." "So what does it do?" asked Draco. His normal drawl was not to be heard. He was as awed by the lady as any of the others. "It shows you things. It may show you the future, it may show you what may come to pass or may not, it may show you the past. I can command it to show what is desired, but the visions that come of themselves are more valuable, if you can interpret them." "Professor Trelawney should be here," murmured Hermione in Harry's ear. The old fraud would absolutely die of envy. Harry shushed her absently. At Galadriel's gesture, the four companions came up and peered into the water. At first, Harry couldn't see anything but the stars, and he thought that this would be like staring into that stupid crystal ball in divination class. Then, all of a sudden, he saw something else, Hogwarts Castle. The point of view was from across the lake, and he thought he could see the Gryffindor team out practicing Quidditch. Then, the scene changed, and he saw Bilbo, sitting in a room at Rivendell. He was writing something in his book, and the rain lashed down onto his window. "Hogwarts," said Hermione, in a voice aching with longing and homesickness. Harry privately agreed with her. He'd have given anything, at that moment, even to see Goyle, Crabbe or Professor Snape again. Hogwarts was far more his home than the Dursleys ever could be. It was the only home he had. He then remembered all the fun times he'd had at the Burrow, and wondered what was going on there. At that thought, the scene shifted again. They were now looking at the Burrow, and Ron let out a cry. "That's my family, and my dad. But why is Dad at home?" Then the scene shifted again, and Ron yelled angrily. "That's Cornelius Fudge sacking my dad." He turned wildly to Galadriel. "I've got to get home. My family need me. I've got to get home." "That, you cannot do, Mr. Weasley," said Galadriel, smiling sadly. "Firstly, the mirror shows things that may happen, as well as things that have happened or are happening. Besides, at home you could do little or nothing to help, and you couldn't get there without your friends. Would you abandon Mr. Potter?" Ron's face crumpled, and he sank to his knees, burying his face in his hands. No, I won't abandon him. Still and all, if what I saw is true, somebody's going to catch it when I get home." He began to sob, rackingly, and Hermione knelt to try to comfort him. Draco looked on, helplessly. Now, only Harry and Galadriel were looking into the mirror. The scene shifted again, and Harry let out a cry of fear. Against a black background, he was looking at a red, lidless eye, with a slit pupil like a cat, or Voldemort. The eye turned, and Harry knew, without knowing how he knew, that he himself was one of the things it sought. The ring suddenly grew heavy, dragging him down. "Do not touch the water," warned Galadriel. The water itself had begun to steam, and Harry jerked back with a considerable effort. As he sprawled on the grass, panting and shaking, he saw Galadriel stepping back from the mirror. "I know what you saw last, Mr. Potter. And it's something I see often myself. However, Know that I know all that is in his mind, at least all that concerns the elves. And he strives to penetrate my thoughts, but the door is closed." She spread out her beautiful hands, in a gesture of rejection and denial. Harry saw a beautiful ring on her finger, with a gem that shone like starlight. "Yes," said Galadriel, "you see clearly, Mr. Potter. Elrond couldn't tell you, and it is not allowed to speak of it, but I bear one of the 3 elven rings. You can see it because you bear the one. This is why I wasn't happy to see you, because you're coming, no matter how things turn out, means the end of Lothlorien. If you fail, we're defenseless against the enemy, but if you succeed, either I and my folk must leave for the west, or fade into something not dissimilar to your world's house elves. Yes, Mr. Potter, they were once mighty and beautiful, and they still bear traces of that." "Maybe you should take the ring," offered Harry. "You're great, and wise, and all sorts of things that I'm not." Galadriel laughed softly. "And now I receive payment for my reading of your heart, at our first meeting, Mr. Potter. I've thought for years of what I would do if I had the one ring. I've wished it had never been made, or that it had stayed lost. And now you offer it to me? In place of the Dark Lord, you would have a queen. And I would not be dark, at least not at first. I would be beautiful, and terrible, and all would love me, and despair." She lifted her hand, and the light from her ring's jewel suddenly illuminated the whole clearing, and to Harry, she seemed taller, and more beautiful than any Vila, and like a goddess. Then she lowered her hand, and smiled sadly. "I passed the test, Mr. Potter. Such things hold no charms for me, for I can see the end of that road. Rather than become a new Sauron, I shall go into the west, and stay Galadriel." Harry bowed. "To be Galadriel should be enough for anybody, I should think." Galadriel smiled and bowed back, obviously delighted at his courtesy. As Harry and his companions followed Galadriel back out of the clearing, Harry asked, "Why is it that I can't sense the other rings? And know what their owners are thinking?" Galadriel looked at him in concern. "You have never put on the ring, Mr. Potter. If you did so, it would have affected you far more severely than it has so far. Even so, you have been changed. You would never have perceived my ring if you hadn't been." She turned to Ron. "Did you see my ring?" "No, lady," answered Ron, wiping his eyes. "I saw a star near your finger. I wish you did have the one ring, though. You'd set things to rights, dead quick." "So I would begin," said Galadriel, sadly. "But that's not where it would end, unfortunately. Let's go, and not speak of this anymore." On the Anduin River, Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power. Chapter 9, on the Anduin River. The next morning, after emotional farewells, the company set off again, in boats provided by the elves. Their clothes had been repaired or replaced as needed. They had been given a great deal of the elves' standby for long journeys, Lemba's wafers, which were as good as a whole meal in themselves, and each of them had been given a gift by the Lady Galadriel. As they set out, Harry remembered the gift-giving. Legolas had been given an elven bow of the Lorien make, which was longer than the ones his own people used, and a quiver of arrows for it. Gimli, after making a very graceful speech disclaiming any need for a gift beyond the privilege of having seen the lady, had been given a tress of Galadriel's own hair. Aragorn had gotten an elvish jewel, and Boromir, a golden belt. Draco and Ron had also received belts, although Draco had protested that the hospitality they had received in Lorien was already beyond his wildest expectations. At this, Ron had blushed nearly scarlet, sending Hermione into a fit of giggling that nearly had her choking. "You never said a truer word, Draco," she finally managed to sputter out, which made both Ron and Draco, and Harry, blush even more. The belts they had were silver, and had buckles on them that looked like leaves. "For you, Miss Granger," said the lady, distracting Hermione from the pleasure of embarrassing her friends, "I have this." She held out a big, thick book, and Hermione squealed with pleasure. She reverently accepted it, and began paging through. She looked up at the lady, her eyes glowing with happiness. "A comprehensive history of Middle-earth. Oh, lady, thank you." She stuffed the book into her bag. "And it doesn't weigh anything or slow me down. This is wonderful." Her face shone with such happiness that Harry wished he had a camera to record it. She radiated such pleasure that the whole company felt it, like the heat coming off a radiator. Even Aragorn, whom Harry had seldom seen smile, had to crack a grin. To give a gift that is so welcomed gives the giver pleasure, Miss Granger. After your dangerous journey is over, perhaps you will want to share the book with your fellow students at Hogwarts. Harry noticed that she was careful to pronounce the name of the school correctly. Most elves he had met tended to pronounce it rather like Fleur Delacour's Hogwarts. The lady then turned to Harry, who felt slightly uncomfortable with those glorious eyes focused entirely on him. And what would the ring-bearer ask of the elves? Nothing, lady, said Harry. He had been thinking about it, and he honestly couldn't think of anything he needed much. Particularly with a long, dangerous journey on his hands, he didn't want to be burdened down. He swept a hand to encompass the fellowship of the ring. With friends like these, can I ask for more without being greedy? Ron and Hermione both gaped at him, and Draco looked slightly abashed. Oh, listen to him, you elves, cried Galadriel. The most deserving of all asks for nothing. But I can't let you leave without a gift, Mr. Potter. She handed him a crystal phial. Harry could feel that it was full of magic. It contains a bit of the light of Earendil's star, as you saw it in the waters of my fountain. It may be a light for you when all other lights fail. As Harry held the phial, he saw Galadriel with other eyes, as he had by the mirror. A great, queenly figure, far more impressive than any Vila, but not to be feared. On top of everything else, they had all been given cloaks woven by the lady and her waiting women. The cloaks were gray, and they were told that those wearing them would be very hard to see, unless the eyes seeking them were friendly. The boats had been stocked with everything they needed, including coils of elven rope, thin and strong. They arranged themselves in the boats, with Harry and Ron sharing one with Aragorn, Draco and Hermione with Boromir, and Legolas with Gimli. The dwarf looked uncomfortable at being in a boat, and Harry himself wondered how he'd handle it. He'd never been in a boat before he had come to Hogwarts, although Dudley, of course, had been in many and been horribly seasick, at least if his uncle and aunt's accounts had been correct. As they pulled away from Lothlorien, Harry felt a wrench of sorrow, knowing that whatever happened, he would almost certainly never see that beautiful place again. None of them were glad to leave, but Gimli, in particular, was down in the dumps, moaning to Legolas about how wonderful the lady was. Harry tuned out his complaints, thinking instead about what they were to do next. There were basically two choices: to head directly for Mordor itself, or to go to Minas Tirith, as Boromir urged repeatedly. Many of the company wanted to go to Minas Tirith. They were weary of traveling by night, and of the wilderness. Harry, on the other hand, wasn't so sure. They had agreed that when they came to the Rhoros Falls and the Tindrock, they would decide what to do next. Harry wished Gandalf had been able to be there. The responsibility that had been laid on him felt like too much for him to deal with. The first few days of their trip were uneventful. The lands they passed through were deserted, and the only living things they saw were birds. Once they saw a huge flock of black swans, flying across the sky. Everybody was uneasy, and their minds were obviously elsewhere. Boromir, in particular, seemed to be twitchy, and several times he paddled his boat up close to the one Harry rowed in, staring at Harry with an odd look in his eye. Harry fingered his wand, wishing he knew a spell to tell if somebody was planning to do him harm. Unfortunately, that would have been covered in the studies for the NEWT in defense against the dark arts, and before he had been called on this journey, he had just been getting ready to study for his OWLs. On the evening of the fourth night out from Lothlorien, they camped on a small islet in the middle of the river, for greater security. As Hermione made a fire and Aragorn prepared some fish he had caught, while Legolas dressed a woodcock he had shot, Ron took Harry aside. "Harry, I had an odd dream last night, when we were going along by night. I dreamed I saw a log with eyes." He looked pale, and not at all amused by his dream. Harry sat down on a tree stump and motioned Ron to continue. "I was dozing, and I must have dreamed this, but I thought I saw a log, following us. That's nothing unusual, except that this log had legs, paddling it along, and eyes." Harry felt a ripple of fear along his spine. "Go on, Ron," he said, quietly. "Well, it was like it had two pale, glowing eyes, and it was catching up to our boats. It got up to Gimli's boat, and peered in. I sat up to see it better, and it vanished, but I thought I saw something slipping onto the shore. I didn't say anything before because I thought you might think I was cracking up." "No, Ron, you aren't cracking up," said Harry. "Remember that thing the elves were chasing in Lorien? Not to mention, I've seen and heard things too, in Moria. I sometimes heard footsteps following us, and once I saw eyes in the dark. I think I can put a name to your dream, a nasty name. Gollum." Harry fingered his scar absently, although it didn't hurt. "I think he must have been hiding out in Moria, and picked up our trail there. I'd have thought that going into Lorien would throw him off the scent, but he was probably watching us set out from some vantage point." Ron shuddered. "That's all we need, isn't it?" he asked bitterly. "On top of wondering if servants of the enemy are on our trail, we've got to be wary of his nasty fingers around our necks one night." Harry got up and led him back to where the others were getting ready to eat dinner. That night, Ron and Harry quietly agreed among themselves to share the watch. Ron took the first watch, and Harry awoke to Ron shaking him gently. "Sorry to wake you up, Harry, but it's your turn now. I heard some snuffling and splashing, but that could have been all sorts of things." Ron lay down and went to sleep, and Harry sat up, wrapped in his blankets against the cold, and fought sleep. Some time later, he saw something float up, something dark, and grab onto one of the moored boats. A pasty pale hand grabbed the boat's gunwale, and Harry could see two cold, lambent eyes as they gazed into the boat, not more than a yard or so away. Pulling out his wand, he whispered, "Lumos," and in the sudden light, he saw something small and man-shaped and horribly pale staring at him for a second, before diving into the water with hardly a splash. Harry whispered, "Noctis," and the light went out. The light had awakened Aragorn. "What are you doing, up? Not only that, why were you showing a light?" The ranger was rather irritated, if the tone of his voice meant anything. Harry pointed toward the river. "I saw something fooling with the boats, Aragorn. It looked a lot like the way I've heard Gollum described." Aragorn stared at Harry shrewdly. "Oh, so you've figured out that he's on our track?" The ranger rubbed his chin in thought. "He started following us in Moria, and he's been after us ever since. I had hoped that taking to the river would throw him off our scent, but he's much too experienced around water to be stopped. I'd like to catch him. He could be useful. He's very dangerous, though. Even aside from the chance of him murdering some or all of us, he could put our enemies on alert that we're here. Any servants of Sauron that see him will know what he wants." For the next few days, as they paddled along the river, they all kept a sharp watch, but they didn't see any sign at all of Gollum. If he was there, he was being very careful indeed. Even Legolas' keen elven vision could detect nothing, and there were no sounds at night that could have been made by him. They traveled harder than they had before, and mostly at night. By day they lay up in what shelter they could. 7 days out, they saw an eagle. Legolas wondered what it was doing so far from the mountains. The country they were traveling through was bleak and bare, and there would be little of the game eagles subsisted on to feed the great bird. Hermione couldn't believe how big the eagles got. "You mean to tell me that they're big enough to carry people off easily, and to fight dragons?" Her eyes went wide. But how do they feed themselves?" Legolas smiled. "There's a great deal of game about, Miss Granger, if you know how to look. Deer are very thick on the ground in some areas. If it weren't for the eagles and other hunters, they'd be starving to death in multitudes every winter." He shrugged slightly. "An eagle can see a rabbit from a mile up, fairly easily." Harry tried to imagine a bird big enough to carry him. A bird big enough to fight one of the dragons he had faced during the Triwizard Tournament with a fair chance of winning. "Are they evil?" he asked. Legolas shook his head, and Aragorn snorted. "Evil? No. They're proud, and they don't often meddle in the affairs of the lesser races, but when they do give help, the help they give is decisive. If Gandalf were here, he could tell you about how when he was on his trip with Bilbo Baggins, the eagles rescued him and his companions when they were cornered by orcs near the Misty Mountains." Legolas smiled rather grimly. "It's a good thing for those of us of the speaking races that the eagles do not care to eat us. They could easily swoop down on people and take them, if they were so inclined. However, they do go after farm animals sometimes, which makes them unpopular with rural men." "I can imagine," said Harry. He was quite glad that Hagrid wasn't along. Hagrid would have been scheming to get a giant eagle egg or chick to take back to Hogwarts, and somehow, Harry doubted that the Eagles would have had any sense of humor about that project at all. He grinned at the thought of Hagrid trying to raise such a bird at Hogwarts, and at what the Ministry of Magic would have had to say about it. "Can you imagine what Hagrid would want to do?" murmured Ron. Apparently he had been thinking along the same lines as Harry had. Hermione, Harry and Draco all nodded. "I think stealing a giant eagle egg or chick would be beyond even Hagrid," said Draco. "He'd want to, there's no doubt about that, but when the nest owners came back, he would have a sudden attack of sanity and common sense." He chuckled. "Hagrid displaying common sense about interesting creatures. Isn't that one of the signs that the world's about to come to an end?" Hermione let out an unwilling giggle. Aragorn came up. "We're going to travel by night tonight, so turn on in and get some sleep while you can." Harry rather doubted the wisdom of traveling by night, since it threw a lot of advantage to the other side, but he decided that Aragorn probably knew best. He'd been surviving in the wild places of Middle-earth for a very long time. That night, they went on. Aragorn planned one last journey by night, and then they would have to go by day. "We should be quite a few miles from the rapids of Sarn-Gabur, but we'd still best go carefully. There are rocks and islets in the stream that could rip the bottoms out of our boats, so keep a sharp eye out." Harry was resting at the bow of the boat, peering ahead, when he began to hear a different noise from what he had been accustomed to. It was a dull mutter, that slowly grew into a roar. Behind him, he heard Hermione shriek, "Those are rapids." "That's Sarn-Gabur, we went farther than I thought we had," shouted Aragorn. "Paddle for shore, as fast as you can. We can't shoot those rapids by night." Harry grabbed a paddle and paddled as hard as he could, regretting bitterly that while Dudley had had plenty of chances to learn how to paddle a boat, Harry, had never been allowed to learn. What a laugh if Uncle Vernon's wish came true, and I was drowned here, he thought, as the keel of the boat finally scraped stone. Just then, bowstrings twanged and arrows began flying at the company. One struck near Harry in the bow of the boat, quivering. Another flew close enough to him that he felt it part his hair. Just a couple of inches lower, there, and Voldemort would have his dearest wish, ran through Harry's mind crazily. Up on the bank, he thought he saw dark shapes, crouching and aiming bows. "Yurch!" shouted Legolas. After Lorien, Harry needed no help to know that that meant orcs, as his companions shouted with surprise and, in one or two cases, in pain. Harry hoped fervently that none of his friends had been hurt. Raising himself slightly, he shouted, "Petrificus totalis," waving his wand at the shadowy figures on the bank. To his delight, he saw many of them topple over, stiff and still. Shouts of rage greeted this development, and the standing orcs redoubled their shooting. From the other boat, Harry could hear Hermione and Draco casting banishing charms, sending the arrows back at their tormentors. Ron cried, "Expelliarmus!" and the orcs shouted in surprise as their bows and arrows flew out of their hands. "There are times I forget what wizards you and your friends are, Mr. Potter," said Aragorn quietly. "Then you do something like this, and I'm reminded yet again." He guided the boat skillfully through the foaming water, pushing them to the opposite bank from where the orcs were waiting. When they finally got there, Harry, Ron and Aragorn leapt out, pulling the boat up so that it wouldn't float away. A little ways away, the others were doing the same thing. Legolas went up on the banks, the Lorien made longbow in his hands. From the south, Harry could see clouds boiling up, covering the night sky. "Damn that bloody Gollum, for leading our enemies to us," he muttered. A darker shadow, one that was not a cloud, appeared in the night sky. Harry felt his scar twinge, and then begin to hurt. As it got closer, soon he could see that it was no cloud, but a great winged creature of some sort. Closer and closer it came, and Harry could hear gasps of fear from all his comrades. There was only one thing for it. Drawing his wand, Harry pointed it into the air, summoned up the memory of winning the Quidditch Cup for Gryffindor, and screamed, "Expecto Patronum." At the same instant, as a silvery stag erupted from Harry's wand and soared into the air, Legolas' bow twanged, and Harry heard a croaking scream as the winged thing was struck. a second before the stag arrived, lowering his antlers and charging through the sky. The winged creature fell on the other side of the river, and a chorus of wails and howls arose. The stag flickered out, and Harry wiped his brow. The pain was gone. "Praised be the bow of Lorien, and the wand of Mr. Potter," muttered Gimli. "Whatever that was, I didn't like it one bit." He shook his head. "It reminded me of Durin's bane." "That wasn't a Balrog," said Harry. He didn't know just how he knew, but he knew. It was something else, something colder. He shivered. "Thank Professor Lupin, back at Hogwarts, for teaching me the Patronus charm. Whatever it wasn't friendly." "I'm glad it was shot down," said Ron, looking across the river. Hermione shuddered, huddling in her cloak. They stayed there for the rest of the night, and nothing could be heard of their enemies. When dawn came, it came in foggy, gray and sad, and Harry felt a twinge of homesickness. The weather was so like Britain that he almost expected to see familiar sights. Instead, he was in a strange place, in a whole strange world, among people who were alien, except for his 3 friends from Hogwarts. He looked at them as though he had never seen them before, noting everything. They had all been changed by their days and days of travel, mostly for the better, Harry thought. They were all tanned by the sun and wind, except for poor Ron, whose skin was much too fair to tan, and who could not seem to escape burning. At the moment he wasn't suffering, but Harry knew that he had been quite uncomfortable. None of them had been fat before they set out, but the endless marching through rough country had hardened all of them. Their boots were well broken in by this time, and they could all hike for hours without trouble. Harry felt a rush of affection for them, which he carefully kept to himself. He knew that without the need to support him in this lunatic quest, they'd be back at Hogwarts at that moment, probably replete from a huge house elf-cooked breakfast, with nothing worse than a potions or history of magic class facing them. Instead, they were huddling in what little shelter the river bank offered, gnawing on dry sausage and hardtack and washing it down with river water, dirty and bedraggled. "And to think that I used to think I'd never have friends," he thought. Aragorn and Legolas scouted ahead as the rest of the company ate. Harry worried as they disappeared into the mists, but they came back after a few hours, none the worse. Aragorn reported that there was a usable portage trail around the dangerous part of the river, and the rapids themselves were not long, but much too dangerous to traverse in their boats. "Maybe the boats of Lorien would survive, but we wouldn't. Nobody's ever shot the rapids of Sarngabur and survived." Accordingly, they emptied the boats and repacked their packs, and then set off down the trail, carrying the boats over their heads, Indian style. It turned out to be an endless, tortuous task, slipping and sliding along the path, burdened with heavy backpacks and holding the boats overhead. If the boats had been heavier, they wouldn't have been able to do it, but they were very light. Even Legolas didn't know what they were made of, but Harry was glad of it, whatever it was, and wished he could bring samples back to Hogwarts for his teachers to study. At the end of the trail, it was getting dark, and they settled down to camp again. All of them were worn out. Even Gimli, who was probably the toughest of them all, was about done in. The night passed uneventfully enough, which Harry thought was a wonderful thing. After their ambush, he wondered where Gollum had got to, and what evil he was up to. At first light, they started again, through the thinning fog. Soon they were paddling along through a rock-sided ravine. As the river picked up speed, Harry began enjoying the ride, although it would never, in his opinion, compare with flying. In any case, it beat tramping for miles through the wilderness, footsore and thirsty. As he leaned over to dip a cup of water from the river, he saw 2 towering things ahead, one on either side of the river. "What are those?" he asked Aragorn. Aragorn cracked a rare smile as he steered the boat for the middle of the river. "Those, Mr. Potter, are the pillars of the kings, the Argonath. Steer for the center of the river, and keep the boats apart," he roared to the others, as they drew nearer and nearer to the pillars. As they got closer, Harry was more able to see them than before. They turned out to be huge sculptures of kings, weathered but still recognizable. They were terrifying to contemplate from up close, and Harry fought an irrational desire to cower and cover his head as they passed between them, where they half blocked the river and forced it to go faster. The sight of them put new life into Aragorn, though. Harry couldn't believe the change in his attitude as they passed the statues. It was as though years had dropped from him, and he suddenly seemed regal and proud, sitting in the stern of their boat. In the shadow of Isildur and Anarion, their heir Lesser has nothing to fear, he called to Harry, catching Harry's eye and smiling broadly. Then a sad look came over his face. I wish Gandalf were here. I'd love to go to Minas Tirith, my own ancestral city. Right now, I'm not sure where we should go. A little later, they came out from the chasm and back into the light. Some little while later, they came out into a good-sized oval lake. Harry could hear a waterfall in the distance. Aragorn waved his arm around. This is Nin Hethel, and, pointing to 3 peaks in the distance, and those are Talbrander, with Amon Hen and Amon Law, the hills of hearing and sight. In the old days, they had watchers on them, but nobody's ever climbed Talbrander itself, or so they say. Tonight we'll have to make camp. I can hear the Rhoros waterfalls from here. Harry nodded, looking unseeingly at the scenery. This was where he knew he would have to make a choice, whether to go to Gondor or to Mordor. This was the place where decision would have to happen, since the paths to Gondor and Mordor diverged here. Farewell to the Fellowship. Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power. Chapter 10, Farewell to the Fellowship by Technomad. That evening, they drew up their boats and rested on what Aragorn identified as the lawn of Parth Galen. Harry and the others were glad to get out of the boats, although they had gotten used to them. The ground felt good under their feet as they took their supplies out of the boats and pitched a camp. Hermione made a fire, and they tucked into dinner with a good appetite. Draco took charge of the camp cooking, and they had managed to catch some fish and find some wild vegetables to supplement their trail rations. Washed down with watered wine, the meal went down a treat. Rubbing his stomach with pleasure, Ron told Draco, Malfoy, I take back every bad thing I've ever said or thought about you. You have, to my surprise, one lonely virtue that overshadows all your vices: you can cook. Hermione wiped her mouth with a bit of cloth from her pack. He's right, you know. You'll make some lucky girl very happy someday. She grinned her old grin, the one that flashed across her face so fast that if you blinked, you missed it. My mother would be absolutely mortified, you know. She's convinced that all women, merely by being women, are naturally gifted cooks, and that any mere male in a kitchen can be trusted to burn water. And where did she pick up that idea, Granger? Asked Draco. He was obviously pleased at being praised for his skill, but only someone who had known him for as long as Harry, Ron and Hermione would have known it. To anybody else, he would have seemed his same old drawling, insouciant self. Cooking and potion. Brewing aren't too wildly different, so father and mother had me in the kitchen from the time I could walk. A lot of the skills carry over. Did you know Professor Snape's a cordon bleu chef in his own right? Gods! I'd never have thought it, gasped Harry. He grinned suddenly. Hermione, you're the only one who'd understand this, since wizard-born children don't watch the Muggle telly. But can you imagine Professor Snape going head-to-head with Gareth Blackstock of the Chef Show? He looked odd. That would be a battle worth going a long way to see. Blackstock and Snape. Sarcasm at within the kitchen range, no quarter. Hermione turned pink, and began to giggle madly at the thought of such a confrontation. For us poor, underprivileged wizard-born types who haven't been exposed to the glories of Muggle culture, could you explain? Asked Ron, irritation in his voice. Draco nodded in agreement, and then looked surprised to find himself agreeing with Ron Weasley on anything. Gareth Blackstock's a chef at a fancy restaurant called La Maison Anglaise, and he's about as arrogant, overbearing and perfectionistic as Professor Snape, but with a better gift for invective. Explained Hermione. Like, for instance, when one of his assistants counsels backing down from a challenge, he asks, did Sir Edmund Hillary get within sight of the top of Everest, say that he'd now found what he was there for, and then go back down again. The show revolves around his adventures and misadventures, like the time he gets invited to Paris to do a contest. The contest requires him to use only English ingredients, including English wine, which causes a lot of trouble when his competitors nobble the only bottles of English wine in all of Paris. English wine. Draco was agog. English wine? Isn't that a contradiction in terms, like military intelligence, or Lockhart's? Modesty? If my father had ever heard of anybody wanting English wine, he'd have been convinced that Muggles were barking mad. Hermione shrugged. I didn't write the show. Draco laughed so hard he lost his balance, and the other members of the fellowship looked at Harry and his classmates curiously. Apologetically, Hermione told them. It's kind of a private joke, it would take forever to explain. The others were still curious, but turned back to their own pursuits. That night, Harry noticed that Aragorn was very restless. Even though he wasn't on watch, he kept on waking up, and when he was asleep, he tossed and turned uneasily. Finally, Harry went over when Aragorn was up and about. Is there something wrong? He asked quietly. Aragorn looked at him. I don't mean to pry, but something's bothering you. Can I help? I don't know, Mr. Potter. Aragorn looked around uneasily. I keep feeling like something's out there, something evil, and I don't necessarily mean Gollum. Can you cast a spell to see if there are orcs about? If Frodo were here, we could look at his sword, Sting. It was elven-made and would glow if orcs were near. The closer the orcs, the brighter the glow. Let me try a faux location charm, said Harry, delving into his bag for spell components. A few minutes later, he was casting the spell as Aragorn watched, fascinated. When the spell was finished, Harry looked up at Aragorn. It shows that they're near, but not terribly near. They may be on Aemon Law, and may only be spies of the enemy, said Aragorn. I've never heard of orcs daring to climb Aemon Hen. Still and all, we'll have to go carefully tomorrow. The next day, the dawn was red and gloomy, as the sun illuminated clouds in the east from beneath. After a while, as the sun climbed, the weather grew more pleasant, with a few clouds in a bright sky. As soon as the whole company was awake and fed, Aragorn called them together. Well, here's where we've got to make a choice, people. Either we go to Minas Tirith, or on into Mordor directly. There are arguments for both paths, and both have drawbacks as well. We also don't have to stay together. We can split up and go our separate ways. We'll have to choose quickly, though. We know there are orcs across the river, and they may be on this side as well. Mr. Potter, Aragorn continued, this choice falls to you. You're the ring-bearer. What do you want to do? Harry knew what he wanted to do, even though it frightened him a great deal. He was wrestling with temptation like nothing he had felt since Cedric Diggory had offered him a free run at the Triwizard Cup, even though Diggory had been closer. He looked at all the faces, looking at him, and couldn't force himself to decide between the two ways. Give me an hour, and I'll get back to you. I've got to think about this, and think very hard. Just don't bother me for an hour, all right? Harry asked. Aragorn nodded, sympathy in his eyes. Very well, Mr. Potter. We will give you an hour, and nobody will bother you. Aragorn led the others off, and Harry sat down on a rock and put his head into his hands. After a little while, Harry got up and followed a path he saw, up through a wood, until he finally found himself at the top of a cliff, on a grassy lawn overlooking the river. He could hear the Rhoros waterfall in the distance, and all seemed to be peaceful and serene. He sat down on another rock, and thought for a while, until he suddenly sensed that he wasn't alone. Jumping to his feet and reaching reflexively for his wand, he found himself staring at Boromir. The Gondorian looked at him with a kindly expression. Hello, Mr. Potter. I was wandering around, and happened across this spot. May I join you? At Harry's nod, Boromir sat down near him. After a few minutes of companionable silence, Boromir spoke again. Have you got any idea about what you're going to do next? I don't quite know what to do next, Boromir. On the one hand, I know I'm going to have to go to Mordor. That scares the daylights out of me. On the other hand, I don't dare go anywhere else. Not even to, say, Minas Tirith. A terrible, yearning hope shone out of Boromir's eyes. In Minas Tirith, you could rest from the rigors of the wild, and gather your strength. Lord Boromir, you've been harping on that idea for days now, sighed Harry. Again and again, you've brought up going to Minas Tirith. I don't think you're doing it just because you're homesick. Is there some other reason you think I should go there? Boromir looked at Harry closely, and Harry squirmed under his gaze. Well, Mr. Potter, since you ask, I do have reasons. The more I think about it, the more I feel that the ring has come back to be used, not destroyed. With it, we could overthrow the Dark Lord. and restore Gondor to her proper place among nations. Harry regarded the Gondorian closely, and quietly slipped his wand into his hand from where he usually kept it, in a sheath up one of his sleeves. Harry decided to try reason first. Look, Lord Boromir, you don't know what you're talking about. I've been in close proximity to the ring for longer than you have, and I can sense that it's evil. Also, just who would be using this ring, anyway? A sudden suspicion grew too. Near certainty in Harry's mind, watching the play of expressions over Boromir's face. You want the ring? By the gods, Boromir, have you gone mad? Yes, I want the ring. If you won't use it yourself, then let someone who has the will to use it have it. Boromir sprung to his feet. With the ring, I could throw Sauron down, and restore Gondor's glory. I'd raise armies, and I'd march into Mordor and avenge my nation's suffering on the Dark Lord. We'd defeat his armies, and I'd take Barad-dûr and cast it down for all time. I could cleanse Mordor, and make it a paradise, and tame the wild, making it a safe place to be. Harry cut him off in mid-rant. You'd turn into a new Sauron, sooner or later, Boromir. Startled at being interrupted, Boromir stared at Harry as though he had sprouted wings. No matter what sort of good intentions you started out with, you'd eventually become like Sauron. But can you be sure? Boromir came closer, and Harry unobtrusively gripped his wand, getting ready to fight. In any case, how can a child, a mere youth, stand against me? If I choose to take the ring, I can do it, whether you will or not. With that last statement, he came at Harry, his hands out to grab. Harry had been expecting a move like this, and raised his wand. Stupefy. Boromir ducked the spell, and came at him, his face a snarling mask. Before Harry could dodge out of the way, Boromir grabbed him, holding onto him with hysterical strength. Expelliarmus, came a cry, and Harry found himself flung from Boromir's hands, landing on his rear and knocking the wind out of him for a second. As he struggled to breathe, he saw Boromir turn to see who had enspelled him. The Gondorian's hearing was very good, and he apparently figured out where the shout had come from. He started for one corner of the clearing, drawing his sword. I'll have the ring, whether you or anybody else try to stop me. With it, I can save Minas Tirith. He hewed the air with his sword, but didn't connect with anybody. Harry struggled to breathe, and wondered what he'd do if Boromir decided that getting the ring was more important than finding whoever had cast that spell. No sooner had he thought that, than Boromir seemed to have the same idea, sheathing his sword and turning toward where Harry was sitting. In his desperation, Harry remembered what Bilbo and Gandalf had told him about the ring and what it could do. Before he could lose his courage, he plunged his hand into his shirt, gripped the ring, and slipped it onto his finger. The world seemed to change around him as soon as his finger was within the metal circle. Harry's vision seemed to dim, but his hearing became extremely keen, and he could sense and smell things he hadn't been able to before. Boromir cast about wildly, trying to see where Harry had gone and calling his name. Harry had gotten his breath back, and he was getting very angry. He had trusted Boromir, and to have him turn bad was a crushing blow. He understood just how serious Black had felt when Peter Pettigrew had turned out to be a traitor, and why he and Remus Lupin had wanted to kill Pettigrew when he had been exposed as Ron's former pet rat, Scabbers. Harry gripped his wand, struggling with the urge to blast Boromir down where he stood. Finally, he got control of himself, and pointed the wand, taking careful aim this time. Stupefy. The Gondorian fell like a poleaxed steer. Harry was amazed. He had never known his spells to be that powerful before. Harry. Is that you? How did you, where are you? Ron Weasley was standing near where Boromir had been, pulling off the invisibility cloak and looking around. How did you make yourself invisible? Or did you apparate? No, I just heard you. Where are you? Over here, Ron. I'm wearing the ring. Harry reached out and gripped Ron's hand as it involuntarily twitched up. Harry didn't want to be ensorcelled by mistake. Look, Ron, I think it's time that we split up. I'm going to Mordor, even if I have to go alone. You three can come along, or stay, it's up to you. I've got to go. This thing's too bloody dangerous for me to keep. You won't be alone, Harry, said Ron. I'll be with you every step of the way. Let's get back down to the boats and get on out of here before the others come. Ron turned and started back off down the path, pulling the invisibility cloak on again as he ran. Harry pelted after him, feeling like there was a dreadful doom behind him, and it knew where he was, and it was coming ever closer. Down by the boats, they found Hermione sitting and thinking. Ron pulled off the invisibility cloak as soon as he got there, startling her. "Ron," I thought, "where's Harry? I think I can hear him, but where is he?" She peered around, her wand in her hand. "I'm right here, Hermione. I'm wearing the ring. Apparently it does make whoever wears it invisible. It also seems to soup up any spells you cast. We've got to get out of here, fast. Boromir's gone bad. He wants the ring. Get our stuff into one of these boats, and let's get going." Hermione didn't argue. White and pale, her face set with anger, she began throwing the Hogwarts students' packs into one of the boats, as well as some of the supplies they had been given in Lothlorien. "Boromir, I wondered about him, you know. He's been chattering about Minas Tirith until I got sick of the subject. Does he think he can use the ring and not be mastered by it? He must be mad." Harry didn't notice much of what she said. Instead, he was exploring the new senses that the ring gave him. It was as though he could sense how things were for miles and miles around them, as far as the misty mountains to the west or Mordor in the east. Everything seemed astir. There was a cloud of smoke over Moria, and fighting between elves and orcs in Lothlorien. The birds and beasts, and even the very trees, seemed to be getting ready to take sides. When he turned his senses east, though, Harry's courage failed him. He could sense the power and malevolence of Mordor, radiating from the terrible fortress of Barad-dûr, and he could sense that Sauron sensed him, as well. He could feel Sauron's will and attention, suddenly focused on him and searching for him. Helplessly, he watched as that power reached forth, across miles of wilderness, to seek him out. "Harry. Harry. What's the matter?" Ron had taken the invisibility cloak off, and was staring around wildly. "Are you there? Can you hear me? I said we've got to get moving." "He's coming for me," gasped Harry. "He knows where I am." Ron grabbed his shoulders and shook him. He had managed to figure out where Harry was standing. "Take off the ring, you chump. When you aren't wearing it, he can't track you." Hermione's voice penetrated the fog in Harry's mind, and he pulled the ring off. The world snapped back to normality, with his vision suddenly no worse than normal and the extra keen hearing gone. For a second, Harry was dazed by the change. He felt Sauron's power as it passed by, seeking him, but without the ring on his finger, it couldn't pinpoint him. Draco Malfoy appeared, his eyes wild. "What was that? I just felt worse than I have since Moria." He took in the scene. "Oh, planning to go off without your old mate Malfoy?" He pulled out his wand. "Well, you can just give that plan up, like right now." "Do you think you can stop us?" asked Harry. None of the three made a move for their wands, but Harry could sense them tensing beside him, getting ready to fight. "No, Potter, I'm not going to stop you. You're going to Mordor, if I have to drag you every step of the way there. These other two can skive off to someplace cushy like Minas Tirith if they want, but you and I, Potter, have a little errand to make. An errand in Mordor." Desperate sincerity radiated from every inch of Malfoy's wiry frame, as he pointed his wand. "And I should add that the first of you two. Draw a wand'll get a curse, right between his or her beady eyes." "You mean, you want to go to Mordor?" Surprise edged Ron's voice. "We thought you'd be the first to want to go to Minas Tirith. We're just heading out to Mordor right now." Draco smiled, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes, which were watchful. "And you decided to take my pack along, so as to lighten my load?" Harry risked a glance sideways, and saw Hermione blush. "Well, that's kind of you, but you'll not be rid of me that easily. You are not going to Mordor. We are going to Mordor. With four of us, we've got a better chance of at least one of us getting through, don't we?" Ron looked very thoughtful. "Professor Trelawney did say that you were essential to success, Malfoy." Draco nodded. "Right, then," Ron pointed to the boat. "Get on in, and let's get going." With 4 passengers and their gear, the elven boat was more sluggish than it had been with just 2, but they managed to get across the river. As they paddled, Harry told the others everything that had happened from the time he had gone off to think. I knew I had to go to Mordor, but I didn't know if any of you would come along. I kind of thought that Boromir had other ideas, but I hadn't expected him to try to take the ring. Draco's eyes widened. So he did decide that he could handle the ring. I had wondered about him, you know. He was always on about Minas Tirith, as though the rest of Middle-earth didn't really matter. I'm sorry to hear that he's gone bad, though. You didn't hurt him, did you? No, I cast a stupefaction spell on him. It hit harder than I thought it would, but I was wearing the ring when I did it, and I think that added extra power to my spell. Harry took off his glasses and polished the lenses absently. Damn it. All I wanted was one bloody hour to myself. I was mostly thinking about how I was going to tell you goodbye. Living with this thing's convinced me that it has to be destroyed, but I hate to see you putting your necks on the chopping block, too. Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Henry James Potter, began Hermione, her voice dripping freezing indignation, but whether or not I choose to risk my life is not your decision to make. You are not my father, nor my husband. It's my life, and I assumed the risk when I agreed to come to Middle-earth in the first place. I meant every word I said at Rivendell, remember? Her voice shook with the intensity of her emotion. I may well be killed on this little trip. I came closer than I like to think to just that when I got hurt in Moria. I'd rather deal with that than have to live with myself if I just let you go off alone, so put that in your pipe and smoke it. She burst into tears. Harry was utterly nonplussed, and a glance at Ron and Draco told him that they didn't quite know what to make of this either. Awkwardly, Harry patted Hermione, which made her cry even harder. Okay, Hermione, okay, I didn't mean to insult you. I'm glad you were along. For that matter, Harry looked around at Ron and Draco, I'm awfully glad you were both along too. This will be a lot easier to handle with some familiar faces along. Even mine? Asked Draco. Harry regarded him narrowly. Behind his usual lazy drawl and insouciant pose, Harry could see a real fear of rejection. Harry's heart went out to Draco, remembering the things Draco had let slip to him about what life had been like for him before they had met. Even you, Malfoy. You've got skills and strengths the rest of us don't have. If nothing else, if we run into more elves, you'll come in mighty handy. Harry suddenly quirked a grin, sparking reminiscent smiles from both Ron and Draco. Of course, there are some ways of communicating with elves that even a couple of fumblewids like Ron and I can manage. Hermione looked around, amusement warring with exasperation on her face. Men, at this, Harry, Ron and Draco burst out laughing, and Hermione finally, reluctantly, joined in. They beached the boat on the other side of the river, pulled out their packs and distributed the load of other things they had brought, and set out across the Emyn, looking for a way into the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. What is courage now? Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 11. What is courage now? What is courage now? Is it just to go until we're done? Men may call us heroes when they can say we've won. But if we should fail, what then? What is courage now? Leslie Fish, Fellowship Going South, copyright Leslie Fish, 1975. Welly 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 well, we are in the soup and no mistake, up to our ears we're in the soup, drawled Draco Malfoy. Sitting on the edge of a cliff, he wrapped his arms around his knees and stared off to the south and east. Must you mention food? Snapped Ron. He hadn't eaten all day, none of them had. Peering off in the direction Malfoy was looking, he could see a dark line on the horizon, with an occasional flash of red light from beneath it. How are we found for food, anyway? Hermione looked up from the map she had pulled out. We took a lion's share of the food the Fellowship had, including most of the lembas. I feel bad about that, but Aragorn's an expert on wilderness survival, and the others aren't far behind. None of us are, so we need every edge we can get. She looked abstracted for a minute or two, as she considered the question. We've got enough food to see us right for about a month or so, and that should be enough to finish this trip, barring the unforeseen. But the unforeseen's a given here, put in Harry. Just for starters, I didn't plan on leaving when and how we did, although I thought the time would come when we'd split up. Also, those maps don't show how difficult these bloody hills are to get through. Absently, he took off his glasses and polished them with a scrap of cloth, replacing them firmly on his nose. It was the third day since the Hogwarts students had fled the Fellowship. After abandoning the boat, they had headed into the hills of the Emyn, hoping to find a way across and to Mordor. They had beat their way eastwards, as best they could, although they had had to retrace their steps again and again because the ways they could find were not always easy to follow. They had found themselves faced with unclimbable cliffs more than once. Now they were at the eastern edge of the Emyn, and could find no way down. Below them, they could see and smell marshes. Ron looked carefully at his old friend. Harry seemed little the worse, but he had changed, somehow. He had developed a habit of clutching at the front of his shirt, at about the point where the ring hung on its chain. Other than that, there were no changes that Ron could quite put his finger on, but he sensed that Harry's donning of the ring had been a turning point for him, in ways that he didn't quite understand. Mordor, murmured Draco, his eyes fixed on the southeast. If we've got to go there, I'd just as soon get it over with quickly. Damn this place for not letting us ride brooms. What I'd give for my broom, right now. He got up, giving the cliffs they were sitting on an appraising look. Even I'm not keen on trying to climb this lot. Night's falling, too, and that'll make things more dangerous still. We should camp for the evening, said Hermione. Tomorrow we might be able to find a way down and to Mordor. She brushed a lock of hair back from her face. Ron thought that she looked tired and drawn, as they all did. I wish we had taken the other way, leaving the others behind long before we did. According to this map, we could have avoided getting tangled up in these hills, and gone over what is marked as the battle plain, and into the passes to Mordor. It's too late to retrace our steps, though. The orcs are out and about, looking for us. She drew her Japanese short sword, contemplating the blade absently. Even with wands and weapons, we're no match for a whole company of orcs, I fear. They spent the night in a stony hollow, sleeping as best they could. The weather was cold and raw, and they took turns keeping a watch. None of them really slept well, and Ron, for one, was almost glad to see morning come, if only so that he could move about and get the stiffness out of his arms and legs. If they could see us in Lothlorien, now, how they'd laugh, murmured Hermione, as they sat around eating some of their dried meat and fruit. At her companion's questioning looks, she explained. The elven women there would never let me forget this. Here I am, after all, the only female among 3 males, and none of you have made so much as a move toward me. She grinned her old grin. It flashed across her face in a second, lighting her whole face up like the sun coming from behind a dark cloud. I guess real travel, particularly under these conditions, kind of puts a kibosh on romance. I doubt I could get much interested in that right now. Even if Gilderoy Lockhart showed up and wanted a quick snog? Asked Draco, his eyes dancing with mischief. Hermione threw a fruit rind at him and made a face. Don't remind me about that, I was only 12 years old, for the gods' sake. If you're still annoyed about me teasing you about that silly magazine, I'm sorry. It's just that we women find those magazines incredibly amusing. You know, in a way, I guess Lockhart was lucky he lost his. Memories, mused Harry. Ron gave his friend a curious look, and Harry explained. Think about it, Ron. What do you think would have happened to him, if he'd been just fine, when your mum found out that he had been willing to let your baby sis die in the Chamber of Secrets, and had tried to destroy your memories? Harry gave Ron an evil grin. I think that before your mum was done with him, Lockhart would have thought that Azkaban sounded like a nice, safe place to be. She couldn't get at him there, after all. Ron thought about what his mother would have done to Lockhart, and gave a theatrical shudder. She'd skin him alive and roll him in itching powder, and then my dad and all my brothers would take turns. Memories of Hogwarts were comforting, in a way, although it also hurt to think about the place. If they had been at Hogwarts, they'd have just been waking up in their dormitories, with nothing more challenging than a difficult test ahead. Changing the subject, Ron asked Harry, do you think Gollum's still on our trail? Harry considered carefully. I haven't seen or heard anything for some time. I'd bet that even he would have a hard time tracking us. I hope to the gods we've seen the last of him. He looked off to the south and east. Come on, we're burning daylight. I feel exposed here. There's got to be a way down, if we can just find it. For the rest of that day, They explored along the cliff's edge, but they couldn't find a way down, no matter where they looked. They sometimes heard what sounded like bare feet padding along after them, or a stone falling, but when they stopped to listen, all they could hear was the wind. Ron didn't like that sound, either. It was too much like the sound of breath hissing between sharp teeth. He remembered the glimpses he had had of Gollum vividly, and hoped fervently that he had seen the last of the creature. Finally, as the day was coming to an end, they found a ravine cutting the cliff in two. Draco looked at it, appraising Ly. "This looks like the best way down, at least that we've found so far." The cliffs were lower, and the gully led downward toward the marshlands below. "At worst and least, if we do have to climb at the end of this, it won't be nearly as bad as trying to clamber down those cliffs all the way." The others deferred to his opinion. Since leaving the Fellowship, Draco had become their oracle on matters of outdoorsmanship. Harry and Hermione had been children of the suburbs, and Ron had never had much chance to gain outdoor skills. When asked how he had learned so much about outdoor skills, Draco had drawled, "Given the choice between Malfoy Manor or the moors and fells don't look so bad." The scramble down the gully was tougher than it had seemed at first. Midway down, they found some trees, mostly dead ones. Finally, they came to the edge of the gully, and Draco peered over. "We're down a good way from where we were," he reported. "From here down, I think we can climb. The cliff face isn't nearly as steep as it was back where we were." Ron looked up uneasily. The sky was clouding up rapidly. "Right. Now, I vote we get down there fast. That's a thunderstorm coming, or I've never seen one." A distant mutter of thunder confirmed his prediction. "Where is that rope?" Draco and Hermione opened their packs. "Looks like we need about 100 feet, or a little more," said Draco, pulling out a coil of the light, strong rope the elves had given them. He took one end of the coil and began measuring it, paying it out between his arms. "Let me see, I'm just short of 6 feet tall, so we can call each of these 5 and a bit. 5, 10, 15. Hermione looked up doubtfully at the sky. "Hurry up, Malfoy. That storm's coming fast." The wind had picked up, moaning among the rocks. "Here's a stump we can tie the ropes to, but we'd better get moving." Ron came over and looked at the stump, with Harry behind him. It looked strong enough to take their weight. Draco called, "They're 120 feet." At that moment, the storm broke. The wind howled down on the 4 wanderers, driving a pelting, cold rain with it, as the lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Ron howled with dismay, pulling his cloak tighter around him, as a close lightning strike dazzled him. "Get back! Get away from the edge!" screamed Hermione. Suiting action to words, she scrambled away, pulling Harry. The lightning had apparently blinded him for a moment. When the 4 were back together, Hermione pulled out her wand and cast a water-repelling charm. This kept Harry's glasses from crippling him. "In that Quidditch game in the rain, back at Hogwarts," she explained. "I don't want to get soaked through. Getting dry will be the devil, and we could get hypothermia really easily. Hypothermia can kill you as dead as any orc's arrow or killing curse." "I didn't know you knew that, Granger," said Draco. He looked at Hermione with what looked to Ron like unwilling, but genuine, respect. "How did you find out about that?" Hermione gave Draco a smug smile. "I read it in a book, Draco." Ron shouted with laughter. "If it's in a book, anywhere, you can bet Hermione's read it, Draco." The rain continued to sluice down, but protected by the water-repelling charm, Ron was able to take a purely academic interest. Some time later, the storm blew itself out, heading west over the hills. Hermione watched as the clouds rolled away and the stars peeked through. "Looks like Gondor's going to catch that one, boys," she commented. "Hard luck for them, but they've got houses to shelter in. Right now, we've got one cliff to get down." Under Draco's supervision, the rope was tied around the tree stump that Hermione had found. Then, the question arose about what to do with their packs. "I'm not keen on taking chances with mine," said Draco. "Among other things, I've got some potions and the like in there that I don't want to see damaged." "There's nobody around for a long way, as far as we can tell," said Harry. "How about if one of us goes down, then we tie the packs to the rope and lower them? one at a time, while the one at the foot of the cliff stands guard. Sounds like a plan, Harry, said Draco. Before anybody could do anything, he grabbed the rope, stepped to the side of the cliff, and lowered himself over the side. His voice floated up. With this rope, the climbing's fairly easy. Just remember to wrap it once around your waist, and take your time. Once Draco was on the ground, Harry, Ron and Hermione tied the packs to the end of the rope, which they hauled back up to the top of the cliff, 2 at a time, and lowered them slowly until Draco told them that they were safely on the ground. Then, it was time to climb down. Ron noticed that Hermione was looking pale. Something wrong, Hermione? He asked. Hermione nodded her head rapidly. What's the matter? I hate heights. She wouldn't look at Ron, but cast her eyes down at the ground. Ron slipped his arm around her shoulders, and she suddenly leaned into him, letting him put both arms around her. Harry looked at them curiously, then came over. Does this bother you, Hermione? He asked. His voice was very gentle. Hermione suddenly started sobbing, clutching Ron desperately. Ron gave Harry a slightly panicked look, but didn't let go of her. I hate heights. I don't even like flying. Why do you think I don't care for Quidditch? I want to go home. I want to go back to Hogwarts. Harry patted her awkwardly. It's okay, Hermione. Nobody's going to think any the worse of you. We've all got something we're scared of. For me it's Dementors, for Ron, it's spiders. If heights bother you, we'll just have to work out something to do about it. What's going on up there? Draco's voice drifted up from below. What are you lot waiting for? Hermione's scared of heights, Harry called down. We're trying to deal with it. Hermione sobbed into Ron's chest even harder. Hermione. Draco's voice went a bit louder, and Hermione stopped crying to listen. Hermione, there's a way to deal with it. All you have to do is not look down, and concentrate on your footing. One step at a time, you can do it. I know you can do it. If you're afraid of falling, Hermione, I'll go first. With me and Malfoy on the ground, we can hold you up with levitating charms if you lose your grip. With that for a farewell, Harry turned, gripped the rope, looped it around his waist as Draco had, and began to make his way down the cliff. After a few minutes, he called up, I'm down safe and sound. Hermione went over and took the rope in her turn, her expression fit for someone going to the gallows. Ron watched, admiration filling him, as she looped the rope around her middle and backed carefully up until she stood on the edge of the cliff. When the rope went taut in her hands, she stepped backwards, and began to climb down. From below, Draco and Harry called encouragement to her. After what seemed to Ron like hours, but had to be just a few minutes, shouts of gladness from the foot of the cliff told him that she had made it safely. Feeling as though a 1,000-pound weight had been taken off his heart, he looped the rope around himself and began to go down in his turn. The climb was actually fairly easy, with plenty of footholds, and he was standing at the foot of the cliff in jig time. Hermione, Harry and Draco were waiting for him. Hermione had an expression on her face that reminded Ron of nothing so much as the first time he'd seen her cast a successful spell. I did it! I did it! I did it! She gasped, tears of happiness running down her face. She grabbed Ron and kissed him, and before he could get over his surprise, she did the same to Harry and then to Draco. I was scared, but I did it. You did it, Hermione. Draco's face and voice showed nothing but profound respect. I've been climbing all my life, but for you to do it took more courage than I've ever seen. I take off my hat to you, but I'm not wearing one. Let me say, instead, that it's an honor to know you. For once, Draco, you've said just what I wanted to say, said Ron. Patting the radiant Hermione on the back, he went over and picked up his pack. Come on, let's get going. I'd love to see old Gollum get down that cliff. Then, as realization struck him, he slapped his forehead. Oh, gods above and below, the rope. Gollum will be able to climb right down it. Oh, will he? Asked Hermione. Taking out her wand, she pointed it at the rope. Accio Funis. The rope came tumbling down to lie in a heap at their feet. She smiled triumphantly. There. Let's see him get down the cliff without a rope. They moved a little distance away from the cliff, toward the edge of the marshes. Full night had fallen, and they were tired. Nibbling on their trail rations, they finally found a bit of shelter in the lee of a rock. The night was cold, but despite that, Ron found himself drifting off to sleep. Beside him, Hermione slept the sleep of exhaustion, and Harry murmured in his dreams. Ron spared a second's concern for his friend. His dreams never, ever seemed to be pleasant. At least he wasn't crying out in fear in his sleep this time. Suddenly, he felt Draco shaking his shoulder. In his ear, Draco murmured, "Look back at the cliff we climbed." Ron peered through the gloom, and caught his breath. Something was climbing down, like a spider. For a second, he fought unreasoning panic, before he saw that it had only 4 legs. A frisson of horror went down his spine as he focused more carefully. Whatever it was climbing down head first, like some giant insect. "Gollum," he whispered. Draco nodded, his expression grim in the pale moonlight. "I thought he'd be balked by that cliff." "We all did, we were all wrong. I'll alert the others." Gently, Draco shook Harry awake, and then Hermione, putting his hand over their mouths to stop them crying out in alarm. "We've got company, it looks like." Rubbing his glasses with a scrap of cloth, Harry put them on and peered out at the cliff. "How is he tracking us?" "By smell." "Your guess is as good as mine, Potter," muttered Draco. "I don't know about you, but I'm getting sick of him shadowing us all the time. I want to catch him." Wrapping himself in his elven cloak, Draco moved off toward the foot of the cliff. "Wait a second, Draco." Harry rummaged in his pack and pulled out the silvery invisibility cloak. "He probably can't see you, but he might be able to hear you. He's very, very dangerous." Pulling on the invisibility cloak, Harry disappeared. His voice drifted back to Ron's ears. "Come on, Ron, Hermione." As they drew closer to the cliff's foot, they began to be able to hear the creature. Its breath hissed, and sometimes it spoke to itself. "Ack, SSS, my precious. More haste, less speed. We mustn't lose the scent. No, precious. We mustn't, Gollum." For a second, as it raised its face, Ron could see the light of the moon reflected in its eyes. "Ack, SSS, the white face. We hates it, yes we does, my precious. Slowly, we climbs down this nasty cliff." Draco's voice rang out suddenly. "Wingardium Leviosa." Gollum squealed in fear as he found himself torn from the side of the cliff, floating in midair, unsupported. He began to struggle madly, squealing and hissing. "Petrificus totalis." Hermione cast a spell in her turn, and Gollum's struggles stopped as he froze in a grotesque position in midair. Only his eyes still moved, and they flickered around madly as Draco brought him gently to earth. When he was safely on the ground, Hermione called, "Finite incantatem," and, suddenly freed, Gollum sprinted for cover, right straight at Ron. Before Ron could raise his wand or draw his sword, Gollum was on him, his strong fingers reaching for his throat. "None of that, now," came a sharp command, just as Gollum gripped Ron's throat. Gollum gasped in surprise and fear as something tore him from Ron and held him in midair. Coughing and feeling his throat, Ron recognized the voice as Harry Potter. A resounding slap sent Gollum's head snapping back. "Hold still and don't try anything stupid, or I'll kill you. Do we understand each other?" Another hard slap. "I said, do we understand each other?" Ron had never heard such anger in Harry's voice in all their acquaintance. Don't hurt us. We wasn't doing anything. No we wasn't, Gollum." Going limp in Harry's grip, Gollum began to whimper pitifully. "We were lost, yes. Lost and looking for our precious. Who are you, and what are you going to do with us?" He began to sob and weep. "Are you going to kill us?" "Let loose, Harry," said Hermione. As Harry released Gollum, Hermione conjured up ropes, binding the gangrel creature before it could flee. Rubbing his throat, Ron stared at Gollum. This was the first time he had ever had a good clear look at their tracker. He was anything but prepossessing, being incredibly thin, and smaller than Ron had thought at first. Gollum was about the size of a 7-year-old child. His skin was fish-belly white, and his face was dominated by 2 huge eyes. His expression was a mask of malice as he hissed at them, his mouth showing only a few snaggle teeth. Welly 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 well, if it isn't our little chum Gollum, drawled Draco. And what do you think you were doing, my dear little fellow, following us, your betters, around through this nasty dangerous wilderness? He nudged Gollum in the ribs with the toe of his boot, not very gently. Planning a bit of robbery and murder, were you? Ron glanced at Draco. Draco had an expression on his face that reminded Ron of Professor Snape confronted with one of his brother's pranks, and an willing stab of pity for Gollum went through his mind. We were lost, precious, lost and looking for our precious, whined Gollum. We were trying to find our way, when we got jumped on, yes, jumped on like cats with poor little mices. Such nice peoples you are, jumping on poor precious. Let's have a quick talk, people, said Harry, coming out from under the cloak. He's not going anywhere. To make sure, Harry cast a stunning charm on Gollum, and the creature relaxed as far as he could in his bindings, snoring a whistling snore as his huge lamp-like eyes shut. What do we do with him? Harry gave Gollum a speculative look as he sat down on a nearby rock. I don't fancy just turning him loose. He'd be right after us again, and we might not be able to catch him again. He took off his glasses and rubbed them with his handkerchief. Somehow, though, I can't really bring myself to the point of killing him. Neither can I, said Hermione, looking troubled. If we had only not crossed his path in Moria, or lost him in Lorien. I had pictured something a lot bigger and scarier, not this poor little wretch. I'd feel a proper brute if we killed him, and you'd have to go through me to do it. She stuck her chin out, looking very determined. Easy enough for you to say, Hermione, growled Ron. Gollum's fingers on his throat were a recent memory, and he knew that without his friends there to help him, he'd have been in a very bad way. If there's anything he wouldn't do, it'd be a shock to me. Draco shrugged his shoulders. Me, I'm neutral. Part of me, the old, bad part, the part that's my father's son, says to kill him. The rest of me says that he may prove to be useful. Didn't Aragorn say something about how he thought Gollum had been in Mordor before? He might know a way in that isn't guarded. Then it's decided. As long as we can keep him under some sort of control, we don't kill him. Ron stared at Harry in awe, and a little fear. Harry was taking command of the company, and doing so as though he had been doing it all his life. Harry looked different, somehow, older and grimmer, and very sure of himself. Comparing this Harry Potter with the bewildered child he had met on the Hogwarts Express, Ron could hardly believe the change. Going back over to where Gollum lay, Harry took out his wand and snapped. Innervate. As the stunning spell came off him, Gollum awoke, looking around wildly. For a second, he struggled with his bonds, then appeared to accept them. Smeagol. We won't hurt you, but you have to come with us. We're going to Mordor, and you've been there before, so you're going to show us the way. Mordor. A look of fear twisted Gollum's unlovely face. Ack, SSS, he doesn't want to go there, does he, precious? Ash, dust, thirst. Pitses everywhere, and orcs. Thousands of orcses and more orcses. Nice people doesn't go to such places. But you do, don't you, Smeagol? Harry's voice was soft and insistent. Behind him, Draco and Hermione stood, wands at the ready in case Gollum got free. Harry squatted down, looking directly into Gollum's face. You've been there before, and we want you to. Show us a safe way in. No, yes, once only, and that was years ago. Gollum began to writhe in his bonds, weeping and whimpering. I don't know. Oh my poor hands. Leave me alone. We can't find it. They're always awake. Gollum, dwarves, men, and elveses, terrible elveses with bright eyes. Go away. Don't look at us anymore. Go to sleep. He turned his head toward the southeast. We won't, not for you. Ron and Draco glanced at each other, and Ron was startled at the look of pity on Draco's face. There'd been a time when he would as soon have expected to see Hermione kiss Professor Snape. I hate to say it, but I think something happened to him in Mordor. Something really, really bad, murmured Draco. Ron nodded, and turned his attention back to Harry and his colloquy with Gollum. Show us the way in, Smeagol, and we'll let you go where you will. That's all we're asking." Harry stood over Gollum, wrapped in dignity and power. Ron was filled with admiration for how much his friend had grown. "No, no, we won't never show you the way," snarled Gollum. Hermione got up and squatted down beside the imprisoned wretch, an ominous smile on her face. "Oh, yes you will, Gollum. You'll tell us anything we want to know. You want to know how I know this?" Staring at her, his huge eyes wide, Gollum nodded fearfully. "Because, if you don't, I'll tickle you till you tell. Tickle 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 tickle." As she began tickling Gollum, the creature screamed and laughed involuntarily, writhing frantically in a futile effort to escape. Finally, he gasped out his acquiescence. "Yes, yes, we will. We will show you the road to the Black Land, Precious. Gollum. As long as we don't go in there, Precious will show you the way." Gollum began to rock back and forth in his bonds. "Now Lucius, Lucius, Precious wants to be loosed. Can't show you roadses if we're tied up." At Harry's nod, Hermione made the ropes vanish. Gollum sprang up, capering with delight to be free. "We mustn't go, not yet, Gollum. The white face is out. It hurts our eyes, and shows enemies is where we are, doesn't it, my precious?" He squatted down, limber as an Indian fakir, and looked up at the four, his eyes seeming to glow. "Rest, yes, rest a while before we goes." Harry nodded, and the companions sat down nearby. Ron began to feign sleepiness, and he noticed that the others were doing the same thing. Slowly, slowly, he let his eyelids slide almost shut, until he was watching Gollum through the narrowest of slits. Harry slumped to one side, and began to snore, and Ron stifled a chuckle. It didn't sound a bit like Harry's real snore, but it was an uncannily faithful imitation of Neville Longbottom. Of course. He never has heard himself while he's asleep, but he's heard Neville. Ron joined in, doing the best Harry Potter asleep impression he could, short of actually crying out in his sleep and cursing the Dursleys. Just as Ron had anticipated, Gollum waited a few minutes, peering around with his huge lambent eyes. As soon as he was convinced that all four of them were truly asleep, he leapt to his feet and made a run for it. All four of them were on their feet in an instant, and Gollum went down in a welter of binding charms and stunning spells. "And where do you think you were going?" snarled Ron. "Off to find some orcs, or something worse, I bet. I ought to cut your worthless throat." He yanked out his sword and tested the edge with his thumb, smiling mirthlessly. "No, Ron, don't." Hermione aimed her wand at Ron. Her eyes narrowed, and her voice became very low and even. "Put that sword back. Right now." There was a snap of command in her voice, and Ron stared at Hermione in utter surprise before he sheathed the sword. "Hermione, are you barking mad? We can't trust him. What promise can he make that he'd keep?" Hermione did not answer, but pointed her wand at Gollum and snapped. "Innervate." Gollum revived, whimpering and weeping to find himself bound yet again. "That's a good question, Ron. I'm not pleased with him myself, but I think he can be made useful. He's been in this country before, after all." She turned to Gollum. "Well, what promise can you make that you can be trusted to keep for 5 minutes at a time?" Gollum looked up at Harry, a terrible hunger in his eyes. "Smeagol will swear on the Precious." Ron shuddered at the naked longing in his eyes. He had never seen such raw need. Harry was shaking his head, rubbing his chin. "On the Precious?" Harry smiled rather sardonically. "I don't think you know what you're saying, Smeagol. Once you make that sort of promise, it'll bind you, whatever you may think." He drew himself up to his full height. "If you break a promise to that, it'll destroy you." In that moment, Ron could see the man Harry was becoming. A mighty wizard, wise and terrible, easily the equal of Dumbledore, and before him, a little dog, cowering, that happened to be somehow akin to the wizard. He blinked, and it was just Harry Potter, tired, bedraggled, and, could it be, beginning to need a shave. He rubbed his own chin, and was startled to find that he was getting bristly too. "On the Precious we swears. On the Precious," whined Gollum. He wriggled in his bonds, trying to work his way closer to where Harry stood, his arms crossed on his chest. "We swears on the Precious." Oh. And what do you swear, Smeagol? Harry looked down at Gollum, his face impassive. Gollum whined louder. We swears, to never, never let him have it. Smeagol will keep him from ever getting it. But we must swear on the precious. Harry shook his head, looking tired and sad, all of a sudden. No, Smeagol. It would drive you mad to see it, but you know where it is. Tell the precious what you will do, and it will hear you. We swears never to let the enemy have the precious. We swears to serve the one who bears the precious, whatever he may want us to do. Gollum struggled. Unloose us. Let USS go. At Harry's nod, Hermione raised her wand and made the bindings disappear again, and Gollum got up. Very well, Smeagol. You say you know a way into Mordor. Show us the way. Gollum capered about, delighted to be free, and pointed off across the marshes. There's a way, yes there is, oh yes. Orcses don't know it, but I do. Let me show you. Come with Smeagol. I found it, years ago, hiding from Orcses. With Smeagol showing them the way, the four companions passed on into the Dead Marshes. Candlelight in Marshlands. Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 12. Candlelight in Marshlands. After a while, Gollum, who had moved ahead, crouching low and using his hands almost as much as his feet, pointed forward. Here it is, yes, the way to the marshes. He had not tried to escape, but Ron remained very suspicious of him, and he could tell that Hermione and Draco felt very much the same way. They exchanged frequent glances eloquent of mistrust, and kept their wands at the ready. The way turned out to be the bed of a river, leading down from the rocks to the marshes. Gollum splashed along in the shallow water, which seemed to please him greatly. Occasionally he would even sing what seemed to be a song, or recite a poem about fish. Ron knew that he had lived on little but fish and goblins' flesh for centuries in his cave home far below the Misty Mountains, and wondered how he had managed to keep himself fed since leaving there. That's a good question, Ron, murmured Draco. Ron jumped slightly, then thought that he must have been subvocalizing his thoughts, and Draco had heard. Elves, as he had learned in Lorien, had keen senses, and apparently this was another thing that was inherited, along with their language. I doubt there's anything he's too good to eat, if it comes down to it, promises or no promises. Harry seems to trust him for now, but me, I don't. Not half I don't. He reeks of treachery and double dealing, and after growing up around Death Eaters, I should recognize that if anybody does. When they paused, weary from hours of tramping through the twisting gully, Ron brought the subject up. What's to eat? Hermione looked into her pack. We've got what's left of that jerked meat and dried fruit, as well as the lembas. I'd rather we left the lembas for later, for emergency rations. It'll keep you going for a long, long time, and a little goes a very long way. Who wants some dried meat and fruit? Gollum came padding up, his eyes alight with hunger. Yes, yes, nice meatses. Pretty girl gives us nice food. When Hermione handed Gollum a chunk of the meat, he fawned on her, all but wagging his tail. Ron looked away, feeling slightly sick at the way the creature was willing to abase himself. He reminds me of my father, sucking up to Voldemort. Draco shook his head, disgusted, as he gnawed on a dried pear. Gollum had passed on the fruit, expressing disgust at it, and had regarded the suggestion of eating lembas with horror. Ron wondered if he had a natural horror of elven things, or if the stuff just didn't suit his tastes. When he spoke of that to Draco, Draco expressed similar bafflement. After the meal, they rested for a while. Harry and Hermione stretched out and went to sleep, and Gollum did likewise. By unspoken agreement, Draco and Ron stayed awake. Neither of them trusted Gollum an inch. Ron thought it was strange to see Draco Malfoy as a trusted friend and comrade, but decided that it was all a matter of degree. Compared to Gollum, who Ron thought would eat any of them if he got the chance, Draco Malfoy was a harmless and friendly sort. After a few hours, Hermione awoke, and Ron and Draco lay down and took their turn sleeping. At first, Ron thought that he would never be able to sleep so close to Gollum, at least as long as the creature was not tied securely, but when he opened his eyes, the change in the light and his own rested feeling told him that he had been asleep for hours. Gollum was nowhere to be seen. Where's that little wretch? Did he run off? snapped Draco. Draco was always a little crabby about being awakened, even when he'd had enough rest. Ron had asked him why that was so, and been disconcerted by the answer. Well, Weasley, it's like this. I lie there, caught up in a horrible nightmare. Then I awaken, and remember who I am, and where I am, and what I am, and I wish I had the nightmare back. I gave him leave to go. He said he was hungry. Hermione looked rather grim. When we were figuring out how much food we had, we didn't figure on taking on a new member of our happy little group, so every bit of food Smeagol finds for himself is one less bit we'll have to give him. She smiled rather sardonically. For that matter, he's probably a lot better adapted to survival here than any of us. He'll eat anything, worms, insects, what have you. She shuddered slightly. I'd bet on him surviving a nuclear holocaust. Sure enough, in a little while Gollum came back in, gnawing on something that Ron decided very quickly not to investigate too closely. Thinking about what it might be made him feel slightly queasy, and not at all hungry. Harry finally woke up, stretching and yawning, looking as rested and refreshed as though he were back at Hogwarts, with nothing worse than double potions to worry him. He smiled, and it was the old smile, the one that Ron had seen so seldom since this task had come to him. Well, another fun day in Middle-earth. Everyone, don't you just feel glad to be alive? His voice sounded cheerful, but with an undertone of sarcasm. Draco looked at him in reluctant admiration. Bloody hell, Harry, you've been hanging around with me for too long. You're starting to sound like me. Hermione dissolved in giggles, and Ron snickered, before something struck him. Draco was absolutely right. What in the world was Harry Potter doing sounding like Draco at his most Malfoy-ish? What's the matter, Harry? Is the precious getting to you? Harry sent Draco a look that wiped every bit of levity off his face, to be replaced by fear. Never, never, never say that again, Draco Malfoy. Ron felt a frisson of alarm at the change in Harry. Had Draco hit on something? Was the ring beginning to alter Harry's mind? Ron had a moment's vision of Harry, centuries old, twisted and altered into a second Gollum, and felt slightly sick. Draco raised his hands placatingly. Okay, Harry, okay. No offense meant. Ron could see real fear on Draco's face, something he normally didn't see there. Had Draco figured out what Ron had? Ron made a mental note to ask him when they had a chance to talk. At the end of the gully, they found themselves standing on the edges of the fenlands. In the distance, Ron could see the mountains of Mordor, hanging there like clouds. In front of them, the fens stretched out, gloomy in the gray light of day, with mist rising off them. The air was thick with the smell of decaying plant life. Well, do we have to cross this lot, or is there a way around? Asked Hermione. She looked out at the marshes with distaste all over her face. I'll tell you all the truth. I'd as soon not try going into that bloody bayou if there's any feasible way around. Here, Hermione, said Draco. He peered out into the mists. I can't see anything that looks like a path, and it's awfully easy to get bogged in those places. This place puts me in mind of nothing so much as Dartmoor. I doesn't know about Dartmoor, no I doesn't, cackled Gollum, watching the four friends carefully. All I knows is that you doesn't have to cross nasty marshes, no, you doesn't. You can go north, yes, north and find hard roadses that go right straight to the enemy's country. His people are there all the time. They caught Smeagol long ago there. He shuddered. Since then I've used eyes, yes, eyes and ears and nose, and I found ways in and out, ways the enemy doesn't know about. So I suppose we've got our usual choice, Hobson's, sighed Harry. He tucked his thumbs into his belt and stared out across the marshes, his stance reminding Ron of his father, bracing himself before tucking into a big job of work back at the burrow. A second's longing for home, for familiar faces and the knowledge of his parents' unconditional love surrounding him, ripped through him with an intensity that was physically painful. Stop it, you damned prat, he told himself sternly. Think of Harry or Draco. They've got it far, far worse and you don't see them whinging. The sky was getting brighter, and Gollum seemed anxious to be off, so they stepped out into the fens. The terrain turned out to be an endless cluster of stagnant pools separated by hummocks, and to Ron's surprise, it proved possible to cross, although the path meandered and wandered. Gollum led the way, and Ron could see that it took every bit of even his skill to find their way. He crouched low, sniffing and using his hands for balance as his head swiveled around, peering for the next bit of firm ground for them to use. Sometimes he would even listen, his ear pressed to the earth, although what he thought he would hear was a mystery to Ron. It was dreadfully wearisome. The landscape would have depressed nearly anybody. Save the wetlands, Hermione? Ron murmured into Hermione's ear. She snorted. Above them, the sun was rising, and they could just see its outline through the layer of clouds. Gollum looked up, hissed and snarled. Ron, on the other hand, was glad to see the sun. They stopped at the borders of a great reed thicket. All around them, the swamp stretched out, dead and gray, the only green the mold to be found on the surfaces of some of the slimy tarns. All of them were weary, and Ron, for one, was thoroughly fed up with the marshes. Between the dreary scenery and the apparent lack of life other than themselves, it was never going to be high on his list of holiday choices. As the day wore on into evening, their progress slowed. The firm bits became harder and harder to find, and even Gollum, the expert, was sometimes at a loss for a while. The waning of daylight didn't help much. Ron liked the swamps even less as darkness fell than he had when he could see them clearly. He pulled his cloak close around him as he shivered, and not from the cold. They moved forward slowly, the mud clinging to their boots. If they had been full-grown adults, they wouldn't have been able to make it, and even so, they had more than one nasty turn. Again and again, they linked hands to pull one of them out of the mire as the darkness thickened. After one bout of pulling, with Draco's feet back on relatively firm ground, Ron stopped to wipe sweat from his face, and let out a shout of terror. Out around them, he saw what looked like distant candle lights. Gods! We're caught! Instinctively, the Hogwarts students went back to back, their wands out and at the ready. Gollum squeaked, startled, then cackled at the sight. Yes, they're out there. Candles of corpses, they are. Don't bother about them. Don't follow them. He went back to snuffling around for a trail to follow. After a few minutes, when no attack came, Ron and the others put their wands back and went back to following Gollum. A few minutes later, Hermione tripped over something and went down into the muck, face first. It wasn't deep, but she had her face underwater for a second. She reared back, screaming, and scrambled to her feet. There are faces in the water. Harry, Ron and Draco whirled, their wands out. Shaking, Hermione pointed at the fen. I saw faces in there, dead faces. Harry bent over and peered in. Yes, I see them too. Noble-looking men, and elves, and orcs. All of them dead, though. He looked drawn, and very tired. There's a light in their eyes, a light I don't like. Gollum cackled, highly amused. Yes, yes, those faces are why they calls this the Dead Marshes. There was a battle here, long, long ago. I heard it when I was young. Before the Precious came, I heard about it. Fierce elves with bright eyes, and men with long swords, and orcses, all fought here. For days they fought. Then the swamps came, creeping, swallowing the graves. How long ago was that? Asked Hermione, her lust for facts conquering her fear. She bent over, in her turn, looking carefully at the faces. That kind of armor hasn't been used for centuries. How can they be visible? Is this some trick of the enemy? At Ron's questioning look, she snapped. Oh, don't be so surprised, Ronald Weasley. There were books of the history of this place at Rivendell and Lothlorien, and lots of them had illustrations. I can recognize that armor, and it's not armor that's been used for many centuries. How? Smeagol doesn't know, pretty girl. Admitted Gollum. He looked down at the faces. We tried to reach them once, I tried, but it can't be done. No it can't. Ron shuddered. He figured he knew perfectly well what Gollum had tried to reach them for. Gollum turned and beckoned. Come on. We doesn't want to go down there and light candles. Follow Smeagol. Don't look at nasty lightses. When they finally reached firm ground, Ron noticed that Gollum himself was happier. He led them off down what seemed to be a path among high reeds, whispering, Must take pretty girl and nice mages away from nasty lights. Yes I must, as they followed him. All of them were slimed with mud. They had all fallen in the mire more than once, and they stank to high heaven. After a bit, Gollum stopped, sniffing and peering around. The air is moving, it's changing. Smeagol doesn't like it, no he doesn't. Draco murmured. I'd be glad of a change myself, if only to get away from this smell. We all palmed something horrid. As they progressed on, Gollum got twitchier and twitchier, reminding Ron of the way Ginny had acted before disappearing into the Chamber of Secrets, 3 years previously. He wondered for a second how his baby sis was doing, and if she'd gotten over that crush on Harry Potter. He'd talked with Harry about it, and Harry had explained why he had been at pains to discourage her. It's simple, Ron. I'm sitting on the bullseye of a target, no matter what. The least I can do is to try to keep Ginny out of the line of fire. A shadow had passed over Harry's face. I can face this by myself, but I'd never forgive myself if I got anybody else killed. Ron shook his head, remembering. He had wanted both to hug Harry and to shake him till his teeth rattled for being so stupid. How he could be both so noble and such a prat was beyond Ron. He was just Harry Potter, whom Ron loved like a brother. A breeze sprung up, blowing the clouds away and revealing the moon. As one, Harry, Ron, Draco and Hermione turned their faces to the sky, glad of the extra light, but Gollum hid his eyes and cursed. Ack, SSS, the white face, Gollum. It shows us, doesn't it? Ron was breathing deeply of the purer air, glad of the way the breeze was blowing away the marsh fetor when he saw it. A dark shape, darker than any cloud, was flying out of Mordor. It crossed the moon, letting out a cry that they could hear even far below, and wheeled, heading back to Mordor. Gollum groveled on the ground, gibbering, and Ron, himself, was terrified as he had not been since Moria. Wraiths, wailed Gollum. Wraiths on wings. They seize everything, tells their master. He shook his fist at the moon. Curse the white face. It shows them everything, nothing can hide. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. After that, Ron began to note a change in Gollum. He began to slip back into his old way of speaking, and eyed Harry oddly sometimes. Harry himself began to slow and to tire. Frequently, Ron, Draco or Hermione had to tell Gollum to slow up and wait for Harry. Are you all right, Harry? Asked Hermione during one pause. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, shaking his head rather dazedly. At a snapped command from Draco, Gollum came back, fawning and servile, but with a look in his eye that Ron didn't trust for a second. It put him in mind of Quirrell, back in their first year at Hogwarts, when he thought about it. No, I sense the Dark Lord, off in the distance. My scar's not hurting, but that only happens when Voldemort's near or feeling murderous about me. This is different, more like an eye looking for me. He looked off toward Mordor, and shuddered. Right now, I'm still hidden from it, but the veils are getting thinner all the time. It's like knowing where the sun is on a sunny day with my eyes shut. Hermione touched his face tenderly, running her finger along his scar as gently as the mother he had never known. Ron could see tears running down her face. Oh, Harry, I'd give anything to make it easier on you, she whispered. Gollum sidled up, smiling a rather evil smile. Draco stared down at him with a very Snape-ish expression on his face, fingering his wand ominously, and Gollum leapt backwards as though he had been scalded. For the rest of that night they pressed on, and dawn caught them on the far side of the marshes, in a land that sloped away up to the mountains of Mordor. The air was clear and cold in Ron's lungs, and he didn't like the taste of it. It had a sulfur reek, somehow. During daylight, they took cover beneath a big black stone, taking turns to sleep and keep an eye on Gollum. For 2 days, they struggled onward, the air itself growing fouler and fouler with the sulfur fumes from distant Mount Doom. Finally, they came to an utter, total wasteland. It put Ron in mind of the ash heaps he had seen on a trip into Wales, the mountains of slag and rubble from the coal mines there. There was nothing growing, nothing at all. Spring would never, ever come to this place, even when it came to the dead marshes behind them. There were pools here and there of stagnant water, but it was thick with ashes and worse. This makes the worst pollution I ever heard of back home look like nothing, murmured Hermione. Harry put his arm around her to comfort her. After a little while, they moved on, finally finding shelter in a round hole where, Ron hoped, the eye that Harry had mentioned would not be able to see them easily. The daylight itself seemed tainted, and designed to show them their utter insignificance next to the power and puissance of the Dark Lord of Mordor and his creations. As had become their custom, they took turns to sleep, and Ron drifted off gracefully, hoping to dream of home. When Ron woke up, the others were sleeping a sleep of exhaustion, but as he slowly opened his eyes, he heard two voices. One sounded like Gollum as Smeagol, and the other sounded like Gollum's old self. Cautiously, he peered around, not letting on that he was awake, and he saw Gollum having an argument with himself. As his voice switched back and forth, his eyes changed color, going from a pale light to a green light in the gathering dusk. One voice argued for keeping to the spirit of Smeagol's promise to Harry and the others, while the other, the Gollum voice, urged that the ring was his, precious, and that he could keep the promise to keep it from Sauron just as easily, if not more so, with the ring in his own possession. After all, wheedled the Gollum voice, Harry and his friends were going nearer and nearer to Mordor, where the enemy himself was in residence. Finally, the Gollum voice seemed to win, and Gollum's fingers went toward Harry's neck. A dry ahem froze Gollum in his tracks, and he whirled, to see Draco and Ron both pointing their wands at him. Harry stirred, yawning. "What time is it, everybody?" At this, Hermione came awake, muttering something uncomplimentary about people who woke decent folk up. The Gollum personality disappeared, and Smeagol came back, fawning and grinning with dog-like delight. Harry apparently took it nearly at face value, but Ron, Hermione and Draco, catching each other's eyes for a second, shook their heads slightly. "Yes, Master and pretty girl has had sleep, beautiful sleep," croaked Gollum. "Now it's eveningses, night is creeping, and time to go. Where does we go now, Master?" Harry took off his glasses and wiped them thoughtfully with his handkerchief. "How's this sound, Smeagol? You head off and see if you can't find something to eat. You can eat stuff we can't. We'll wait for you here. Be back in, say, an hour or so, and then take us to the gate. When we're there, you're free to go, as long as you don't go to the enemy." "Yes, Smeagol is famished." With a bound, Gollum turned and left. After he was gone, Draco squatted down low, gesturing Harry, Ron and Hermione to join him. "Look, Harry," began Draco, his narrow, clever face grim under its coating of half-dried grime. "You can't trust that creature as far as you could throw him. He was having a little argument with himself just now, and the part of him that wants to take the ring away was winning." "He seems to like me," said Hermione, doubtfully. She shuddered slightly. "I'd rather drink one of Professor Snape's potions without asking what it was than have him slobbering over me, but, let's face it, boys, we couldn't have passed through those awful marshes without him." Harry smiled rather sardonically. Ron was struck, in that moment, how very much like the old Draco Malfoy he had become. "As long as we keep a sharp eye on him, I think he'll be useful for a while, yet. If only Gandalf were here, he might be able to tell us what's in Smeagol's heart." Harry's voice trailed off, and they all sighed. What a waste that was, to have him go down in Moria. What a bloody, stupid waste. If I'd known what awaited us in that damned ruin, we'd have gone on over Caradhras, blizzards or no blizzards. Ron and the others nodded agreement, regret on their faces. A rustling noise near them had them all whirling, their wands in their hands. It was Smeagol, looking seriously disgruntled. "We couldn't find nothing to eat, no we couldn't," he muttered. Ron gave him a sharp look, as he generally did when Gollum relapsed into his old way of talking. "We goes to the gate now, doesn't we?" Harry nodded, and they scrambled out of the pit and went on their way. Before long, they felt the same fear they had before, when the dark shadow flew over them again. It reminded Ron, and the others, of a Dementor's passing. Gollum squeaked and gibbered for a while when it was gone. They pressed on, and an hour or so before midnight, they felt the fear again, although this time it seemed less intense. Ron thought that the Nazgul, or whatever it was, must be flying past far above the clouds. This third time all but unhinged Gollum, though. "Wraiths on wings," he whimpered. "They seize us. The Precious is their master. We can't go this way." They feels us here. It's no use. Harry and Hermione pleaded with Gollum, but to no avail. 3 times. 3 times as a threat, was all they got. Finally, Harry had had enough. Come, Smeagol, he commanded, one hand on his wand and the other clutching his shirt, over where the ring rode on its chain. Guide us, as you promised you would. In that second, Ron saw him with other eyes, a mighty wizard indeed, who chose to veil his power and majesty, stared from the green eyes in the pinched, familiar face under its shock of black hair. Beside him, Hermione stood, her wand in her hand and a look in her eye that would have intimidated Professor McGonagall. Before them, Gollum quailed, and went on before them, unwillingness radiating from every inch of his wasted frame. On they went, their weary way seeming endless, and the wind whistling in their ears. To the Gates of Mordor. Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power, Chapter 13 by Technomad. To the Gates of Mordor. Well, here we are, murmured Hermione, looking up with a look of mingled wonder and despair. The Gates of Mordor, the Black Gates, as ever were. She shook her head. They couldn't be any more tightly closed if they were welded shut. As Gollum had promised, rather to Ron's surprise, they had penetrated to within sight of the Black Gate. It had originally been a pass between the 2 mountain ranges that guarded Mordor, the Ethel Duath to the east and the Erd Lithwi to the north. However, it was far from a simple pass anymore. The Gondorian-built castles on either side of the pass were now held by the Dark Lord, and there was a huge wall across the pass, with a mighty gate set in it. You know, there's something missing here. Draco cocked his head on one side, in a considering way. Ron and the others stared at him. He looked at the gate appraising Ly, as though it was something he was being offered in Diagon Alley but wasn't sure he wanted to buy. Somehow, even in battered, filthy clothes, with grime smearing him, he still managed to be elegant. Okay, Mr. Clever. Just what's missing? They don't have the sort of high technology muggles use in our homeworld, but between those fortresses, that big gate, and those orc holes I can see on either side, I don't think anybody could get through that gate with anything I've seen here. Harry looked at the gate, and shook his head in rueful admiration. I've got to say, it's an impressive fortification. What it needs, Mr. Undereducated, is an inscription over the door. Draco quirked a grin. And no, I don't think the inscription should read, no hawkers, no missionaries. Hermione giggled, startling Ron and herself alike. Okay, you've got our attention, Draco, sighed Harry, in tones of martyrdom. What inscription would you suggest? He looked theatrically put upon, but Ron thought that Harry was kidding on the square. He'd been worried for his friend for quite some time. The same one Dante Alighieri said was on the great gates of hell, in the Inferno, answered Draco. At their questioning looks, he straightened, ran a hand through his blonde hair, and recited. Through me is the way to the city of pain, through me is the way to eternal woe, through me is the way to the forgotten world. Abandon all hope, you who enter here. Thank you, Draco Malfoy, for that lovely thought, drawled Hermione, but, cheery as it is, it doesn't help us figure out what to do here, does it? I mean, we don't exactly have Virgil to guide us, and Smeagol, here, is not quite the same, somehow. Hearing his name, Gollum came up, fawning over Hermione like a dog desperate for a pat. She shot Ron a martyred look, and when he grinned at her discomfiture, she stuck out her tongue. Well, if we can't get in here, we'll have to get in somewhere else, mused Harry. And, come to it, Smeagol, you've been in and out of Mordor, and I doubt you came this way. How did you get out last time? Before Gollum could answer, they heard horns blowing from the gate. Instinctively, they ducked for cover, peering out toward the Black Gate. Ron had had a moment's wild hope, but this was not the Army of the West, coming to challenge Sauron. Those aren't Gondorian horn calls, murmured Hermione. Those sound more like signals of greeting. Ron could see that the approaching army was being greeted as friends by the holders of the gate. As he watched, the gates were opened, and an endless-looking army in unfamiliar armor, flying flags that Ron had never seen before, marched on in. Ron shook his head at their sheer numbers. He had never in all his life seen such a force of soldiers, and he knew this was a small part of the might of the Dark Lord. And we are challenging him, he thought in one small part of his mind. We must be absolutely mad. When the last soldiers had passed, Harry bent his gaze on Gollum, who quailed under his regard. As I said, I am going into Mordor, one way or another, Smeagol. If you know another way, tell me about it. Otherwise, I'll do what I have to do. No, squealed Gollum. Mustn't go to the gate. He'll get it that way, he'll eat the whole world. Go away. Give it to Smeagol, give it to us. Harry shook his head slowly. You will never hold it again, Smeagol. I am going into Mordor. You can show me the way, or I will find one myself. Harry grinned suddenly, without a trace of mirth. I will go into Mordor, and if you won't show me the way, I'll go up and knock on the gate right now. At this, Gollum's will broke, at least on the surface. Ron watched him carefully. He remembered the debate between Gollum's good and evil sides, and didn't think that the long-buried Smeagol side was dominant. About the only thing that Smeagol and Gollum agreed on, though, was that the enemy should not have the ring. As long as helping Harry and his friends kept the ring out of Sauron's hands, Ron concluded that Gollum would work with them. Yes, we knows another way that was there years ago, muttered Gollum, not daring to look up at Harry, who stood over him grimly. Let's us go and see if that way's still there. Very well, Smeagol, said Harry. Remember your promise, though. And remember what I've said. You will never get it back. If I have to, I'll put it on, and if I do that, you will do what I say, no matter what that is. Even if I tell you to throw yourself into a fire, or off a cliff, you'll no more be able to disobey than you can grow wings and fly. Draco and Hermione looked at Harry with as much amazement as Ron himself felt. Ron had always thought that Harry concealed a good deal of steel beneath his unassuming exterior, and this merely was the final confirmation of that suspicion. After all, without a core of solid tool steel hardness, he'd have been so broken by the Dursleys' mistreatment that even Hogwarts wouldn't have helped him much. Gollum, thought Ron, had had better excuses for being mistaken about Harry Potter. For that matter, if Voldemort had been there at that moment, Ron thought that even he might have quailed at the thought of crossing swords with Harry. Gollum squeaked in terror, and cringed, begging for mercy. He groveled at Harry's feet, begging Harry to be kind to poor little Smeagol. Ron watched closely, and thought, with a stab of fear, that Harry looked like he was enjoying the situation. The old Harry Potter would never have reveled in such abasement on the part of anybody. The new one seemed to be, on some level below consciousness, to not only be relishing every whine and whimper, but to revel in it and accept it as his natural due. It reminded Ron, uncomfortably, of the old, bad Draco Malfoy at his most unpleasantly arrogant. When Gollum had finally been calmed, Ron asked, "So where is this other way into Mordor? Do we have to go all the way to the Harad countries, and go around the mountains, and come in from the east?" He shuddered at the thought. That would make sense, but we're already a bit short of food, and I don't know how easy it would be to stock up, answered Hermione. When I was in Rivendell, I was looking at maps, and most of that country is desert, or the next thing to it. Also, it's pretty firmly in the clutches of the enemy. She shook her head firmly. That's an absolute last resort. We don't want to go there, do we, Smeagol? Oh no, pretty girl, crooned Gollum, happy to be getting attention from Hermione. The road goes west it goes from Effelduath. When you gets to a crossing, in a circle of dark trees, there is a crossroads. Go to the right, and you comes to Osgiliath. Go straight ahead, and you goes to the south to the Great Water. The Great Water is never still, and has fishes in it, nice fishes, and birds as eats them, but we never saw it. Oh no, never got a chance. Very well, what of the left-hand path? Asked Draco. He quirked an eyebrow up, and hooked his thumbs in the belt loops of his leather trousers. We don't want to go to the sea, or to Osgiliath, do we? Hermione shook her head abstracted ly. Oh yes, the left-hand path, whispered Gollum, fear shining from his huge lambent eyes. The left-hand path goes back up into the Black Mountains, up it goes. It turns around the black rock, and suddenly you see it above you, and you wants to hide. What do you see? Hermione's voice held an edge of exasperation, and Ron had to sympathize. Getting facts out of Gollum was like herding cats sometimes. Gollum shook his head violently. The old city. Very old, very horrible. It was built long ago, long ago. Yes, we heard tales long ago. Long ago, it was the Tower of the Moon, and there was a great stone there like the moon. Gollum cowered slightly. Very beautiful, it was, with its white walls. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That would be Minas Ithil. Isildur built it, after he defeated the enemy and cut off the finger that held the ring. Hermione pulled out her map. I see it, it's marked right here. Gollum shuddered. Yes. He has only 4 on the Black Hand, but 4 are enough. He hated Isildur's city. Ron thought of actually meeting Sauron, and felt a wave of pity for Gollum, and of awe for his toughness. The Balrog had been terrifying, and from what he had learned, Sauron was far greater than even the Balrog. He looked into Draco Malfoy's eyes, and saw understanding there. I think some of my contempt's been misplaced, Weasel, murmured Draco. I thought he was just a sniveling little wretch, but if Sauron's 1/20th as bad as everybody says he is, he apparently makes Lord Voldemort look like a little old lady. Meeting him would break almost anybody. Ron nodded, keeping most of his attention on the interrogation of Gollum. He hates everything. This isn't news, sighed Hermione. But what does the Tower of the Moon have to do with anything? Isn't it garrisoned? Gollum nodded eagerly. Oh yes, it has many people there. His people. He conquered it long ago, and now it is very terrible. Oh yes it is. Harry shook his head in exasperation. Okay. Let's see if I've got this absolutely straight. Let's see if I understand what you're saying. We can go a long way out of our way, and at the end of the road, run up against just the same sort of trouble we've got here. He gave Gollum a terrible stare, and the creature quailed, crouching low and shielding his eyes. No. The enemy is not expecting attack from that direction. Right now he is watching to the north, expecting an attack from there. He expects a big army, not 4 wizards. You seem to know a lot about what he is thinking, drawled Draco reflectively, tilting his head over slightly as he watched Gollum. How do you know? Talking with him, or hanging around with orcs? Gollum gave Draco an angry look. Smeagol has talked with orcs, oh yes, and with many other peoples. He has walked very far, in many places, before he met Nice Master and Pretty Girl, hissed Gollum. What Smeagol says, he has heard in many places. Right now he is worried about armies. He will come out of the Black Gate, one day, soon, off by the Tower of the Moon. He is not afraid, because he thinks that any attack would have to have boatses, many boatses, and he would have warning. There are also the Silent Watchers. And what are the Silent Watchers? Ron asked, wishing bitterly for Professor Snape to show up with a big jug of Veritaserum. What am I thinking? He suddenly thought, wanting Professor Snape to show up. Am I mad? Still, the thought of how much easier it would be to get the facts they wanted out of this creature with a dose of Veritaserum wouldn't leave him alone. It would be so easy, compared to trying to get Gollum to talk without it. No, Master and Pretty Girl and their friends mustn't go to the terrible city, continued Gollum, giving Ron an annoyed look. There is another path, one on the way to the city. We found it, we knows it. A little path, leading up into the mountains, and then a stair, a narrow stair. Oh yes, very long and narrow. Finally, a little cleft, and a pass high above the main pass. That's how we got out of the darkness, many years ago. The path may not be there still. And, if it is, wouldn't it be guarded? This sounds like a trap to me, drawled Draco. At that, Ron caught a green gleam in Gollum's eyes that he didn't like. I mean, I certainly would know about such a path, were I in the enemy's boots. The gods forbid, murmured Hermione. And if I were, I'd have that path watched all the time. What about it, Smeagol? Did you escape, or were you let go? Did the enemy let you go, on an errand for him? That's what Aragorn thought, when he found you by the Dead Marshes, long ago. It's a lie, snarled Gollum, a green light coming into his eyes at the mention of Aragorn. He lied on me, yes he did. I was told to search for the precious, and I did, but not for him. The precious was ours, mine. I did escape. Ron didn't quite know what to make of this. On the one hand, when Gollum used I instead of we to refer to himself, it seemed to be a sign that some of the creature's original Smeagol nature was near the surface. On the other hand, even if Gollum himself believed that he had escaped on his own, the escape could well have been allowed to happen, and been perfectly well known to Sauron and his minions. Gollum, after all, was a long way from infallible. And now he was whining. The mention of Aragorn's name had apparently offended him. Ron sighed. "Isn't it guarded?" persisted Draco. Gollum whined, and acted indignant, and would not answer. Hermione looked up from her map. "I think I've spotted what he's talking about. It's called Cirith Ungol Spider Pass. I have no idea what that refers to. Still, it looks like that's the only way we can get into Mordor, at least according to my maps. I wish to the gods that Gandalf were here." Ron silently echoed Hermione's wish. If Gandalf had been there, he might have been able to spot Boromir's lust for the ring before it got control of him, and either prevented him from trying to take it, or shown him why it was a bad idea. If Gandalf had been there, Ron thought he would have known a better way into Mordor, without having to trust a creature like Gollum. Looking at his friends, yes, even Draco Malfoy was now a firm friend. Ron could see that they shared his wish. Gandalf had been taken from them too soon, on a fool's errand into Khazad Dûm. Ron looked longest at Harry. Harry showed the strain of their long travel and peril most, which made sense to Ron, since Harry was the one with the responsibility of being ringbearer. Behind his glasses, Harry's green eyes glittered in his smudged, dirty face as he rubbed his chin absently, thinking. His hair was longer than Ron had ever seen it, and for a second, the thought of his mother's reaction at the way Harry now looked nearly forced a chuckle from him. Of course, his mother would have been aghast over all of them, as thin, drawn and dirty as they were. Imagining Draco Malfoy's embarrassment at being made a fuss of by his mother was another amusing thought, which gratified Ron. Amusing thoughts were rare here on the borderlands of Mordor. "Well, let's head on south and see what there is there. At seventh and last, we may even be able to mountaineer our way over these cliffs and get into Mordor that way," decided Harry. "Draco, do you think these mountains are climbable?" The others deferred to Draco, who, they knew, had far more experience with such things. Draco looked up, consideringly. For several minutes, he studied the mountains, before shaking his head. "Not here, I don't think. The climb itself would be doable, with the right sort of equipment. Unfortunately, all we've got is ropes and duct tape. I'd want more serious stuff, crampons, ice axes, and the like. However, right here would be suicide, because these mountains are so heavily watched. Down by Cirith Ungol, if we can't get through on this passageway that our dear little friend here has so kindly told us of." Draco paused to give Gollum a sardonic smile, which the creature misinterpreted as friendly and returned with a snaggle-toothed grin that made Ron slightly queasy. "We can at least look at the hills." "So that settles that, then," said Harry. "We'll head south and at least have a look at this Cirith Ungol." Suddenly, Ron felt a rush of fear, and looking at his friends, he could see that they felt the same way. Crouching on the ground under his elven cloak, Ron peered up cautiously into the sky, looking for the source of his terror. Far, far up in the sky, he could see something flying, something that looked to be huge and very far away. As he watched, another thing like it joined the first one, and then another. Harry yanked out the invisibility cloak, and spread it out as far as it would go. "Get in, get under here." It was crowded under the cloak, but Ron found it comforting to be so near his friends. The blast of fear that the Black Riders inspired was enough to strip him of much of his adolescent cool and turn him back into a little boy, huddling with his brothers against imaginary dementors in the closet, late at night. Gollum couldn't figure out where they had gone. He squeaked and hissed, scampering about, sniffing the ground to see where they had gone, until the fear smote him too. Looking up, he gave one long wailing gasp, and fell flat on the ground, lying very still. Finally, the winged shapes flew back into Mordor, and the fear subsided. When Ron and his friends came out from under the invisibility cloak, Gollum was startled at first, and then surprisingly happy. He capered about, all but wagging his tail. "Ack, SSS, nice master and pretty girl, and their friendses, are back. Back they are. Where did nice master go?" he asked. Harry merely grinned at him, rolling up the cloak unobtrusively. "We've got more tricks up our sleeves than you ever heard of." "Smeagol," said Harry. "You might want to keep that in mind, if you ever start thinking about pulling a fast one. What you've seen is a tiny fraction of what we're able to do." "He's right, you know," leered Draco. "Don't you think he'd be comfortable on his very own lily pad?" he asked Ron. "Or, maybe, with a pair of big long ears, hippity-hopping through the grass, with not a care in the world?" Gollum looked from one of them to the other, and what he saw didn't much reassure him. He whimpered, and Hermione took pity on him. "Oh, leave him alone, you men. He hasn't done anything too bad to us, yet." A blare of trumpets and horns from the gate startled all of them, and they ducked instinctively, hands going for wands and sword hilts. "What in bloody blue blazes was that?" gasped Ron, feeling his heart thundering in his chest. Being so close to the main gates of Mordor had told badly on his nerves, and he saw that his friends were in little better shape. Draco cautiously got up to the top of the hill they were hiding behind, and took a look. Soldiers, going into Mordor. Lots and lots and lots of soldiers. They look like they're from the Southlands. Dark, wearing lots of red clothes. Some of them even have red face paint on. "Let me see," said Hermione. She wriggled up beside Draco, the hood of her elven cloak pulled up to make her harder to see. She whistled, low and long. "You're right, Draco. Those symbols say that they're from far south of here, deep in the Harad. I can't tell more than that, though. The Rivendell library wasn't well stocked with books on that part of Middle-earth." When Draco and Hermione came scrambling down, Ron crept up to take a look for himself. He could see why Hermione had been so impressed. He had never seen such an army in all his life. As far as the eye could see, a long, long line of dark-faced men in armor were marching into Mordor. Some of them were mounted, while the majority paced along on foot. Their spear points glittered over their heads, shining in the dim, watery light that filtered through the cloud cover. Their banners were black and red, with red predominating, as it did in their armor and clothing. Draco had been right, noted Ron. Many of them did seem to have red face paint. A line Ron had heard from a Muggle street preacher at Speaker's Corner in London once floated through his mind, and he murmured, "As terrible as an army with banners." Hermione squirmed up beside him. "Well, this tells us things we didn't know." At Ron's questioning look, she went on. "Firstly, there has to be food and water inside Mordor of a sort we can eat. Secondly, the Dark Lord's concentrating his forces for a big strike against somebody. My guess is Gondor. If he's worried about that, he won't be keeping a sharp eye on Mordor itself, if we can just get in without alerting the guards." When they were all together again on the ground behind the hill, Hermione got out her map. "Let me see, we're here, and Cirith Ungol is here, so to get there, we'll have to go this far," she was murmuring, lost in concentration. "It looks to be about 30 leagues to the crossroads. That should take us 3 or 4 days, traveling by night." Yes, traveling by night. When the yellowface is out of the sky, nice master and pretty girl can travel, nice and safe. Gollum crouched down. "Right now, we rests, doesn't we? Must store up strength for dreadful journeys." On the Borderlands of Mordor. Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power Chapter 14, On the Borderlands of Mordor by Technomad. The 5 rested quietly for the rest of the day, waiting for night to fall so that they could move with greater safety. Toward evening, they ate sparingly, and drank from their water bottles. Gollum wouldn't touch the lembas, but accepted a drink of water. "Yes," he crooned, "good water where we're going. Yes, good water. Running in streams down to the great river. Smeagol will get food there too, he's very hungry." Ron watched him closely out of the corner of his eyes. There was something about that statement that made him nervous. "I doubt he's any too good to find out what we would taste like," he thought. Several times, he had caught Gollum eyeing them speculatively, in a way that reminded Ron of a butcher sizing up an animal he intended to prepare. When it was dark, they set out. Ron could see a red light burning in the tower high above the gate, but otherwise there was no sign that anybody was there. He knew better, though, and did not feel comfortable as long as they were in sight of that ruddy glow. To him, it was all too much like the descriptions of Sauron he had heard, with his red glowing lidless eye. For a long time, they stumbled through the barren countryside, not daring to use the road, but keeping it always to their left as a guide. The stony, gravelly soil underneath their feet was sometimes quite treacherous, and more than once, Ron or one of his friends would have fallen but for their earth-made boots with their gripping soles. Although Ron was very weary, as long as the red light was visible he did not want to stop and rest, and none of the others seemed to want to, either. On and on they pressed, until, as a grim, gray dawn was breaking, they rounded a mountain shoulder and got out of sight of the red light. As one, the 4 Hogwarts students threw themselves down on the ground for a breather. Ron lay on his back, looking up at the dark, starless sky. The cloud cover hid the stars and moon, and he missed them. Hermione took off her boot, muttering. She had somehow or other got a stone in her boot, and she had to turn the boot over and shake it several times before it came out and rattled on the ground. Harry kneaded the muscles of his calves and wiped sweat from his forehead, and Draco somehow looked offensively unruffled. Gollum wasn't pleased. "Must make hasty, make hasty. This place isn't safe," he hissed, peering around with his lambent eyes. He came over to Hermione, and pawed at her arm as she pulled her boot back on. Pretty girl must make hasty. We've got mileses to go, yes, mileses to go." At last, urged on by Gollum, the 4 got to their feet and wearily followed along the path that he pointed out. Ron never remembered much about that march. He was unspeakably tired and concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other one. His body screamed for rest, for sleep, for ease, but he knew that his life depended on keeping up with the others. Finally, when they were paused for a second, Ron managed to croak. "Harry, I hate to ask it, but could you put the Innervate charm on me?" Harry looked at him in surprise. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can go on much longer." "The Innervate charm? I'm an idiot." Harry's green eyes went wide behind his battered spectacles. "Why didn't I think of that?" He whirled to confront Draco. "And the first person to answer that question with, 'Because you are an idiot,' is sucking around for a life on a lily pad, got me, Draco?" Draco smiled a big cheery smile. Ron didn't trust it for a second. "Why, Harry, I'd never even think such a thing. Saying that you're an idiot? The gods forbid. No, I'd never, ever say that you're an idiot. Nobody would ever call you an idiot." His smile twisted into a snarky grin. "Moron, fool, chowderhead, and thickie, all those would apply, but not idiot." Hermione dissolved in a fit of giggles. Despite himself, Harry grinned, and Ron found himself following suit. "In any case, Draco, if I'm an idiot for not thinking of that myself, what are you for not thinking of it?" Draco's smile broadened. "Where do you think I got all those neat words? The second the weasel here mentioned the Innervate charm, I began wishing I had 3 legs, to run for a few miles on 2 while kicking myself with the 3rd for not thinking of that myself." Hermione giggled even harder. Draco preened, straightening. "After all, one of the obligations of a person of my genius is to think of things for the, shall we say, less intellectually overdeveloped among us, isn't it?" Ron spoiled his moment by making a very rude noise. Gollum watched this byplay in utter incomprehension. Harry turned to Hermione. "Would you do the honors, Hermione? I'm not sure I quite trust myself with spellcasting. This ring's beginning to get to me. I remember how much more powerful my spell was when I cast it on poor Boromir back there while wearing the thing." Hermione stepped forward, her eyes alight with humor and curiosity. "I've never cast this one for real, you know," she said, just before pointing her wand at Ron and crying, "Innervate." As the charm hit Ron, he felt a flood of well-being and energy roaring through him. His aches, pains and weariness disappeared, and he felt fit and full of mischief, ready to march another 30 miles before stopping. "Wow. This is great." Ron looked at his friends, noticing how weary and worn down they looked. "Why don't you do this to yourselves? We've got a long way to go, as our dear little fiend, friend, keeps telling us, and every little bit of edge helps." "Because we hadn't thought of it, Weasel. Still, it's a good idea. Even a stopped clock's right, twice a day," commented Draco. He spread his arms. "Cast away, Hermione. I trust you to do this, you notice. Hermione's expression went sober and serious. I do notice, Draco, and thank you for your trust. I know it doesn't come easy to you. She leveled her wand. As she did so, Draco closed his eyes, as though she were about to perform the killing curse. Ron felt a stab of unwilling pity. What must it be like to be Draco Malfoy? Nearly unable to trust even his closest friends. Not pleasant, came the answer from his mind. Once they were all innervated, the miles went by much faster, and even Gollum couldn't complain about their slowness. If anything, their guides sometimes had trouble keeping up, but he never complained of that. He was delighted with their pace. Yes, yes, Master and his friends and pretty girl makes good speed. Yes, they do, don't they? Marches faster than men on horses. Yes, they does. Good, good, good. When the innervate charms finally wore off, the dawn was upon them. The cloud cover was thick and they couldn't see the sun actually rise, but the light level grew gradually as night gave way to a gray day. Ron could see that they had come a good distance. There were trees and bushes growing, in stark contrast to the barren, bleak country right by the gate. The road stretched out to the south, with the ominous mountains off to their left. Even so, it was a welcome contrast to the blasted land they had left. When the charms wore off, the four from Hogwarts fell almost like puppets whose strings had been cut. They had just enough strength to crawl in under the heather to stay out of sight. Just before weariness claimed him and he dropped off, Ron heard Hermione murmur. We can't do that too often, it takes a toll on the body, like amphetamines. We'd burn ourselves out. Gollum curled up nearby, snoring a whistling snore. When Ron awoke, as day wore down to a bleak evening, he felt rested and ready for the road, but mostly he felt hungry. He gave Gollum, who was still curled up asleep nearby, a resentful look. Without him, Ron thought that the Wanderers would have been well enough supplied to allow him something to break his fast. As it was. Wakey, wakey, all, he caroled. Night's falling, and we'd best get a move on. Draco snapped instantly awake, his hand flicking toward his wand instinctively before he saw who it was. Hermione yawned, rolled over, and sat up, running her fingers through her hair and smiling rather ruefully. Ron knew enough about women, what with having a sister, to know that she wished she didn't look so bedraggled. Harry came awake, crying out. The wheel of fire. Hermione went over to see what was wrong. Harry, what's wrong? Harry looked at her unseeingly for a second, before realizing where he was. When he came back to himself, he shook his head like a dog trying to get dry, fished his glasses out of his pack, and put them on. Nothing, Hermione. Just a bad dream. Hermione gave him a look of mingled affection and exasperation. Standing over him, she folded her arms and managed to look very like what Ron thought Professor McGonagall might have, at her age. Don't give me that, Harry James Potter, she snapped. Something's bothering you. Out with it, what's wrong? Harry looked at her, his eyes haunted. More and more, lately, I've been dreaming the same dream. I'm standing, somewhere, naked, in front of a huge wheel of fire. It speaks to me, tells me that the world could be mine. I could have anything, or anyone, I want. He looked away, his face twisting in shame. All I have to do is to accept the bargain the wheel offers, and I can be the most powerful person in Middle-earth. He buried his face in his hands. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't. Hermione patted his shoulder awkwardly. No need to explain further, Harry, said Draco quietly. We can figure out what that means. We'd better get a move on. We've got miles to cover yet. After a few more miles, the five travelers felt that it was safe to use the road. Not having to go across country, they made better time than they had, although Hermione said that using the innervate charm again would be dangerous and could damage them. Ron thought the road was like Roman roads he had seen in Britain and Egypt. It was made of carved stones set in the ground over a prepared surface. As they traveled, it became more and more ruinous and neglected. They listened intently as they went along, ready to dive for cover at the first sound of a hoof or a footstep other than their own, but nobody else seemed to be stirring in all that country. At least the countryside itself was less unpleasant, thought Ron. Instead of the sulfur reek of the areas near the gate, the air became sweet, smelling of flowers and trees, and Ron breathed it deeply, relishing it. He was amused to see that Gollum didn't seem to like it, but that in itself recommended it to him. Anything Gollum liked had to have something very, very wrong with it, as far as Ron was concerned. The countryside seemed to also be doing his friends good, Ron noted. They seemed cheerier than they had in front of the great gates of Mordor, and smiled more frequently. As dawn broke, they got to the top of a ridge and looked around. The mountains on the borders of Mordor were some distance away, curving down to hide behind the horizon. The country they were now in put Ron rather in mind of the West Country. Rolling hills covered with green growth, and patches of woods scattered about. Many of the herbs and shrubs he saw were unfamiliar, and with a stab of homesickness, he thought of how interested Professor Sprout would have been, if she could have been there. For the first time, he realized just how far south they had come in their weary death march, even though he knew it was still deep winter up around Rivendell. It felt like spring here. He breathed the sweet-smelling air, enjoying the smell of plants and flowers. The four from Hogwarts left the road behind, heading downhill to a stream through a meadow thick with flowers. Gollum was obviously disgusted by the smell, which amused Ron hugely. Hermione stopped, picked a flower, and put it in her hair. Not to be outdone, Harry picked a bouquet of flowers and presented them to her with a flourish, to be rewarded with a giggle. Ron wondered how long it had been since she had giggled like that, unafraid and amused by her friend's antics. After a bit, they came to the stream, and following it, they found a small pond. At the pond, they washed themselves off and refilled their wizard canteens, and then by mutual unspoken consent looked for a place to rest up. Draco and Ron went off together in one direction, while Hermione and Harry went in another. Gollum stayed behind beside the pond, looking for fish. "This place sure is pleasant, isn't it, Weasel?" asked Draco. He looked around, running a hand through his long silver blonde hair. Ron could see easily why the elves in Lothlorien and Rivendell had claimed him as kin. In the growing daylight, Draco Malfoy looked graceful and elegant, slim and deadly, with his elven cloak billowing around him in the breeze. His hand was unconsciously set on the hilt of his short sword, and Ron thought that his Malfoy ancestors, back in the days of the Norman conquest, would have been proud to claim him as one of their own. "Sure is, Draco." Ron peered around. "It's hard to believe that we're so close to Mordor, isn't it?" Draco began to nod, and then his expression changed. He held up a hand, his eyes narrowing, and began to stalk off to one side, drawing his wand. He poked through some bushes, and beckoned Ron over. When Ron found what Draco had sensed, he rather wished he hadn't. Near where they had been standing, there was a place where the orcs had been camping. A large spot, hidden from view by bushes, had been burnt, and in the middle there was a pile of burnt bones and skulls. Draco knelt by the pile, gently picking up a skull and examining it, like a druid doing divination, as described in Professor Bin's dreary lectures. "No, Weasel, in answer to your question, it isn't hard to believe that we're so close to Mordor," said Draco quietly, putting the skull back where he had found it. "Let's not tell the others about this, it would upset Harry and Hermione, and Gollum would be up here looking for something to eat." Ron nodded agreement, not trusting himself to speak. He had noticed, and knew Draco had noticed, that the bones were human and that many of them had been split lengthwise, to get the marrow out, and had been gnawed. When the four were back together, they stretched out for a long nap. They knew that Gollum would not travel by day. Harry was already asleep. Hermione went through her pack to see what food they had, and gave Ron and Draco a worried look as she gently took Harry's glasses off. "We're low on food. Smeagol, or Gollum, has been a lifesaver sometimes, but he does eat. We have enough lembas for a while, but I want to save that for emergencies. The meat and dried fruit we were given in Lothlorien is almost gone. I don't know how long it'll take to get into Mordor, or how easy it will be to stay out of sight when we're there." She looked deeply worried, and Ron felt a stirring of unease. Hermione Granger was not one to hit the panic button before it was time to. "Come to it, we do have a real wilderness survival expert with us. Why not call on him?" Draco turned toward Gollum, who was beginning to creep off. "Hey, Smeagol, come here. What does you want? What can poor Smeagol do for mighty lords?" Gollum came sidling over, looking to Ron like a dog that expected a kicking, not that Ron didn't long to give him one. Hermione gave Gollum a smile that Ron thought would have had Professors Snape and Binns blushing and stammering and digging their toes in the dirt. How, he wondered, did a sweet, innocent girl learn how to give off such smoldering promise? "Would you like to do me a big favor, Smeagol?" said Hermione, her velvet cheek displaying no sign of the tongue Ron knew was firmly in it. "We're low on food, Smeagol, and you're so very good at finding food. Can you find us some fish, or some rabbits, or something like that? We can't eat everything you do, but some small animals like that would be such a nice treat." She leaned closer to him. "Ron and Draco aren't sure that you can do this, but I am. I've told them that you can find enough rabbits for us all to have a really good meal. Can you do this for me, Smeagol?" Gollum nodded so hard that Ron wondered if his neck would snap, then turned and ducked off into the bushes. Draco gave Hermione a very strange look. "You know, Hermione, you would have fit right into Slytherin. I don't think any of my housemates could have done that any better." "It's not a Slytherin thing, Drakey wakey," purred Hermione, patting Draco's cheek mockingly. "It's a girl thing. Growing up learning how to wrap our daddies around our little fingers, it gets to be second nature." She gave Ron a mocking look. "Or are you going to tell me that Ginny can't do the same sort of thing to your dad when she wants her own way?" Ron opened his mouth, thought about her question, and shut it again. He grinned reluctantly at Hermione, who smiled triumphantly. "You fight dirty, Hermione." "I fight to win, Ron." With that, they settled down to wait for Gollum. After a bit, Draco and Hermione both drifted off to sleep, but Ron was more keyed up and stayed awake for a while. Looking at his companions, he thought that Harry looked far more peaceful when he was asleep. It looked almost like a light was shining through him, and Ron thought he could see the man Harry was becoming. A stern, wise man, with lines of care and worry that he shouldn't have had, and, of course, that accursed scar, the legacy of Voldemort. Draco had also changed for the better, as Ron had noticed earlier. He showed his putative elven ancestry more clearly when he was asleep. All he needed was upswept eyebrows and graceful pointed ears, and Ron thought that he could have taken his place among the warriors of Lorien with no trouble. In sleep, his expression was less guarded than when awake. Ron wondered what he would have been like if his father had not been evil. He was now a friend Ron was proud to claim, even though he'd rather have undergone torture than say it aloud. Turning to Hermione, a swell of affection nearly overwhelmed him. She was curled on her side, her head pillowed on her arm, her windburned, tanned face slack with sleep, her thick eyelashes curved down over her smooth cheeks. Ron fought with temptation, lost, and leaned over to kiss Hermione. He did so as gently as he could, not wanting to wake her. He knew she needed rest, as they all did. His lips just barely brushed her cheek, and he was startled when she smiled in her sleep. Lying down and closing his eyes, Ron smiled to himself. When Gollum came back, he had 4 rabbits, and Ron's mouth began to water. Stewed rabbit was one of his mother's specialities, and he knew they had some spices in the supplies they had brought from Lothlorien. He poked Draco. "Hey, Draco, wake up. Gollum's brought us some dinner." Draco sat up, yawning. "Rabbits? Excellent. Get Hermione up, and I'll clean them while she gets a fire going." When Hermione awoke, she sent Gollum off for some more water while she started a magical fire. By the time Gollum came back, the fire was going merrily, while Draco finished skinning and cleaning the rabbits. Gollum squealed with horror when he saw the fire. He nearly spilled the water, and only a quick grab by Ron saved it. "Ack! SS's. The nasty red tongues. Fire is dangerous." "Yes it is, Gollum. And it will bring enemies, many enemies." Hermione gave him a slightly exasperated look. "This kind of fire doesn't make smoke, Smeagol. Even if it does, we're willing to take the risk. We've got to cook these rabbits, we can't eat them raw." Gollum capered with rage, hissing. "You'll spoil them, spoil them. Yes. Nice rabbits I caught for you. Why scorch them with nasty red tongues? They're young, they're tender, they're nice. Eat them, eat them." He grabbed at the rabbits, only to stop as Draco raised his wand, staring at him icily. "Hermione said it already, Smeagol. We can't eat raw rabbit, it'll make us sick. You gave us these rabbits, and we're going to eat them our way. Nobody's going to stop you from going and getting some more, and eating them raw, or however you want. Now leave us be." Gollum slunk away into the bush, hissing, and Hermione and Draco worked together, Draco doing most of the work, on putting together a rabbit stew. Hermione gave Draco an appraising look. "I wish I could cook as effortlessly as you do." She shook her head. "My mom and I used to cook, but I have to think out everything in advance. You just do it." Draco smiled. "Stick with me, and you'll pick it up. You're already improving, I notice you're handling those spices just right. Too much is as bad as too little." When the stew was ready, they roused Harry. By unspoken agreement, they had let him sleep as long as he could, since he was showing more and more strain. Hermione crept close to him, and roused him by murmuring in his ear, "Oh, Harry, you're late for potions, and Professor Snape is taking 10 points off Gryffindor for every minute you're late." Harry snapped awake, grabbing for his glasses. "Where are my books? Where is my bag? Oh. Hermione, I'll get you for that." Then he smelled the stew. "Yum. Fresh food for a change. How did you do that?" Hermione sweet-talked Gollum into catching us some rabbits, and we still had some spices and salt and stuff, said Draco. "I've got to say, she got around Gollum handily. She says it's easy after years of twisting her pater around her finger." Hermione began ladling out portions of stew, and filled everybody's cups with water. "Personally, he gives me the shuddering creeps. I'd rather drink one of Professor Snape's potions without knowing what it was than let him near me. Still, he likes me, and that's got to count for something." Ron heard a slight rustle in the bushes, and motioned Hermione to silence. Turning, he drew his wand and looked around. He couldn't see anything, but the back of his neck was prickling, and he sensed that they were being watched. "I'd suggest a change of subject, people. Something tells me that we're being listened to." When they were done, Ron volunteered to go get some more water to clean out their pots and eating gear. Slipping down to the water, he heard some bird calls he didn't like. They didn't sound quite like real bird calls. He filled his canteens fast and got back to his friends, only to feel his blood freeze as a quiet voice came from nearby. "All right, whoever you are. Don't think about drawing that sword. My friends have you covered with their bows." Ron froze instinctively, his eyes flickering around at the undergrowth to see who had discovered him. Unobtrusively, he shook his arm, to get his wand loose from its arm sheath, if it came to a fight. He didn't really fancy his chances with a sword. He had used one in Moria, but only as a last-ditch self-defensive measure. Spells were far more his weapon of choice. Several green-clad men, with their faces hidden behind green veils, rose out of the bushes. 2 of them had bows trained on him and bent to the ear. "Whatever you are, you're not an orc," one of the men in green said. "And you're no elf. Elves are beautiful to see, or so it is said." "Meaning I'm not," said Ron, carefully working his wand down into his hand and trusting to its non-threatening appearance to fool these men, if he had to. He didn't think they were evil, but he knew perfectly well that this area had been taken by the enemy some time before, and that many of Sorin's servants were men, not orcs. "Now, can you tell me what you think you're about, threatening me with those bows? Are you trying to rob me?" "No, we are not robbers." The foremost of the men stepped forward. "We smelled food cooking, and knew that somebody had to be cooking it, so we set out to see who it was, and I think we now know. How is it that a mere boy is wandering in Ithilien, where none but the servants of the Dark Tower, or of the White, may be found?" Ron tightened his lips at being dismissed as a mere child. "Underestimate me, please," he thought. "Keep on underestimating me. I'm a peaceful traveler. I'm no servant of the Dark Tower, or of anybody else. Why don't you go on about your business and leave me in peace?" "Because this is our business." The foremost green man seemed to be the spokesman. "I am Faramir, captain of Gondor. Where are the rest of your company?" "The rest of my company?" asked Ron, striving to look innocent. His wand was loose, and he let it gently fall into his hand, keeping it down by his side and hoping that they wouldn't notice it or think it was the threat it was. Faramir lowered his veil, revealing a grim, noble face very like Boromir's. "Yes. The rest of your company. We've been tracking you for a while. We saw your footprints. From those, We can tell there are 5 of you. 4 wearing those odd boots with the patterned soles, and 1 barefoot. Well, if you want to meet my friends, far be it from me to stop you, purred Ron, smiling in a way that would have made anybody from Hogwarts think uneasily of his brothers Fred and George and their taste for pranks. Let me lead you to them. We aren't hostile. As they relaxed slightly, he whipped up his wand. Expelliarmus, he shouted, and the archers' bows and arrows flew from their hands. Faramir gasped, and grabbed for his sword, as did his friends. Petrificus totalis. The Gondorians toppled, as stiff as so many boards. Ron leaned over them, making sure that they were all right. You'll be fine, I'll go get my friends. That was partly for calling me a mere boy, muggles. Draco and Hermione were startled to see Ron burst in among them. Men from Gondor. They jumped me down below, but I got the drop on them with my wand and petrified them. They wanted to see you. Underestimated you, did they, weasel? Drawled Draco, getting to his feet with his usual easy grace. Stupid thing to do. Still and all, noblesse oblige and all that, I suppose we'd better go and haul their hot chestnuts out of the fire they've thrown them into. When Ron brought Harry, Hermione and Draco back to where he had left the Gondorians, a quick finite incantatum restored them. Angry and resentful looking, the men of Gondor sat on the ground and looked up at their captors. How do you do? My name is Harry Potter, and these are my friends Hermione Granger. Hermione nodded. Draco Malfoy, and Ronald Weasley. You've met Ron already, I think. He says you ambushed him. We stopped him and asked what he was about, wandering around in Ithilien when none but the servants of Mordor or Gondor go here. Faramir rubbed his shoulder where he had landed on it awkwardly when Ron's petrification spell had struck him. We mistook your friend for a lost child. Apparently we were wrong. What are you? We are mages from another world, said Hermione. We are students of magic at a great school of wizardry, and were called to this world to complete a dangerous task. We are going to Mordor. But we are not friends of the Dark Lord. Gandalf the Grey, if he were here, would vouch for us. Unfortunately, he's dead. Gandalf? Who is Gandalf? Faramir looked puzzled. You cannot mean the Grey Pilgrim, Mithrandir, or can you? Many are my names in many lands, he used to say. Mithrandir among the elves, Tharkan to the dwarves. Aloran I was in my youth in the west that is forgotten, in the south, Incanus, in the north Gandalf, to the east I go not. Faramir gave them a searching look. Is that the one to whom you refer? Yes. He was our guide and our friend. Unfortunately, he was lost in Moria. At this, the Gondorians paled and gasped. Faramir looked slightly dazed at the news. Mithrandir was killed. He shook his head. An evil fate must have pursued your quest. Truly, it is difficult to believe that one such as he could have died, and so much lore could have gone out of the world. Who else went with you on this journey? Other than ourselves, we had Gimli, a dwarf of the Lonely Mountain, and Legolas Greenleaf, an elf of Mirkwood. Then there were Aragorn son of Arathorn, and Boromir, from Minas Tirith. That's in Gondor, I think, said Hermione. At her statement, the Gondorians cried out. Boromir, the son of the Lord Denethor? Asked Faramir eagerly. This is great news indeed, if it is true. Know that Boromir was my brother, our captain, and High Warden of the White Tower. We miss him sorely. Tell your tale quickly, for the sun is rising. Hermione cocked her head on one side. Do you know the rhyme that goes? Seek for the sword that was broken, in Imladris it dwells. I learned that in Rivendell, she added over her shoulder to Ron, Harry and Draco. Boromir taught it to me. Yes, I do. It's proof of your truth that you know them. Are you the halflings the rhyme spoke of? Hermione quirked a smile, one that Ron seldom saw any more. It flashed across her face in a second, gone almost before you knew it was there. No, we aren't. They were dragged into our world by an evil wizard who wanted something they had. We were sent to complete their task by a great wizard of our own world. He was in contact with Gandalf, or Mithrandir. It was predicted that we would do this. Indeed. Faramir stretched, watching the Hogwarts students carefully. We seem to be on the same side. If you are truly enemies of the Dark Lord of Mordor, then let us go. There's trouble afoot, and you wouldn't have gotten far, whether you had met us or not. There's going to be fighting today. The men of Umbar and the south are sending reinforcements to Mordor, and we're going to give them a little surprise. The Battle with the Southrons, Harry Potter and the One Ring of Power by Technomad. Drawing his friends aside, Harry muttered, I think that we may have stumbled into something we weren't meant to. If Gandalf were only here, he'd be able to sort this situation out quickly. What do you think we should do? Hermione tilted her head to one side, considering Faramir as though he were some new problem in a book. He sounds like he's telling the truth, his accent's a lot like Boromir's, and I can see the family resemblance. Draco snickered. Are you sure that's all you see, Hermione? Hermione swatted at him playfully as Draco continued. I also think he's trustworthy. How he plans to attack a whole column of enemy soldiers with so few men of his own is beyond me, but he may have a few tricks up his sleeve. He grinned at Ron. After all, Weasel, you did. So I did. Ron rubbed his chin. He, himself, was of two minds. On the one hand, he could see that Faramir was kin to Boromir, and that argued for him actually being a friend. On the other hand, Ron could remember Boromir's treason all too clearly. The terror of the fight with a man he had counted as a friend and comrade had left its own mark. After a few minutes visible wrestling with his own fears, Harry came to a decision. Raising his wand, he pointed it at the Gondorians, and released them with a quick, finite incantatem. Faramir stood up, rubbing himself. I'm going to take you at your word, Lord Faramir. Boromir was a friend of mine, up till we parted company, and if you're his brother, I think I can trust you. Faramir looked down at Harry, smiling rather ruefully. In any case, I'd be mad to try conclusions with you. Wizards and witches are rare. The only one I ever met was Mithrandir, and I would no more have tried to challenge him than I would have challenged Morgoth, the Black Enemy. Ron did not reveal that the name of Morgoth meant nothing to him, but he made a mental note to ask Hermione as soon as they could. Faramir turned, beckoning. In any case, we've got an ambush to set. Come and meet my men. The other Gondorians went along after him, single file and noiselessly, and after them came the four from Hogwarts. Not as silently as the Gondorians, but very quietly. As they passed through the woods, they began to accrete more and more green-clad Gondorian warriors. Ron was suddenly very glad that he hadn't tried to seriously harm Faramir. Although he could have done it easily enough, he hadn't known that they were so outnumbered, and most of the Gondorians carried big bows and looked as though they knew how to use them. These weren't the fairly inept orcs that Harry and his friends were now used to facing. Walking just ahead of Ron, Hermione murmured, I'd love to get my hands on one of those bows. I wonder if I could pull one? Ron looked at her, slightly startled. I didn't know you were an archer, Hermione. Hermione nodded emphatically. I was one of the best girls at archery in my old school, before I went to Hogwarts. When I go home over the summer, I still keep up. If you'd ever visited me at home, Ron, an edge of impatience came into her voice for a second, you'd have seen my prizes and trophies. Well, I wish you had brought your bow or had picked one up in Rivendell or Lothlorien, grumbled Ron. Hermione looked slightly abashed. I considered it at Rivendell, however, I didn't know whether they'd just give me one, and I didn't know how to ask without possibly giving offense. In Lothlorien, you may remember, I had other things on my mind. Hermione brushed a lock of hair back out of her face irritably. I didn't have my bow at Hogwarts, as far as I've ever known. The only sport they do there is Quidditch. Faramir sat down beside them, looking obnoxiously fresh and unruffled. You said that Boromir was your friend up until you parted ways with him. Where was that? He looked at Harry anxiously. I have reasons for wanting to know. That was up above the Rhoros Falls, supplied Hermione. We last saw him there. She gave Faramir a searching look. Is he all right? At her question, a shadow of sorrow passed across Faramir's face. No, he's dead. I heard his horn blowing. Some days off, far and faint. The horn itself was recovered, cut in 2 pieces, floating in the Anduin River. Our father Denethor now has the pieces. That doesn't mean that he's dead, Lord Faramir, pointed out Hermione, relentlessly logical. Faramir shook his head, covering his face with his hands. I saw him. He was dead, lying in a strange boat floating down the river. All his gear was there, save his sword and horn, and he also had a strange cloak and belt, like the ones you have. He went on, in a choked voice. I called out to him. Boromir, where is thy horn? Whither goest thou, O Boromir? But there was no answer, and he floated on past. His face worked as he struggled with remembered grief. Ron felt a stab of pity for him, and suppressed a shudder at the thought of how he would have felt, seeing one of his own brothers, even Percy, lying dead. And he only has the one brother, thought Ron, with a rush of compassion for Faramir's sorrow. Yes, that would be Boromir, said Harry quietly. The cloak and belt he got in Lorien, from the Lady of the Wood herself. The Lady of the Wood. Alarm and fear chased each other across Faramir's face. How did he happen to go into the wood of Lothlorien? Was the boat from there? No mortal boat could have traversed the rapids from where you say you left him. The lady who dies not has many strange powers, and very few things go into that land and come out unchanged. At this, he looked up, nonplussed, as Ron, Harry and Draco grinned. You never said a truer word, Lord Faramir, said Draco. Hermione giggled. Faramir looked very puzzled, but visibly decided to let the question lie. Below them, on the road, they heard horn calls, of the sort that Ron had heard before, outside the great gates of Mordor. The Southrons, snapped Faramir. Lie here, still and quiet, while we deal with them, the filth. They think the mere shadow of their master's mountains will protect them, do they? They shall be surprised. At Harry's nod, the four from Hogwarts took cover under some brush, where they could see the road below them. Looking around, Ron could see no sign of the waiting ambush. The men of Gondor were very good at concealing themselves. The horn calls sounded again, and Ron could hear the tramp of many marching feet. Up the road came the men of the Southlands, a horse and a foot, brilliantly garbed in gold and red. Ron thought, rather irrelevantly, that they were wearing Gryffindor colors, and wondered what Professor McGonagall would have said. Each company of them marched behind a banner borne proudly before them, and they sounded their horns every so often. Ron wondered if the horn calls meant anything in particular, and if the Gondorians could tell him what they meant. I bet even Hermione doesn't know that, he thought, wondering when the Gondorians would make their move, or if this was too large a group of enemy soldiers for them to deal with. A loud whistle sounded, and arrows began arcing through the air, landing among the surprised Southrons. Ron knew little of warfare as Muggles practiced it, but the shouts of horror that came to his ears told him that the Gondorians had achieved the surprise they had sought. At first, the men of Gondor seemed to have things very much their own way, with their arrows throwing the Southron marching formations into dismay. Horses reared and plunged, maddened by the pain of the arrows that knifed out of nowhere to stick in their vulnerable flanks and hindquarters, defying their riders' attempts to bring them under control. Men milled around, unable to fight back against foes they could not see. On the one hand, Ron was pleased to see that this formation of Southrons would not be swelling the armies of the Dark Lord. On the other, he could not but feel for them, in their panic, as they were lashed by the Gondorians' archery. After all, he thought to himself, how do I know whether or not they wanted to come? For all I know, they would have been perfectly happy to stay where they were, at their homes. Shouts and screams drifted up to his ears, and he shuddered. The distance was a little too great for him to see the details of the ambush, and for that he was thankful. Down on the road, some of the Southrons' officers seemed to have regained control of their men. As Ron watched, they went into a different formation, and charged off the road, having apparently located where the main body of the Gondorians was hidden. Meanwhile, the other Southrons had brought up something that made Ron gasp and stare. Several war elephants, or what seemed to be elephants, only much larger, armored and bearing Southron warriors in fortified howdahs on their backs, came up the road and turned into the bush toward where Ron knew the Gondorians were waiting. Where? They have Mumakil. May the Valar turn them aside. Keeping their formation, the war elephants led the Southrons through the Gondorians' positions, driving them back in terror. Soon the elephants were getting very close to where the Hogwarts students were hidden. Behind them, the Southrons roared a battle cry, eager to avenge the loss of their fallen comrades. "We'd better take a hand here," said Harry quietly. I don't know if our friend Faramir had anticipated this, but it looks like this was more than he bargained for. White-faced, Hermione and Draco nodded their agreement, and Ron found himself nodding, for all that he wanted nothing more than to hug the earth and hope the Southrons missed him. He was terrified at the thought of facing the Southrons and their elephants, but even more fearful of letting his friends down. Or of being seen as a coward by them. At Harry's signal, the four stood up, wands ready. The Southrons shouted and let loose a hail of arrows, which Hermione summoned and then repelled, sending them back to land among their senders. Draco screamed, Serpensortia Maxima, and a huge snake appeared, much bigger than the one he had summoned at the only meeting of Gilderoy Lockhart's abortive dueling club. Rearing up, it regarded the nearest war elephant with cold impassive eyes, before lunging forward and grabbing the mahout from his perch on the beast's neck. Startled, the elephant panicked, turning and trumpeting as it fled through the oncoming Southrons, sending them running in terror to avoid being trampled. Ron concentrated on disarming the Southrons, pointing his wand at them and chanting, Expelliarmus, to send their weapons flying from their hands. Finding themselves defenseless, the Southrons he disarmed turned and fled as well, knowing that weaponlessness on a battlefield was a death sentence. Seeing the Hogwarts students' magic, the Gondorians took heart, shouting, Gondor, 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 and feathering the fleeing Southrons with arrow shafts. Not all the Southrons were running, though, and neither were their elephants. Draco's huge serpent was in trouble. Two of the elephants were maneuvering to bring their riders' weapons to bear on it, and it was unable to figure out which was the greater danger. As Ron watched, the Southrons in the elephants' howdahs began to pepper the great snake with arrows, most of which bounced off its scales. Expelliarmus, cried Hermione, pointing her wand at the Southrons mounted on the elephants, and their bows flew from their hands. Relieved of the danger of the arrows, Draco's snake reared back, opened its jaws, and snapped up another Southron, hauling him into the air, screaming. The other Southrons turned their beasts toward where the Hogwarts students were waiting, and urged them forward, eager to come to grips with their spell-wielding tormentors. As the elephants got closer, Ron could feel the earth itself shaking under their tread. The pachyderms raised their trunks, trumpeting defiance, as their riders shouted, waving swords and axes. Closer, and yet closer, they came. Behind them, the Southron soldiers charged up, ignoring the Gondorian arrows that rained down on them. Harry began shouting in a strange, hissing language that Ron suddenly remembered him using before, in Gilderoy Lockhart's dueling club and when they were faced with the problem of how to get into the Chamber of Secrets. Draco's snake apparently heard him, since it nodded its head, threw the dead Southron aside with a flick of its neck, and squirmed after the elephants. When it caught up to the rearmost elephant, it raised its head and sank its fangs into the great beast's leg. The elephant trumpeted yet again, its flesh seeming to sag as the serpent's venom entered its bloodstream. It slowed down, despite its mahout's frantic efforts to urge it back to speed. Hermione pointed her wand at the nearest elephant and shrieked, Tarantiegra. At this, the elephant began to do a clumsy dance, shaking the soldiers on its back about as its feet moved in a shuffling parody of a human quickstep. This still left one, whose approach was beginning to seriously worry Ron. On and on it came, looking more and more like the inexorable approach of doom. Harry Potter raised his wand and pointed it at the remaining elephant. Reducto. A hole appeared in the elephant's head, big enough, Ron thought, for him to put his whole head into. Dead on its feet, the last elephant slumped, spilling its riders onto the ground as its legs collapsed under it. Blood fountained from the hole and soaked the ground, steaming as it hit the cooler outside air. At this, the heart seemed to go out of the remaining Southron soldiers. They turned and fled, abandoning their weapons and stripping off their armor to flee the faster. When the riders of the elephant that Hermione had hexed managed to get their animal under control, it was clear that they, too, had had enough of the fight. They turned the beast, which seemed extremely glad to go itself, and headed back down the road to their distant homeland. Faramir came up to the four, his eyes wide with admiration. Mithrandir sent you? He asked, his voice low and filled with awe. He chose very well. I would not have believed what I saw, had I not seen it. Ron managed to smile, having forced his heart back down out of his throat. We're not even fully trained wizards, either. Real wizards and witches from our world would be able to do much, much more. At this, Faramir gave them an even more odd look. I hate to ask even more of you, but could you help us deal with our wounded comrades? Cries and moans of pain could be heard, as the Gondorians looked for their comrades and put their wounded enemies out of their misery. Faramir noticed the look of distaste that crossed Hermione's face when she noticed. We do not do that out of cruelty, but necessity. We can't take prisoners. Hermione nodded, her face a grim mask. She had accepted that it was necessary, but Ron knew that it went against her deepest beliefs. And his, he decided. Quite a few of the Gondorians were wounded, and there was a great deal of work to do. Some of the Gondorians themselves were good at battlefield first aid, and the Hogwarts students pitched in, using their magic to make things easier. With stunning spells to provide a sort of anesthesia, it was much easier to sew up sword cuts and extract arrows. For things that had gotten stuck in wounds, the summoning charm worked miracles. Harry smiled in triumph as he summoned an arrowhead out of a wound. Under the direction of Draco Malfoy, some of the Gondorians boiled water to sterilize things in. Ron thought that Madame Pomfrey would have been proud of them. Ron felt rather queasy, but much less than he would have done before he came to Arda. This place is changing all of us, he thought once, when he was able to pause for a second. He looked at Hermione, her sleeves rolled back and her hands soaked with blood up to her elbows, speaking soothingly to a horribly wounded Gondorian while Ron held him in place and Harry carefully summoned the pieces of an arrow that had gone into the man's side and broken. Before this journey, he had merely thought she was pretty and pleasant and a reliable friend. Now, he saw a truly great sorceress, despite grime and circles under her eyes. He wondered what she'd be like when, if, she got to be as old as Professor McGonagall. Draco Malfoy worked steadily, his face a set, grim mask, over the most severely wounded Gondorians. One of the patients they brought to him had had his arm shattered by a war elephant, and he shook his head slightly. "Bring me my pack," he said. "I've some potions in there that might help out on this." When Ron handed Draco his pack, Draco rooted around in it until he came up with a brown bottle labeled Skele-Gro. He unstopped the bottle, and sniffed it, nodding his head in satisfaction. "Good," he muttered, "the stuff hasn't gone off yet. This potion wants careful keeping, and I wasn't sure about bringing it." Under Draco's direction, Ron and Faramir splinted the man's arm, making sure that the shattered bits of bone inside his arm were properly aligned. "Without that stunning spell, we'd never be able to do this," murmured Draco. "The pain would be too much for this poor chap. It could be worse, though." "How could it be worse?" asked Faramir. He was obviously very impressed with the Hogwarts students' skills. He had watched them summon arrowheads from the bodies of Gondorian soldiers with wide eyes. "This man could have sustained a compound fracture with bone sticking through his skin," Draco explained. "As it is, I think that between this splint and this dose of Skele-Gro," he dropped a few drops from his precious bottle into the man's mouth, and then massaged his throat to make sure that he got the drops down. "He's got a decent chance of keeping that arm, and even using it again." Finally, the wounded were all seen to. The Gondorians, their wounded borne upon litters, led the 4 Hogwarts students off into the woods, away from the place of slaughter. Hermione was marching alongside Ron. "I feel sick," she murmured to Ron, making sure that none of the Gondorians could hear her. "I was all keyed up during the fighting, but when we had to go in and succor those wounded soldiers, it was all I could do to keep from throwing up." She covered her face. "Not to mention what happened to those poor wounded Southrons." "Don't feel bad about yourself," said Draco, who was close enough to hear her. "Not feeling anything about that sort of thing's a really bad sign, as I ought to know." He gave them a slightly haunted grin. For a second the old Draco Malfoy could be seen, leering out at them. "My dad and his chums could have done everything we've done, and thought nothing of it." "Even healing afterward?" asked Hermione. "Even that, Hermione." Draco looked very grim. "Face it, a lot of the Death Eater's victims were not easy targets, and it was common for Death Eaters to be wounded. Can you imagine one of them going to St. Mungo's after an attack, not knowing if the Aurors had been warned to be on the lookout for someone with his particular injuries?" Was that all the Death Eaters used healing magic for, Draco? Asked Harry quietly. Draco looked very shamefaced, and would not meet Harry's gaze. No, quite often they would use it to heal up people they'd tortured, to make it possible to torture them again. He raised his eyes, and gave his friends a haunted look. I saw things in that house, things you can't begin to imagine. Sometimes they'd catch muggles, and just torment them for sport. They'd place bets on how long a muggle would last, and which spell would be the one to do him most injury. Hermione looked sick, and Harry went pale under his tan. He gestured them to silence as Faramir came up. Would you do us the honor of guesting with us tonight? We have a secret base near here, and we'd be delighted to have you as our guests. We're comrades in arms, after all. He looked at them eagerly. Ron was reminded of Colin Creevey looking at Harry Potter. Let us confer on this, privately, said Harry. Gathering his companions with a gesture, he led them off to one side. Well, what do you think? Should we trust him that far? He asked in a low tone. Draco looked very thoughtful. I don't know for sure, myself. He seems to be all right, and he doesn't know about your burden. Still, he could be up to something, and I haven't forgotten Boromir. Draco rubbed the side of his neck. An arrow had grazed him there, leaving a nasty scratch. He also doesn't seem to have too good an opinion of the Lady of Lorien, and we know she's on our side. Keep in mind, everybody, that not everybody on our side likes each other. Boromir didn't trust the lady until he met her, either. When I was in Rivendell, I read that the Galadrim don't leave their wood much, which makes rumors about them easy to start and hard to stop, murmured Hermione. While Gondor and Lorien are both enemies of Sauron, that doesn't mean they understand or like each other much. Rather like Professor Snape and your godfather, Harry. Your godfather? You don't have a godfather, do you, Harry? Asked Draco. It's quite a long story, Draco. I say we go with Faramir for now. I don't think he'd dare try anything too stupid, and we haven't shown him all we can do, have we? Opined Ron. I'd rather fancy a night spent under cover. This sleeping in the open is not much fun. Then we trust Faramir, for now. If nothing else, I think he's too much in awe of what we can do to try anything underhanded, and, as you say, he doesn't know about it. Having made his decision, Harry turned to Faramir, who was waiting patiently to hear what they would say. We'll go with you, Lord Faramir. As you say, we're comrades in arms. As they walked along, Faramir stayed with them. He seemed to be full of questions about them. At first, he was very interested in the world they had come from. Before Ron quite knew it, he found himself telling Faramir about his family. There's 7 of us children, I'm next to youngest, just above Virginia, who's the youngest and the only girl. Virginia, Ginny, as we call her, is a year or so younger than I am, and goes to the same school we do. What fun you must have, exclaimed Faramir. Boromir was my only brother. Now I'm the only one, the only son our father has left. His face twisted with grief. Ron thought again about Faramir's loss, and imagined how he'd feel, being the only Weasley child left. Imagining the burrow without Fred and George making everybody laugh with their endless antics, or Percy with his pompous exterior and kindly, loyal heart, or Charlie or Bill dropping in for a visit, ever again, not to mention no more Ginny, filled him with horror. He could just see his parents, sitting in their lonely, empty house, their faces haunted, listening to the silence. The thought of their pain made him shudder. He felt a stab of guilt at having put himself into such a dangerous situation. To take his mind off that thought, Ron told Faramir about Bill, Charlie and Percy and described some of the stunts Fred and George had pulled off. Faramir laughed and laughed at the description of the Tongue Toffee incident, and admitted that he knew a few people that could have done with the twins' acquaintance. He told them an improbable story about his own younger years, when he and Boromir and several of their young friends had abstracted the favorite charger of a pompous nobleman, and led it to the topmost floor of that nobleman's mansion. Getting him down again, that was the tricky part. Faramir grinned reminiscently. Ron made a mental note to tell Fred and George that story sometime. Or, on second thought, not to. It wasn't as though they needed more ideas. Draco told a tale, which Ron noticed had been edited, of life at Malfoy Manor. I was the only child of our house. It was a large, ancient mansion, with endless nooks and crannies. I was mainly raised by servants, although my mother and I were as close as we were allowed to be. My father was mainly interested in advancing our family's interests, and everything else had to take second place to that. He mainly spoke to me if I hadn't come up to his expectations. Faramir looked long and searchingly at Draco, who returned his gaze unafraid. Your life sounds like those of many noble scions in Minas Tirith. They seldom see their fathers, and few of them have many sibs. A shadow passed over his face. Some of them envied me, that I had Boromir. With a slight shudder, he visibly controlled his sorrow over his brother, and turned to Harry. You've been very quiet. Have you no stories of your home? Ron gave Faramir a searching look. In the Gondorian's face, he only saw friendliness and curiosity. A curiosity that he had to admit was not unjustified. I lived with my aunt, my mother's sister, my Aunt Petunia, and her husband, my uncle Vernon Dursley, and their son Dudley, my first cousin. My parents died when I was a year old. He smiled rather grimly. To put it bluntly, Lord Faramir, it wasn't a good life. My uncle and aunt treated me as an unwanted guest, while spoiling their son. I don't have good memories of my time at their home, and I'd just as soon not discuss it. Hermione jumped in. My parents are both dentists, healers who specialize in broken or infected teeth. We live in the outskirts of London, the capital of our home kingdom, and I'm their only child. Finding out that I was able to do magic was quite a surprise. There's no other magical people in our family. Instead of Roedene, a school my parents had planned to send me to, I got sent to Hogwarts, where we all met. So not everybody in your world can do magic? Asked Faramir. The four nodded in unison. My uncle and aunt not only can't do it, my parents both could, but they hated it and anything to do with it, explained Harry, the evening sunlight flashing off his glasses as he turned his head. Draco and Ron both came from families where everybody's been magical for a long way back. Hermione, as she says, didn't know about magic until she was notified that she had been accepted at our school. As they marched along among the Gondorians, up into the hills, Ron wished that they could have an opportunity to talk in private. He wondered what the men of Gondor knew of the One Ring, and how they would react if they knew that Harry bore it. He remembered Boromir's half-witted idea of using it and its power against the Dark Lord all too well, and didn't fancy fighting off another attempt to steal the ring, particularly since they were so far outnumbered. Leaving the subject of their homes, Faramir began another line of questioning, one that sent a chill down Ron's spine. The rhyme you quoted, the one about, seek for the sword that is broken, that rhyme mentions Isildur's Bane. What do you know about it? Isildur's Bane, answered Draco. The others had fallen silent. Isildur died, how long ago was it? He cocked his head on one side, pondering. Near to 1,000 years or more. And Isildur, or so I have heard, died of an orc arrow. Perhaps an orcish archer is what is mentioned. Perhaps. Faramir looked at them skeptically. But orc arrows and orcish archers there are in plenty. Well, I know it. Isildur's Bane would have to be something else entirely, something less common. He gave them a searching look. Hermione, behind Faramir's back, looked very cunning for a second, before piping up. But, Lord Faramir, I have read that orcs, like elves, do not die naturally as men do. Instead, they live until they are killed. She sounded puzzled, and went on. So isn't it possible, at least, that the archer that killed Isildur is still alive today? Somewhere. Ron and Draco exchanged glances. Draco looked slightly gobsmacked, and mouthed soundlessly, I never would have known she was capable of that. Ron nodded, feeling new respect for Hermione. He was so used to thinking of her as bookish and rather unworldly, he tended to forget that she had a streak of real deviousness. He shook his head, angry at himself. Hadn't Hermione done most of the work, including sneaking into Professor Snape's office and purloining the things they couldn't get out of the students' stores, when they were brewing their illicit polyjuice potion? I'm just glad she's on my side, thought Ron. Yes, it is true, orcs do live a long time, or would, if they did not hate each other as fiercely as they do everybody else, answered Faramir. I suppose it could happen. An orc could conceivably have lived so long, but it is most unlikely. Orcs breed fast, and if they did not kill each other so readily, they would have overrun Middle-earth long ago through sheer force of numbers. He gave the Hogwarts students a long, searching look. Still, I think there is more to this story than you are telling me. What concerned? Boromir concerns me, and I do not think that he would be particularly excited at the sight of an orcish archer. Harry gave him back the same sort of blank look Ron had seen him use often before, when Professor Snape would accuse him of some venial wrongdoing. I have already violated my orders, by not killing or capturing you, to bring you to where we're going. I must ask that you allow me to blindfold you. We will lead you carefully, and not let harm come to you, but even one of the men of Rohan, though they are our allies, would be allowed to walk this path unblindfolded. Sounds reasonable, said Draco. He quirked a sardonic smile. You and the elves of Lorien have that much in common. They wanted to blindfold us before they led us into the heart of the Golden Wood. Some of the Gondorians looked nonplussed at being compared to and equated with the elves of Lorien. Muttering apologies, the Gondorians blindfolded the Hogwarts students. Harry went first, then Draco, and Ron. Hermione was last, and Ron heard her say, in tones of mingled impatience and understanding, I forgive everything in advance. Mablung, is your name Mablung? Just get on with it. I'm not so fragile that the first touch will shatter me. Once the blindfolds were in place, the Gondorians raised the hoods of the Hogwarts students' cloaks and pulled them over their faces. Then, Ron felt his hand being gently placed on a shoulder, and they set off again, slowly and carefully. It seemed to Ron that they were going down an incline. To his right, he thought he could hear water. Sometimes it was louder than the other times, but it was always there. After a bit, he thought that they were passing through a narrow place. At least, if he deviated from the straight path even by a little, his shoulders brushed what felt like smooth stone walls. The Gondorians guided him along with a firm hand on his shoulder and his own hand on the shoulder of the Gondorian ahead of him. Suddenly, he felt himself lifted into the air, and carried forward for a little way, and set on his feet again. Behind him, he heard a startled squeak and recognized it as Hermione. Before he could think, his hand snaked for his wand. No, said the Gondorian behind him. She's come to no harm. He's telling the truth, came Hermione's voice. I was just startled a little, that's all. She chuckled. Whichever of you moved to defend me, though, thanks. That was very gallant of you.